Welcome back, everybody, to round number 5 of the FIDE Grand Swiss 2023 from beautiful, beautiful Isle of Man, Vachier-Lagrav's favorite place in the world. We'll get to that. My name is Jan Gustafsson. I'm still a chess grandmaster, and so is Vachier-Lagrave, but he's so much more than that. Vice World Champion, star commentator, ambassador for the Isle of Man. Peter, how do you feel today?
Yeah, hello Jan, hello everyone. Super excited and I can't wait to see what's in store for us for today.
Before we get to that, we gotta talk about yesterday. Round number 4 was played both in the women's and in the open section, and let's start with the action in round number 4 of the women's section. We've seen Anna Muzychuk with the white pieces putting so much pressure on Tan Chongyi. But Tan somehow managed to escape, get away with the draw. No such luck for Anna's sister, Maria Muzychuk, who was crushed by Vaishali, as was Elizabeth Pitts in the grudge match against Bibi Sara on the second board. Peter, any other results that stood out?
Well, actually, still I have that game between Anna Muzychuk and Tan Chongyi on my mind because that was such an incredible big chance for Anna. It was a completely winning end game. It looked like she has everything under control right from the start. Not winning that might go on to hunt her. Yeah, I don't want to jinx it. Every day is different, but not using your chances, that's always a very scary situation.
Very much so. Let's have a look at the standings. The good news for Anna is she's still in the shared lead. 4 players on 3.5 out of 4. And followed by a big pack of stars. Not surprisingly, the 4 players on 3.5 out of 4 will face each other today. Peter, what do we have?
Yes, some incredible fighting matchups. Tan Chongyi with the white piece against Bibi Sara Sobayeva, and that's gonna be huge. Yeah, she survived yesterday. She will be super motivated. We know that she still needs to qualify for the candidates, so that was a great save for her.
Yeah, and we have Vaishali against Anna Muzychuk after defeating Maria with the black pieces. Now she's moving on to the big sister. That's gonna be another fun battle to keep an eye on. But another thing we will have to keep an eye on is the open section, where yesterday there was a lot of fighting. The draws actually don't tell the whole story. Caruana Sindarov was a fully played game, but not that much happening compared to what happened in the Prodigy versus Erigaisi game. Peter, you're still a fan of that game?
Yes, definitely. It was dramatic. It was very interesting. It was very principled. First, Prodigy sacrificed the pawn, then he sacrificed the bishop, went after Black's king. The Black king started to run away. We had everything in that game.
Oof, that game had everything. Not an Erigaisi win, but what a match it was. Erin Lamy keeps going strong. Survived with the black pieces against Samuel Savian from a somewhat shaky spot. Esipenko defeat the under-20 world champion Marc-Andrea Maurizzi convincingly. I read somewhere Esipenko was the first teenager who beat Magnus Carlsen in a classical game. Is that record still standing? Now, one of the Gukesh Praggnanandhaa gang must have gotten to him or not?
Yeah, could easily be, but now also Vincent beating Magnus in the World Cup. Yeah, Vincent is
he's also a teenager. I keep forgetting.
Yes.
Vincent is still young. Very true. So, Esipenko the first, but not the last. Any other standard results in yesterday's round 4?
Well, very
Hans
important
Niemann?
that, yes, Hans Niemann beating Laporte, Hikaru Nakamura winning his second game in a row against Tabata Bay in a very big power play, and also Alireza Firouzja winning his game against Nijat Abbasov. So everything is very, very close. Hikaru and Alireza are fighting their own derby as well.
Yeah, you mentioned that they both have 3 out of 4 now, and you mentioned that they should be rooting for each other because if one of them qualifies from this event, like Alireza did in 2021, and the other becomes a big favorite to make it via the rating spot. By qualifying, we of course mean qualifying for the Candidates Tournament, which is the 8-player event that will determine the next challenger of world champion Ding Liren. What's Ding up to, by the way? Are you in touch with Ding? What's going on there? Ding, where are you?
We want to see him. I believe that he will be playing the Singfield Cup later this year. Definitely the whole world wants to see him in action.
Absolutely. Good news is we have plenty of world-class players and plenty of action in today's round number 5 of the Isle of Man FIDE Grand Swiss. Esipenko with the white pieces against Caruana. What can we expect there? Quick draw?
No, not at all.
Oh.
I believe that Andre is a very principled player. He is also very good in openings. One can see that he is working tremendously a lot. His rating dropped back, but I believe that he has grown as a player. It will be very interesting. It's a big prestige duel. Esipenko wants to show that, yes, I'm leading with 3.5, and I'm not planning to slow down. On the other hand, Fabiano has already crossed 2800 during the game, during the tournament. And after drawing 2 games, he fall back. There's also a big motivation there from Fabi's side, I think, to get back to 2800. So, a lot of action there in the first game, and of course we have all the other matchups.
Yeah, not a lot of history between Esipenko and Caruana. 2 draws, I think, over the years. But then, Nakamura, Sarana, also not a lot of public history, but they must have played quite a few Title Tuesdays together, no? They know each other.
For sure. I think that Hikaru is very happy that he is facing Alexei Sarna with the white pieces. We do know that Sarna is extremely dangerous with the white pieces. On the other hand, with black, he has been a Naidov specialist. However, he has abandoned his Naidov for this tournament against Arjun Arigachi. He played the Petrov. I'm pretty sure that Hikaru is trying to target him in the opening.
That's going to be very interesting. I'm always a fan of Sarana openings, but as you mentioned, especially with white. I'm going to be curious. Then we have maybe the game of the day. Shouldn't call it yet, but the one I'm looking most forward to. Alireza Firouzja against Hans Niemann. What is there to say? Those might be 2 of the better-known chess players in the world. They played each other in the Sinquefield Cup, the infamous Sinquefield Cup last year. I think it was in round number 4, straight after Hans had won against Magnus and all hell was breaking loose. It was a weird game where Niemann went for this, what he called a psychological sacrifice. Do you recall the action, Peter?
Yes, I recall. It was Niemann from the white side. It was an Italian. He got in interesting, dangerous initiative. But there was this moment that Alireza did not dare to take the piece, and also in the post-game interview, it wasn't exactly clear what Hans had in mind, how he wanted to continue. So yeah, a lot of controversy. In any case, final game ended in a draw, I believe, after quite some dramas, and I'm very happy to see the follow-up.
A lot of drama, hoping for more drama today. They were both distracted a little bit over the last year, last couple of months. Hans, I think, had a couple of lawsuits, and Alireza had a couple of fashion classes to attend. That's good to see them both on the chess board here. Who do you got? You think Alireza's going to win with white?
Okay, with white, he's kind of a favorite, that's for sure, and he knows that he has to keep on going. It's not a given that he qualifies for the candidates. He has to maximize his chances, and in order to do so, he has to do as well as possible in the tournament, try to qualify or gain as much rating, so he cannot slow down.
Let's go. We should have lift off any minute. And let's start right with Alireza versus Niemann. What's the first move going to be? E4, D4? It's hard to predict with these top players. They play everything.
Exactly. Against Zhal Makhanov, the big surprise of the tournament. Yeah, the young 21-year-old Kazakh superhero so far of the tournament has featured a Catalan, a quiet Catalan there from Firouzja. I think that for today's game, I'm expecting something more aggressive.
1e4, let's go. Best by test.
Okay, but 1e4, Hans was reacting with the Berlin against against Fabiano, so it's not that easy. On the other hand, he was a little bit
Alireza is a
shaky.
big Italian specialist.
Yes, and also their last encounter was an Italian when Hans managed to get the upper hand, and there we go, knight f3, the very first move.
None of the above. Knight f3. Okay, let's see if he wants to transpose to something, or after, let's say, pawn to d5. It's got to be a reti, a Vincent Keimer opening, some e3, b3, c4 business. So many options.
Yeah, a lot of options.
Hans would probably
Knight
take a
f3
minute, no?
could easily be. Knight f3 is a very flexible move. It's I'm also not exactly sure what is Hans's main reaction to d4, for example. Is he is what
I'm
kind
also
of player?
not sure. He's a confusing player. He can do anything, the Ragosi, and all the normal stuff. I play so many opens and varies his openings so much that it's hard to say what his main weapon at this level is. But I would say normally his default is the usual Nimzo and then Ragosi and semi Tarash, that kind of business.
Yeah, I have the same feeling, and in this regard, knight f3 is kind of a very interesting choice. If black wants to play with c5, then he's faced with the threat of white actually switching back to e4 and then say, no more Berlin, no more e4, e5s. We're gonna play a Sicilian. And if black plays d5, then yes, white actually has this option of just playing the reti, a slow little reti, or like you said, this hybrid type of play with e3, c4, b3, bishop b2, d5 on the board.
As you do. And Alireza should blitz out a move. He should not be surprised by d5. g3, here we go. Becoming more and more trendy, the reti could still lead to a quiet Catalan. And of course, big question for black what he does on move 2. You're a knight f6 e6 guy. No, you like your Catalans. You would go knight f6 e6. So what are you doing?
Well, I was doing it when I was playing. I haven't been playing. And if you ask me what is my repertoire right now, I have no idea. I do recall somehow that Hans was playing some g6 against Magnus in the Champions Chess Tour last year, before all the craziness started. I do recall some symmetrical Grünfeld type of play when Magnus with white played some c4, knight b2 castles and nicely outplayed the young Hans, because at that point we were thinking about Hans as a young upcoming player.
Yeah, now he's still young. His rating took a bit of a hit, but I also think he's still upcoming. G6 is, of course, the other principled move here at top level. I think Vichy taught all of us in this World Championship match against Magnus, whenever it was, 2014.
2013, Chennai.
2013, that was the first one.
Yes.
You're right, of course, yeah, 2013.
Yes.
But here, G6 is a good move. And then after bishop G7, you're either forcing white to go for a symmetrical position with d4 or giving black the center. So it's been a very rocky, solid line ever since.
Yes, I remember because I was Team Vichy. While the preparation was going on, I was shocked myself that why am I not playing like this with black if it's so good? Yeah, we went very, very deep. And yeah, that opening stood the test of time.
Very much so. Shall we
for Hans.
Move on while we're waiting for them to develop the pieces? Hans trying to make up his mind. Probably surprised by the reti, and he's trying to figure out what Alireza wants.
Wow! I already moved on to Esipenko against Fabiano Caruana, and this time third move a6, not fourth move a6. Wow, what is this?
Fabi, he started doing some h6s, a6s. When he's playing for a win, he doesn't mind playing some slightly experimental things, no? And that, I think, means he does want business today.
Yes. Well, but this
so
a6...
the point is just after knight c3, you go d5, yeah? And we transpose back to whatever that line is called. Yeah,
and then you avoided the Catalan. Yes. Actually, this featured in the third round between Erwin Lamy and Fabiano. So Fabiano has already played fourth move a6, but third move a6 is certainly kind of a shocker.
Yeah, what's the point after g3? You go b5. Yeah, that has to be the idea.
I'm guessing, yes, trying to undermine the c4 pawn as quickly as possible. And yeah, I believe that Andrei has been involved in quite a lot of high classical games in the Catalan, so maybe this is exactly why Fabi thinks that probably he wants to go for the Catalan, and then let's try to get him into my own territory.
Yeah, interesting. Of course, white could try to exploit this a6 move, play some move like bishop f4, bishop g5, but then you're already in more experimental waters, which probably Fabi doesn't mind, and he probably looked at those right before the game as well.
For sure, yeah, that's obvious. Wow, okay. And third move a6. If anyone would have asked me that, please guess the opening, I wouldn't have been able, that's for sure.
We forgive you. What's the opening in Nakamura Sarana?
Let's check it out. All right. Wow. Catalan also from Hikaru.
No Petrov theory battle. I was hoping a bit for some sharp Petrov battle. But
Me too.
We'll take a Catalan.
Yes, and it's the classical orthodox with bishop b4 check.
But after bishop d2, it's a big question. a5, bishop e7. What do you do, Mr. Sarana? I've always liked this a5 move.
You like a5?
Big fan, big fan. Covers the bishop, gains some space, and maybe you can still take the pawn on c4 if you get lucky.
Yes, it's a very ambitious way of trying to solve the problems, yeah, not to go into some typical kind of position. Also believe that recently, and bishop d2 on the board, recently it's very popular.
Yeah, it's a bit more forcing than bishop e7 if you're trying to avoid chess, because after a5, you either take on c4 or you go c5 later if white goes queen c2, trying to force the issue. So it would be Sarana style, because he likes direct lines as well. But let's see what he has in store for us.
But on the other hand, I recall him being a bishop e7 player, so it's a big question. Yes, and he sticks.
I think he's been doing that.
Yeah, he sticks to his main weapon, bishop g2, and the big question: how will Hikaru treat this classical Catalan? Will we see some extravaganza with h4, or will he just stick to the normal classical castles, queen c2, rook d1, b3, bishop f4 setup?
I don't know. He opted for this. He chose the Catalan. He will have seen that bishop b4, bishop e7 is what Sarana does. So he must have something in mind. But typically he's not trying to win in the opening. No, he tries to get the pieces out, get a full game, then trusts himself to be the better player.
Yeah, short castle played. And now the big question: do you? Let me ask like this: that can you explain us what's the difference between c6 in knight b7? I know that you are a big opening expert, Jan, so it would be nice to hear the details.
Even if I had any secrets here, this bishop b4, bishop e7 line has always been very mysterious to me, what move order you choose. I think knight bd7 had some pros that, for example, against queen b3 or random moves like that, you can play knight b6. So you have some ideas where you try to do without c6. But I've always been very confused about all the sidelines here. Like there's some c5 after knight bd7. After c6, you have some bishop c3. There were some subtle differences, but I'm not smart enough. And I think you're being facetious. I think you know everything about this.
No, actually not, because when I was analyzing these positions back in like 12, 13 years ago, on 2010, then everybody automatically played the move c6. Yeah, and since the move c6 does not have any problem, I don't know how to get any advantage after c6. So I always got confused that why suddenly the modern players often started with knight b7, which in my mind is also giving white some extra options, like Hikaru refrained from the transposition. He is making a very special decision with bishop c3.
Yeah. No, I think there were random sidelines against both moves, but I'm really not an expert. Bishop b4, bishop e7 always gave white too many options for my taste, so I was never heavily into details there. Sometimes you try to find something with white, you get frustrated. Okay, nothing is anything anywhere, like in any opening. And then, yeah. Duov tells you, don't worry, h4 works in every position. And you think, okay, well, let's go h4, see what happens.
Yeah, so let's just explain what's behind bishop c3. Yeah, the bishop moves to c3. White is planning to develop the knight to d2, which is a very harmonious setup, protecting the pawns. So the big question after bishop c3 is that could black actually consider grabbing that pawn on c4 before white protects it?
Right now?
Yes, for example, if I take dc4, what happens?
So knight b2. Do you want to keep it?
Well, the big question, how can I keep it? Because b5 runs
b5.
into
a4,
knight
b4, you win a
e5.
piece. Yeah, then knight d5. I might have seen something like this. I'm not sure if it's great, but I think this line exists. So knight c6, queen e8, and we hope for the best.
And maybe bishop a5 or e4 or...
Possible, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it's confusing, but looks also dangerous. No, bishop a5 isn't the move. That's for
a4,
sure.
no?
I can. Okay, yes, we can play a4. Yeah, that's correct. Because b4 doesn't work because of the pin. Very important to highlight. So we can just collect the pawn with knight takes or bishop takes. Doesn't matter basically. The highlight being that whenever black takes with the knight, then the rook is hanging on a8. All right. So yes, the other question after knight b2, if b5 is too shaky, that's something like knight b6. But usually you can't really hang on to that c4 pawn for too long with knight b6.
Yeah, 95, whatever. This looks like some Catalan torture.
Exactly.
Might happen one day, no? We take the pawn back. We have the nice bishop. Then we aim for a small plus.
Yeah, that's absolutely clear. So yeah, after bishop c3, we are not expecting black to capture the pawn. There are questions like knight e4. It would be a very thematic move. We have also seen Hikaru yesterday jumping very quickly with his knight to e4. What would be your thought that how white wants to justify his plan of giving up the bishop?
I think you're supposed to go knight bd2 and then knight c3. bc was good for white. So, or playable for white, I don't know how good. But after knight bd2, you play f5 and you get some weird stone wall. But I think that at least was playable for white. And Caruana doesn't strike me as the stone wall type.
Yes, he isn't. He usually likes to play classical with c6, b6.
Yeah,
In fact,
exactly.
I believe that in the Bundesliga 2019, I played Catalan against him, and yeah, he played bishop b4 check, bishop e7. It was a 10 o'clock in the morning game, so I can hardly recall what happened. In any case, I
try
got...
to make it to move 20, you offer a draw, and you go home. That's what happens on Sunday mornings.
No, but the problem was that he mixed up something and I got a great position. Yes,
yeah, that's a mistake. You can't be too much better by move 20.
Yes, exactly. So I felt that I have to maximize my chances and I was increasing the pressure, move per move, but he kept on playing very fast, played against my clock and I got confused and finally I agreed to a draw. In a probably promising position, I'm still feeling guilty for that draw, to be honest.
It's all right. You tried. Oh, we have a fun opening battle in Aravind against Nihal. And what's even more fun is I know this position.
Okay, let's... wow, okay, but this is some very forced move per move stuff, no?
It's my line, this bishop, or I can't take credit. I think I saw it first from Vidit. I'm not sure if he was the first to play it. But in this 4 knights, if they try to make it too boring, you go bishop to g4.
I feel that we are very similar, yeah? We are getting very excited by some forced drawish line.
Of course.
Bishop h5.
Like sacrificing all these pawns, but this, yeah, I think it's been analyzed quite deeply. King h1, you take the pawn. And let's see. Do you start with bishop g6, or are we supposed to start with rook d8? But Neil probably played this 18 million times in Blitz already, so...
And
Most
White
players
played
bishop
the
g6 and
surprising
bishop
bishop b5. Yeah, wow, okay. That's an
Arvin
ambitious
also,
move.
of course, prepared. Yeah, you can make a draw here by whatever, any random move. Bishop g5, rook b3, bishop b5. What's the point after bishop takes c2?
Well, the point, I'm guessing some bishop development.
Bishop
However,
d2, yeah.
bishop b2 or bishop d2. Yes, probably bishop d2.
Yeah, so the rook keeps covering the bishop on b5. And
Yes.
if we go somewhere, queen c5, you have queen c1, and unclear what I'm doing. Yeah.
Exactly.
Huh.
Wow, okay, so bishop
Tricky move,
b5.
bishop b. I have to
Yes.
check my chessable course. I'm not sure if bishop b5 is in there. I'm pretty sure I got to the position after rook b1. Bishop b5 might be a fresh idea.
And also, when I saw this opening, I was kind of shocked, yeah, that Aravind, in my mind, how I remember him, he's an uncompromising fighter, yeah. So playing a line which is very drawish without having something specific in mind is very strange. And bishop b5 explains it, why he has gone for it.
Came armed, and probably Nihal has played this before. Apologies, sorry.
Bless you.
Thank you. So he could target this specifically. I don't know,
Yeah.
do you do this when you're preparing with guys like Nihal? You might not find that many classical games, but if you look at their Blitz games, you can probably find millions of games in all the main lines. Do you think people are doing that in these big tournaments?
I think that certainly people are following the online games. I only don't know. I believe that everybody has a different way of dealing with this. I'm not sure that everybody is ready to reveal all his directions, but there is also the other kind of approach that let me play, let me practice as many games as possible in my opening. Yeah, that will make me stronger. While if you are hiding everything, then why are you playing? Yeah, it's always a big dilemma.
Yeah. Nihal, he plays so many games. I think he averages, I haven't done the math, but around 8,000 games per day that he can play a lot of openings. And maybe people will be confused. But I'm always curious how much the opening repertoire in Blitz is being targeted or studied. I think people look at it. So bishop b5, we need a solution.
Well, let Nihal figure out the solution and let us go back to the Alireza game. I'm curious to see how Hans actually reacted to that Reti.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Wow. Okay.
Rookie, what was this?
Yes, I'm shocked. King's Indian attack with rook e1. I have never seen this before.
So Hans just went e6, bishop e7, saying, if you want to play classical Catalan, be my guest, play d4, c4. But Alireza says, no, I want the good old King's Indian attack with pawn to d3. And most of us were raised on the games of Fischer, who you know well, with like knight bd2, e4, e5, rook e1, knight f1, h4, bishop f4. We learned that after a5, a4, you go a3, and then you try to checkmate. But not what Alireza had in mind. What's the point of this rook e1 move? I mean, preparing e4, I understand, but you don't really need the rook on e1 for that.
Yes, it's slightly mysterious, and Hans is taking his time also to understand what's really happening. The black has so many opportunities. One important detail I think we should mention, that it's some kind of a fresh development in the last 10 years, yeah, that after d3, if black starts with c5, which often was kind of a very popular move order, not committing castles yet, developing the queen side first with knight c6, then all of a sudden white had the yes, surprising pawn sacrifice, and accepting this pawn sacrifice by taking. First it looks like, what is this? Black is even trading queens and then picking up the pawn. However, it turns out that after knight e5 and followed by knight a3, the bishop opens up, black has problems of developing, and white gets a very serious initiative. And it even has kind of a dangerous reputation for black. That's why short castle is kind of the more precise move order if you are ready to castle short and willing to enter this king's Indian attack territory.
Yeah, at some point I was getting desperate enough or curious enough in this e4 pawn sacrifice. I was trying this position moves like a4 with the idea that after c5, now you go e4, sacrifice the pawn. I was looking at bishop f4, but rook e1 I don't think was crossing my mind.
Yes,
This I've certainly looked at.
I also think that Magnus has played things like this. Anish has also played already, I believe, this a4 kind of stuff. Vincent
Not familiar
as
with
well.
these guys.
So yes, it's also, I believe, one of those computer ideas, yeah, that if you let a super engine running, then he comes up with this a4, c5, e4, and bishop f4 kind of ideas. But rook e1, never thought about this.
Yeah, that one is not displayed. And I should clarify, whenever I say I was looking at it means I was looking at the top 3 lines on my screen. And it's probably, I don't know, c4, knight b2, and a4 in that position. Rook e1, not there. That's also what makes Alireza dangerous. He's willing to play moves not approved by the computer.
Yeah, the reason why we are kind of surprised that white is not yet threatening e4, because then black can simply take on e4, trade the queens, and now it's a completely different story, accepting the pawn sacrifice, because black has already castled and has also not weakened his position with c5. And
yes, if I go c5, let's say, which looks normal, what's white's next move? Just knight bd2 transposing?
But that's very strange.
I think, I'm not sure if I'm making sense here, but if instead of rook e1 you go knight bd2, there is this line with knight c6, which I think is also quite solid, preparing e6, e5.
Yes, and
black.
then white plays d4, then black plays knight e4. Yeah, it's a different.
Yeah, that's a thing. For example, so I'm wondering if maybe he thinks that's what Hans wants, and he goes rook e1, and then his logic is after knight c6, d4, the bishop can still move to f4, or at least it's a different position. So he's just trying to transpose to the classical lines, trying to avoid this knight b2, knight c6 position.
Wow. The credit goes to you, Jan. Just once again, knight c6 on the board, which kind of gives us the feeling that Hans really might have been considering meeting knight b2 with knight c6.
Yeah, understandably, if you don't want to learn all these long lines, that's very solid, this knight c6. Saying, we can play Pierce 2-3 tempi down. Black is still fine. And now let's see Alireza's idea, if he wants to play d4 here. Which I guess is his point.
Yeah, black is threatening to play e5. All right, so let's try to understand, because if white plays d4, we believe probably black will immediately jump with his knight to e4.
I'm not sure.
No?
Then I can play c4 and I still have knight c3, for example. No, I mean, it's a different position than the one with the knight on d2, at least.
Yes,
argue.
This is...
Knight on c6 is strange.
It's a Catalanish construction, yeah?
This is like a Nigel Short stonewall, no? Like these horrible stonewalls where you put a knight on c6 and try to survive.
Wow, but okay, then what do you do after d4? Then how do you justify?
I think that's Alireza's point, but you don't have to play knight e4. No, you can play, I don't know, b6 setups like that I've seen.
Ah, yes. Yes. There is this b6 setup, but to me, b6 with knight c6, this looks so strange.
Not saying it's pretty, but what can you do?
Yeah, then probably white plays b3, bishop b2, and slowly develops.
But that's his point. No, he's saying, okay, either we play the sharp line, rook e1, c5, knight b2, or if you want to chicken out with knight c6, then I haven't committed to knight b2 yet. Creative stuff from Alireza, as usual.
Yeah, fantastic stuff.
d4.
Yeah, d4
in
on
case
the
you're
board.
Confused, why are we praising d3, then followed by d4? Knight c6 changes everything, because now black can no longer go c5. And typically in d4, d5 positions, you don't want your knight on c6 or on c3, blocking your c-pawn. So white is willing to invest a tempo to get this.
Yeah, wow, this is interesting, because to my eyes, the reason why I did not really feel like rook e1 threatens me at all. With black, I always went for this line, yeah. I was ready. In fact, it was the reason why I was playing e6, knight f6, bishop e7. I wanted to provoke this. I was going for this main line with b5. And okay, let's go. It's a razor sharp position, chances for both sides. This knight c6 kind of thing, if you want to be solid, then why do you play this opening? Then you can just play something else.
I don't know. I mean, you played d5, knight 6, e6, bishop e7. That's solid. And why do you have to go for this razor sharp positions? Well, knight c6, I have some sympathy for it. But now after d4, looks like Niemann got a little move on it here. Smart stuff from Alireza.
Yes, and now we can already appreciate the first move, knight f3. We were kind of not exactly sure what Alireza has in mind. We definitely felt like knight f3 is such a flexible move that he probably wants to move order hands somehow, and he did manage.
Yeah. Stuff. Let's
move on, yeah?
I don't know where to go. Esipenko, Caruana, the Carlsbad structure.
Yeah, let's take a closer look. So, yeah, basically, look at the clock situation. It tells it all. Fabiano lured Andre into this Carlsbad structure. It was not planned from Andre's side to play knight c3 against d5. It was clear that his intention was to play the Catalan. Again, some very smart choice
These
by
guys
Fabiano.
are clever, yeah, like move ordering their opponents.
Amazing
Even
stuff, yeah.
black.
You wouldn't be thinking that this is possible in the 21st century on the highest level, but it does. Yeah, it's just fascinating how the opening theory keeps on developing.
Yeah. The position they have now, it's pretty standard theory. I grew up as a Carlsbad player mainly with white, and I always thought if black does the slightly strange thing, like playing a6 or bishop e6, then it's more or less an automatic win for me. But things have changed, and you look at these positions, computers saying black is fine, and you try something, nothing's happening. Just comp is teaching us as usual. That black has a lot more margin in all these positions, putting the bishop on d6, the other bishop on e6. This is very tough, I think. Vincent may play bishop f4 here. I'm not sure if it was this very position, but that's an idea I've seen. Very difficult for white to do something.
Yeah, earlier I believe that people were also playing the move h3 first and then later moving the bishop back to f4. However, since after c6, for example, bishop f4, bishop takes f4, e takes f4, black is unable to play the move bishop g4 because of rook e1 check. And then black has trouble with his king. That's why white does not necessarily need in this move order the h3 move yet.
Yeah, of course. Black doesn't have to do anything, but bishop f4. You can play queen c7. I think they go, stuff like that. Queen b8, yeah. It's tough. Tough to get anything going against this Carlsbad structure, and of course, Caruana realized that. And the tricky thing is also that black is not really playing for a draw. Like, if you look at these classical games in the Carlsbad structure, I don't know, Ortiz, Kasparov, Nikolic, Kramnik, was it? You will know this. Bobosian against Petrosian? No, who did Petrosian beat?
Oh, I don't remember.
Doesn't matter, but he has a nice game. Just my point is that if you try to exchange pieces here with white and play it solidly, very often black will build an attack on the king side and slowly checkmate you. So the structure is not necessarily drawish, really.
Yeah, it's a very solid construction. But also, I believe that lately people have started to have completely open-minded kind of attitude. And sometimes it's about the king side attack, sometimes just after, for example, this trade-off bishops on d6. Black often even switches to some c5 plan. It also exists, yeah, just to be super solid. Magnus has done things like this. I believe against
like
Shankland.
Shankland and so on. Yeah, exactly.
Yes, that's the modern classic. And when suddenly you think about like, come on, Fabiano and Magnus playing this kind of stuff from the black side, you start appreciating it. Yeah, if it would be some 2550, 2600 grandmaster doing this, we would be criticizing that, okay, no, but this is passive, you shouldn't be playing like this. But when the best players are doing it and they are proving that it's possible, that's a different story.
Yeah, and I think they're also doing it in order to play for a win. No, it's not like Fabi can't play whatever. Ragozin or Zimitarash, or Catalan G3 Bishop E7. But he wants some action and trying to keep some life in the position, showing us new ways here. I'm a fan,
And
but
I
doesn't
told
mean
you,
he's gonna manage.
but look at this, Jan. I told you, and I'm very happy to see this, that Esipenko is burning for a fight. The move King H1 spent like 15 minutes. It's a clear indication that actually Andre is trying to play some sharp idea.
What is
Otherwise, you
this?
don't play.
It looks like he has no clue. Spending all his time bring the king to the corner. I think sometimes you want to go, I don't know, Queen C2, Knight D2, and don't allow Bishop takes H2 with check. That's a very deep move. We will come back with more very deep moves after our first little break. So many games we haven't got to yet. See you in a couple of minutes.
Welcome, everyone. We are here with Judith Polgar, the legendary chess player, one of the greatest chess players of all time.
And I went my next move. I said, no, I'm not moving my queen. I'm not moving my bishop. But actually, I'm going to give checkmate or winning great material. And I went knight e3. It works only that way. If you're an attacker, you sacrifice something, go all the way until the end. Don't chicken out in the meantime at some point, because many times there is a point there is no way back. It's only forward. How is it to play with Kasparov? When you saw him personally, he really had this incredible energy.
Judith, thank you so much for being with us, and I hope you're ready to dive into the past with us.
Oh, absolutely. I'm very happy to share with you some of my most memorable games.
October is here, and so are some familiar faces. Martin learned chess just to play with his kids, and occasionally the family dog. A workaholic, Philip hopes chess will help him relax before he works his fingers to the bone. Laura the librarian loves to learn and has recently developed a penchant for spell chess. An aspiring influencer and self-proclaimed meme queen, Isla can be a monster on the board when she puts her mind to it. Paul Morphy's undying genius lives on to this day through his immortal opera game. Just your average old bots, nothing else to see here. Play them all on chess.com.
Welcome back, everybody. Round number 5 of the FIDE Grand Swiss is underway. I'm Jan Gustafsson. He's Peter Leko. We will go to the bird's eye view, see what's happening in the open section. Take it from there. Peter, anything that stood out to you?
Well, for the moment I'm still digesting this King H1 move by Esipenko. That what is the big idea we're gonna be seeing probably. I'm still not exactly sure, so let's move on. Hikaru, well, it in fact from a Catalan structure it got into a Queen's Indian. Also interesting development. Hans Niemann played the move A5 after D4, so lot of action ahead. There is this Petrovic type of position in Sindarov against UNG. Massive trades happened, but white has some initiative, so black has to be precise, I guess. And look at the clock of Sindarov. He has been blitzing out all his moves. Then what do you make of the other games, like for example Vincent against Pretke?
I do not know. I do know the board is on fire in Haik Maturosyan against the very solid Mustafa Yilmaz, where I'm not sure what is happening, but there's a knight on g5, pawn on g4. What was this?
Yeah, it has to be a Ragozin, I believe, because it's something that rings me a bell, having looked at when I was still playing. Let's just very quickly go through, and I'm amazed. It just shows the level of depth of preparation by also Yilmaz Mustafa, a very big theoretician, and also Haik Matrosyan with the white piece, always super aggressive. Queen a4 check. Yeah, that's kind of a very trendy line, provoking that knight to c6. Now again, we see the same narrative that black's pawn on c7 is stuck. So now white would like to play a solid little kind of chess, but black is the one who is now trying to prove that, okay, you forced the knight to c6, but it's a tempo, and I'm willing to open up something in the center. Rook e8.
Same idea like Ali Reza, no? You're willing to lose a tempo to have that knight on c6. There was d3, d4. He has queen a4 and queen c2. Knight on c6 was one move. Anyway,
Yes.
all theory.
And this is a modern treatment, this rook e8 and bishop f8 back. With
I
the
know
idea
bishop
to...
e2 I was very happy about at some point when I quote-unquote found this, because I think they used to go a3, but bishop e2 is a better move.
Yes, but okay, now black wants to go knight b4 and then c5. So it's a question, how do you stop it? Yeah, do you stop it with a3? Then black will most probably play e5 and break in the center. So white ignores this. White opted for bishop e2. Let them play knight b4 just as Jan indicated. Queen b1. Black captured on c4. Bishop takes c4, b6. a3, bishop a6. Yeah, this is actually the point of knight b4. You don't want to lose a tempo going back. Then things would backfire. You use this tactical opportunity to develop the bishop. White retreats with the bishop. It's a very smart move. Black takes on e2, knight takes on e2, knight goes back to a6, and now this knight looks strange, but just give black one or two moves, c5, and everything will be fine. So white has to be very energetic here in order to try to justify that he can play for an advantage. So white expands in the center, e4, e5, hitting the knight, followed by knight g5. It's kind of a very thematic attacking idea. So things are
my preparation
escalating.
was something much more boring. I thought this e4, c5 looks too dangerous. Let's play something like castle, c5, b4, and pretend we have the smallest of edges. But of course, e4 is much more principled. I recall when I was clicking at this, I was gonna do something like this.
Yeah,
hope for
very,
some,
very
some tiny advantage.
Yeah, tiny, and you have draw in the pocket. Yeah, that's the most important.
Of course.
Yes, but yeah, Haik is a very interesting player because with black, I think he's very solid. He wants to make sure that nothing happens to him, but when he plays from the white side, he's super aggressive, never shies away from complications.
Oh.
In this,
so they both prepared all this, yeah? Like it looks like they're both playing quickly.
Yes. Okay, now Haik is the one who slowed down, which is kind of annoying, yeah, that you are willing to enter this very sharp line, hoping to surprise your opponent, but Yilmaz Mustafa is just so well prepared all the time. Knight g5, f5, g4, h6, hitting the knight, because black has to react, just to highlight that f take g4 would be a crazy mistake, because queen takes h7, checkmate would end the game on the spot. This also explains why black wants to kick that knight away from g5, and the knight is not moving anywhere. White reinforces it with h4 and offers, please sir, take this knight, let me open the h file and create very, very serious mating threats, like something like rook h8 check, king takes h8, queen h3 check, king g8, g6 with queen h7 to follow. Feels like almost checkmate on the spot, so be careful.
Can't touch this.
Definitely, and this is what Yilmaz said. Yes, now I will not take the knight. Thank you very much. You are still threatening my pawn on f5. Let me just protect it. Queen d7, and show me the follow-up. gf,
I don't see it.
ef on the board. This is the current position.
What do you do here? Can you go e6? Looks loose for white. That's why I didn't want any of these advantages.
Yeah, but this is how it goes. Yeah, if you are ambitious, you can win, you can lose, and we talked about this. That's why it's so important in this tournament to keep on going forward. Yeah, because then you are facing players also who are very ambitious, and that gives you also chances from the black side to win games.
Absolutely. What a mess.
So how do we handle this position?
I was thinking about e6, but I didn't like it. Like queen c6, queen takes f5, and I don't know what you do, but it feels shaky for white. Knight f6 or...
Wow, it's kind of funny the way you formulate. Yeah, it looks like black is about to get checkmated. White has won a pawn with queen f5, and you call it shaky for white. Very nice.
Yeah, but if I don't checkmate, and I didn't see checkmate, like, I don't know, I might have some issues as well. h1 is hanging, hg5 one day will become a topic. Where does my king go? I didn't like it.
Yes. No, I perfectly understand. I just wanted to highlight for the public, yeah, that what a deep player you are, yeah, that you feel the danger. That's why you are also so careful.
Paranoid. Hike has no such worries, but he will have to show us.
Yeah, wow, it's a crazy position. The big question is, how deep is Mustafa's preparation? Did it stop, for example, at queen d7, that yeah, gf, ef, and according to computer, it's kind of fine, and it anyway will never happen? Or if it happens, I'm kind of expecting it. Nowadays, there
At
is
some point,
also...
you gotta stop. You can't prepare everything. Just too big.
Exactly. Yeah, that's the trick. And also that often you reach this position over the board when you did not expect it. Yeah, that's another story. If you know exactly that your opponent plays like this, then it's very comfortable. You prepare, you check every crazy sharp line with the computer, you feel fully armed. That's exactly the reason why the modern players are mixing things up. You never even know the first move. It can be anything, because they just don't want to be caught in the opening.
Yeah, it's just very tough to play against. Deep computer preparation of your opponent is expecting everything. So being unpredictable, more important than ever. Did not work out for Hike today. At least Yilmaz knew the line, even though, as you mentioned, maybe not for today. Someone who's unpredictable is Hikaru Nakamura. Maybe not in the opening, but what is he doing with his bishop? He's moving back and forth, because the bishop is on f4, and I was looking, I thought normal position, then I thought, hey, wait, didn't he play bishop c3, like in the opening?
Yes, and this is how we are finally in Queen's Indian territory. Yeah, just probably we should very quickly show what we are talking about for our audience. What we are referring to is that after knight f3, b6, usually this type of positions arrive from these old classical main lines like castles, knight c3, knight e4, bishop d2, d5, c takes d5, e takes d5, and then rook c1, bishop f4. And look at the position. It's very, very similar. That's what we are talking about. And here, it's modern chess at its best. After knight b7 in the kata, Hikaru first placed his bishop on c3, provoking some decision from black, like b7, b6, which slightly weakens some structure. Now c takes d5 happened. Yeah, that's the whole point. Black's pawn is not yet on c6, so he can't capture with the c7 or the c6 pawn back to d5, keeping it symmetrical. And after c d comes the point of the big regrouping. Bishop d2 back. The bishop has nothing to do on c3. The knight is the one belonging there. It's beautiful nuance, and I'm always loving this kind of finesses.
Yeah, he's happy to play the structure, even losing a couple tempi.
Yes, usually black's knight is somewhere on b8 or this, definitely not on f6 yet, and rook c1, c5 had been played.
Oops, so on paper, good version for Caruana, but maybe was forced into structure he's not so familiar with or didn't want to play. So I would guess Hikaru also not terribly unhappy about the outcome of the opening. But if we compare it to some old Gelfand games, Boris always had a few more tempi with white, no? Like in these positions.
Yes, but the big catch is, and we understand things when we look at Hikaru's clock situation. Yeah, he has been basically blitzing out all his moves so far, which indicates that this is very much at least game strategy
Part of the plan.
from him. Exactly.
Yeah, very interesting.
All right.
Putting pressure. I don't know if anybody's putting pressure in Sindarov Yu Yang Yi. Now this looks like some long Petrov theory, no?
I'm not sure if it's there. Maybe it's some kind of a surprise, but yeah, definitely many trades had happened here.
It's known to Sindarov at least, so it's 1:42 on the clock. Where was the surprise? No, I think it's...
Yeah, let's take a look. So it's the Petrov. The good old classical line with knight c6 castles, bishop e7. So not the modern bishop d6, not the Chinese bishop e7, bishop f5. The old Kramnik.
This is how Kramnik
setup.
and the gang used to play, no?
Yes, exactly. c4, knight b4, bishop e2, castles, knight c3, bishop f5. All the nightmare scenarios are coming back from Brissago for me.
Sorry.
Yes, that's why I switched to 1d4. Yeah, I was already too desperate. I tried twice to fight in the Petrov against Kramnik, and he was just so brilliantly prepared that he forced me to 1d4. Main line. Rook e1, rook e8. Yes, and here there are two different alternatives. Bishop f4 being one of the main moves, or cd5, queen takes d5, bishop f4 being the other one. So here we see bishop f4, d takes c4, bishop c4, bishop d6. Exactly, this is the point.
But this is the position where the main line is or was rook e8, bishop takes d6, knight g5, h4 or something, no?
Yes, exactly. The good old...
Sorry.
Bless you.
I guess that's forced draw by modern standards, but just what I recall. Like, yeah, I think you take on d6 at some point, and now h4 or g3 or all kinds of nonsense.
Yes, yes, because you have to watch out for this trick.
H3 business here.
Yeah, you have to watch out for this trick that h6 loses to h5. I believe there was this trick, the good old trick. Bishop h5, queen takes h5, h take g5, and then king h2 was maybe almost the winning move, because you are setting with rook e1, and you are basically inviting queen takes e1, then you give queen takes f7 check, king h8, queen h5 checkmate. Very important that we evocated the king, and we are also setting to go rook h1, and it was very, very dangerous for black. So That's why the move queen e7 is solid, and only after queen g4 h6, and it was some knight h3, queen e4, almost forced draws happening in the good old days.
That's some amazing 2000s knowledge, still valid. What did Sindarov do? Queen d2 he played instead. That's, I guess,
Yes.
a fresher try. Probably
Yeah,
also
and
not unknown to Yu Yang.
and queen f6 happened, and now we see, yeah, suddenly some very, very forcing lines started to happen. Bishop g5, queen g6. Basically, white has to go with the flow, otherwise his play makes no sense. Knight h4, queen h5, pressure on the h2 pawn, and suddenly f3. Yeah, when you make moves like this, it's clear that this is some kind of a deep trap.
Compy.
Yeah, involved. h6, knight f5, queen g5, takes.
Yu Yang also either knew or found a way, but I would guess knew because he was playing fairly quickly.
And
now
he also has
some boring endgame.
Yeah, he has the Petrov spirit. I think this is very important to highlight because not everybody can play the Petrov. Yeah, it's for example, I personally analyzed it so much, but I never felt the temptation. I was much more the Marshall, Berlin type of guy. And one could argue that, okay, I'm famous for being solid. Why am I not playing the Petrov? But it was never exactly my kind of cup of tea. But those players who are Petrov players, they have this kind of feeling that when to go passive, when to go for move pair, move lines, which slightly worse positions are actually long terms not slightly worse. It's a very direct opening.
Often it's slightly ugly, no? I mean, then it peters out, but it can be slightly ugly. So you want your solid pawn structure as well. You want like harmony and peace.
Exactly.
Petrov, sometimes it can look a little shaky, but then it's a draw if you keep clicking.
Yeah, so okay, the opening was very interesting, but the resulting endgame looks absolutely holdable for black.
Yeah,
and
king of g6. Well,
let's continue. Let's take a look at Zhalmakhanov, yeah, because Ramazan Zhalmakhanov playing tournament of his life, the international master, the young Kazakh player with 2450 or something, shocks the world. And look at this again. He's up on the clock, way up on the clock, and also having some promising position, or is the computer overreacting?
he also has some deep preparation in random Sicilians. What's going on here? So,
yeah, what was it?
I know the opening, the what do you call this? The Taimanov.
Yes.
Bishop e3, a6, bishop d3, knight f6. Now queen e2, already rare, but I think the first computer move. So Zhalmakhanov did his homework for sure.
b5.
e5 takes, and e5. Things already getting very direct.
Wow, but this is the other catch, yeah, that I can't really recall Sam Savian playing the Taimanov, yeah, so he's e4, e5 player, I believe, yeah, he has been playing.
Tried to surprise, he's playing for a win, he's 250 points higher rated. But
yes, but it comes with a risk.
He tries himself, yes.
Exactly, e5, b4, so that's how things are escalating, because after e5, you usually want to play b4. It's a very typical Taimanov pause and reaction. The status quo of the knights. White takes on f6 because there is nowhere to go with the knight on c3. B takes c3, fg, bishop g7, b3, bishop b7, and that's a fascinating position. It's kind of old wisdom that if you have central pawns, that should beneficially in long terms. The queen on c6 with bishop b7 combo looks beautiful, eyeing the g2 pawn, which makes it impossible for white to castle short. And both kings are still in the center. So, Jan, what is your take? Why is computer preferring white here?
I think long-term king safety. The black king doesn't have any very safe hideaway. And for white, if you go long castle, king b1, there's no queen showing up on b2 anytime soon. Your king at least is reasonably safe, and then you can try to open lines or activate your pieces wherever the black king ends up going. I like this. I've never seen this before, this bishop e3, bishop d3, queen e2. But I will have to check. Looks like a very interesting way to combat the Taimanov, actually.
Yes, it looks because this bishop e3, bishop d3 combo is wonderful. We did talk about black's bishop on b7 being a monster, but the problem is the bishop on g7, which is biting its own pawn on c3. And basically, thanks to this pawn, white king will feel so safe and secure on b1. And if black ever castles short, then we might be seeing some queen h5, maybe also some h4, rook h3, rook g3 ideas. Things can really escalate here.
Yeah. No, I like this. I don't know how bad it is, but it looks like a pleasant position. White can still choose what pawn break he will opt for, depending on how black plays. If you go for f4, f5, h4, g4. Interesting prep by Shamakhanov. What is this? Because he's 21. It's not like he's 14. Of course, 21 is young, but not that young in chess terms. No, normally by age 20, we know who somebody is. Where has this guy been hiding?
Well, I think that there is also now some tremendous movement in Kazakhstan chess. Yeah, because with the World Rapid and Blitz being there, then the World Championship match between Dinglin and Jan Nepomniachtchi this year. Also, there were many junior side events during the World Championship match. Also, there was this tournament where Vincent also participated with many other international stars, this Rapid and Blitz event. So yeah, so much action. And I believe Vladislav Tkachov is doing some tremendous work there with the young Kazakh juniors.
Interesting.
So the big developments there.
For sure. Very impressive, because yeah, the guy is not playing like a 2-4-50 player so far in this event. That much we can say for sure. Is it time,
Yes.
Peter, to switch over to the women's section for a bit? We haven't seen them yet.
Yeah, let's take a look.
Hier ist das Resultat meiner Websuche.
Siri does agree, where we've had 4 co-leaders with 3.5 out of 4. Tan Zhongyi, Baby Sara, Anna Muzychuk, and Vaishali all facing each other. Baby Sara, she's not playing it safe. She's going for the King's Indian against Tan Zhongyi. But does she have a good position? I'm so confused by any King's Indian. Computer always says +1, but I don't know if it's a good +1, a bad +1. What's going on here?
Yes, I share your feelings. Yeah, I'm also not a King's Indian expert, but Black has kind of always been proving that yes, computer evolution is one thing, practical play is a different one. However, this situation with already the pawn on g5 and Black's knight committed to e8 to passivity does signal to me like White is achieving something.
Sometimes you see some games where white goes to h5 and then maybe even h6. Doesn't have to give checkmate on the king's side. The black bishop on h8 can be very, very buried, no? The knight on e8 as well against these pawns on h6 and g5. They can be very bad news.
Okay, for the moment we have to keep an eye on the g5 pawn. Yes, I'm not sure, because what were the last couple of moves? I think this is also very important to see. Okay, it was clear that White was playing with h3 setup, but how exactly? Yes, e5, d5, the Petrosyan variation, okay.
It was old
Petrosyan
school. I
stuff.
thought it was some bishop e2, bishop e3, but no.
Yeah, no, it all started with the Petrosyan system. d5, a5, h3, knight h5, and look at this, knight g1. Wow, okay. Beautiful.
Interesting. I think I've seen knight h2. I'm not sure if I've seen knight g1 in that.
So inviting knight f4, and then probably White falls back with the bishop to f1 or to f3.
Yeah, you just keep going back. Then you go g3, and we count who lost more tempo.
Yeah, and then we kick that knight away. So Black actually retreated with the knight to f6. And that's how we are getting. Yeah, exactly. What we kind of assumed. Knight goes to d2, knight c5, and g4. Thematic. Absolutely thematic. Knight e8, h4, c6, g5, f5, and that's the current state of affairs. How do you react now?
No, I just want h5.
Just h5? Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, I was warning you that you are softening the g5 pawn. You don't care, yeah?
Don't care.
I like to listen to you, but you don't listen to me. Okay, nice.
That's a weakness I have, yeah.
Yeah,
Stubborn.
and okay, you have this great justification, yeah, that you are taking and then bishop g4.
Bishop g4 is the trick, yeah. And then
Yes.
if I get this and knight f3, or without blundering the bishop, ideally, that's all I ever wanted.
Yeah, wow, okay. Makes perfect sense. And this is then very important. If after f5, white does not need to worry about the move f4, that's a great news. So h5, and you want to keep on going for h6.
Yeah, I think it's unpleasant.
I remember
Once
those
again,
games.
It's computer games. No, I think I recall some computer games with this.
No, the games that I wanted to refer to, and I wanted to ask your opinion, that those Tomaszewski-Griszczuks from 2014 FIDE Grand Prix and also 2015, when Tomaszewski was playing some brilliant games, beating Alexander Griszczuk. Does this look similar? I somehow feel this way.
Maybe, yeah. I know what you mean. At some point, Tomaszewski looked like he had the King's Indian all worked out, and he would always get his pawns there and win. Yeah, I can't recall move by move at all, but the idea certainly.
But look at this: white took on c5 immediately. I would feel that this is a terrible move.
I would also never do this.
Voluntarily.
DC96. I mean, after f4, of course, we'll do it.
Yes, because this is the big difference. Black's pawn is on f5. Wow. Why?
Might be a good move, but to dinosaurs like us, this is shocking, Peter. I also don't think it's a good move, actually. Knight d6, and then we have fe4 still as an option. a4, b5 there. Black gets so much movement all of a sudden that wasn't necessary.
Yes, I'm just speechless because Tanzon G, in my mind, is such a nice strategist. Yeah, that I would have never expected her to depart from her bishop just like this.
Ausgegangen, nein. Sorry, I have some technical problems here.
Yeah, so queen c2. But okay, let me just go back to this position. What Jan meant was that h5. Let's go h5 because it's not clear what Black is really doing here. White has a clear idea of shutting Black's bishop completely down with h6. And if Black pushes f4, then we take, and justify our idea of giving up the bishop because of this bishop g4 move, trading the light squared bishops and being very happy. And by doing bishop takes c5, d takes c5, queen c2, we just feel like Black got so much freedom. Knight d6 is coming. I don't know. I'm actually not even waiting for White's moves to happen because I'm not even understanding what's next after knight d6. Do we castle long? Is that good? I'm just shocked.
Sorry, I had a massive crisis to manage here. My son's tablet is out of battery and he can no longer watch Paw Patrol. I'm home alone with the kids, so if there's no Paw Patrol, there's trouble here. But I found him a backup tablet, so it's all under control for now. As for the position, yeah, I'm with you. This was surprising. And now you take Black?
Yes, absolutely. Now we are becoming a King's Indian players ourselves.
Okay, give me the two bishops and the d6 square, I'll play King's Indian every game, but that doesn't usually happen.
Wow.
How's Vaishali doing? I think there we have the two bishops, but we might not take Black.
Not take Black. But we are e4, e5 players. We cannot
We might have
betray
to,
our...
but if you had to choose here, you'd still take white, right?
Yes, it's this g6, f6 construction is slightly loose. Let's take a look. It was somewhere some bishop takes e6. That's what I'm guessing. Knight f6, castles, bishop e7, and bishop takes e6. Yes, wow, okay. White is going for the anti-Berlin structures. D takes
Trendy
e6.
line also goes to
D6.
show Marshall very alive. He'll have to make it a Berlin now to get any kind of game.
Yes, and the Berlin with a6 extra, the bishop being on e7 instead of c5. Yeah, there are many small little details, differences, but the spirit of the position, I believe, does not really change. Bishop e3,
Knight
castles,
d7, one of the line.
knight
Not my
b2.
favorite, Knight d7, but of course. It's
Not your favorite. What is your favorite then? Tell us. Oops. Yeah.
I don't know. I hope I'm not misquoting my own course, but I think I wanted some bishop d6, h6, bishop e6 setups. This knight d7, I'm traumatized. I once lost like an 8-hour game against Luke McShane in German Bundesliga.
Yes.
It was a very painful Sunday morning, like knight d7. I did all the normal stuff, like whatever, f6, c5, knight b8, knight c6. But he prepared f4 for 100 moves, then g4, g5 for another 100 moves, and I lost. And ever since, I'm panicking about these positions.
Oh, wow. Yes. So you are trying to avoid the systematic play. I also
Yes.
think that, okay, there the bishop is on c5. Recently, black also started playing queen d6. Of course, bishop d6, going back from c5 to d6 is a thematic line as well. It always been. And now moving it from e7 or from c5 back to d6, it's basically the same.
Same position.
However, I'm the knight d7 guy. I'm not yet traumatized, and I'm not playing chess.
Nice.
So hopefully it will stay that way. And my eyes are shocked for the following, that after castles, knight b2, I just don't understand the move f6. Why on earth would black play f6?
Don't invite knight h4. Yeah, you don't need it. I agree.
Exactly. This is White's main idea. Just play the move rook e8, be flexible, wait for White to determine what she want to do, and then based on this, you can play f6, and then you are always ready already to play knight f8. It's a completely different situation. Playing f6, inviting knight h4 is exactly what White is hoping for in modern anti-Berlins. G6 now coming back to f3, seemingly losing a tempo, but that's what we talked about. Actually, black setup is getting weakened. Fabiano was doing some maneuver like this recently with the white side. Knight c5, d4, now white breaks the center, e4, knight d4, knight e6, takes on e6, queen e2, queen e8, and that's how we got this position.
Yeah, it's not such a big deal, but these pawns on f6 and g6, they're not ideal. Like bishop h6 is looming, pawns never move back. I don't know how bad it is, because we have the bishops and nothing too bad has happened, but it looks slightly shaky, no?
Yes, on the other hand, okay, it's the big question, will White be able to make good use of it in the next couple of moves? Because, okay, just give black a couple of moves like queen f7, rook f8, bishop f8, and we will be having completely different thoughts. We will be thinking that in long terms, black has the pair of bishops, and black can also advance on the queen side with c5. So I believe White has to be energetic. The big question is energetic how? Trying to go f4, f5. It's clearly after f4, the black will be playing the move f5 herself, blocking that advance.
So let's be energetic. I go bishop h6. I wanted to go rook f7 before you.
Okay.
Play queen f7, rook e8, and rook ae1, let's say, just hinting at.
Wow. Yes, and
e5
then you
for f4.
Yes. Yeah, this is actually super smart. This is super smart. I have a crazy idea. I don't believe it works. It's too shaky. Can I play c5?
You can. I was hoping I could annoy you with e5, but I haven't calculated. Let's go e5, see what happens.
Ah, wow. Immediately e5. Wow. I was just to highlight what I was hoping for. Yeah, that if you play f4, then I had queen b5 cheapo. That was my saving idea. But you just play e5, and if I play f5, you play knight f3.
I don't know, queen b5 I still have to think about, but yeah, knight f3.
But okay, yeah, this
e3, something like try to annoy on the dark squares.
In any case, you get access to the g5 square. Yeah, that hurts. Wow. Okay. So bishop h6, rook f7, rook a1. It's a very nice way, because bishop f8 would be kind of solid that I'm getting rid of that bishop, but it's kind of agreeing that I will be slightly worse.
Maybe I have to, but then at least it's a moral victory. Yeah, exchange the bishops and I can try to push a bit.
Yes. Now you don't need to do anything fancy. You can just squeeze the position.
With stabilize here, b3, queen e3, f3, and see what happens.
Exactly. There is no more pressure on white that white has to be energetic, because white has already gotten a stable advantage. Wow, okay. That's but actually it might be a very important moment. Yeah, if black gets queen f7 in, then rook f8, perfect harmony, and bishop h6 is the one that destroys it.
Yeah, no, it's a good point. It's much more concrete than we thought, yeah, because gotta unbalance the rooks. Let's see what happens, but so far Vaishali continues to impress. However, Anna Muzychuk, very experienced player, and black's position might in a way be slightly easier to play because white now has something to do, something to prove. Therefore, anything can stop you. All right, any other standout games, or are we going back to the open section?
Well, just very quickly to take a look at Goryachkina. She had a slow start because of her first game against Anna Matnadze. She was completely winning, and then she made some very uncharacteristic mistake, after which she had to be careful and had to save a draw. And now finally she's catching up. She won 2 games. She's now back to +2, and I believe she's showing her real strengths now, also having a great opening. Black has this knight on b4. Black is trying to create some counterplay on the king side, but somehow this grip, this queenside grip, gives me the feeling that white should be happy.
The bishop on b5 looks a little funny, no, with the pawns on a4 and c4. But I guess it can always be brought back to life by c5 or knight d5 whenever we need to.
Yes, and I somehow feel from the white side that just very natural play like queen e2, rook a d1, it will help you to target the d6 pawn. It will also eventually help you to set up all kinds of c5 breaks at some point with knight d. It's just looking promising. I don't see the mate yet on the king side, but you never know. Maybe after f5 things will escalate.
Yeah,
rich position.
That's one she has to win, no? If she wants to fight for the top places, white pieces, 200 extra points. Gotta win that one. Promising position.
Yes,
Stefanova also still up there after this painful defeat earlier. Doing what she does. e4, e5, bishop on c5, pawn on d6. This looks like vintage Stefanova chess.
Exactly, yeah, this is absolutely. And one curious moment I want to highlight. We have been covering so far Annie Ruber's adventures. She's playing one very strong play after another. Yesterday she lost to Teodora Ignác with a great counter-offensive from her opponent. And after losing, you get paired with Maria Muzychuk. It just goes on to show how tough this event is.
It's rough. But then again, white against Maria Muzychuk, at least Elina could show her preparation here in the Sveshnikov. Blitz out the first 20 moves. And here we are. I don't know if she's been blitzing out. Actually, she's not given by the clock situation, but certainly looks like she knew what she was doing. Now what's going on? You take the pawn on a4, or what do you do?
I don't know exactly what you do. Clearly, what you are highlighting, and just very quickly to show one of the main ideas of this variation, which Alexander Morozevich introduced against myself in St. Louis World
Oh,
Championship
sorry.
2005. Yes, and it was exactly the same. This G3 H4 Bishop H3 King F1 King G2 maneuver that was featured in our game. Now, of course, here Black is playing very energetically with A4 B3, going for direct counterplay. It's a very interesting and sharp way of reacting to this. I think it has a good reputation from Black side, yeah, that you create enough counterplay, but White has a very solid construction also in the center with knight D5, knight E3. Black has this monster knight on D4, counterplay against the B2 pawn, so the weakness on A4 and B2 are actually equaling things out. All right, so maybe it's time to go back to the open section, or
Yeah, let's have a quick look at the open section. Maybe we can go to the bird's eye view then. See if there's anything dramatic happening. If not, go on a break. What is happening?
good question. What is happening? I don't know yet. Suddenly, the bird's eye view disappeared. Ah, the bird's eye view is back. All right, nice. Wow.
We need a couple minutes to find out what is going on. Peter already sounds excited. We'll come back with all the drama in the open section in a couple minutes. See you then.
We have Magnus Carlsen's most incredible moments as world champion. This one right here is Vachier-Lagrave with the white pieces versus Magnus Carlsen in 2013. Here we go. So this is a Nimzo Indian, famous variation, right? And the last move here was B3 from Magnus, just saying, hey man, I'm trying to queen this pawn. And of course, Anand is saying, I'm trying to mate your king. Cool, you can get your little queen. I'm just going to try to checkmate you, right? So of course, this is a hint to move F5, B3. And he's like, cool. Vachier-Lagrave says, hey, okay, you can get this queen. I'm going to try to go for mate. So he goes queen F4. Get another piece in the game. This looks very, very dangerous here. Knight C7. What the heck is going on? Knight to C7. He thought it'd be something spectacular. He was like, yeah, I'm waiting for this one. But it's just knight to C7. Defensive move. Cool. Allows F6 to happen here. F6 is going to take on G7. It's going to be kind of annoying, scary things happening with knight H5. Magnus plays G6. Okay, it's locked up. It's going to be scary if a queen gets to H6. Also, if the queen and a rook get to the H file, it's going to be a wrap for Black here. Magnus is going to be mated. Okay, cool. So Magnus understands that. Vachier-Lagrave understands that too and plays queen to H4. Where is he going, class? H6, right? He's about to mate. He's also trying to get the rook over here too as well. Okay, cool. With that being said, your move. What do you do now? It's Black to move. Here's the move, hence knight c7 to put the knight on e8. The saying goes, a knight on e8 is actually f8. That's is what they say. There is no mate. Anand understands this. He said, oh, there's no more mate. That's cool. I'm gonna put my queen right here. What I'm trying to do is bring the rook up to f3 or f4 and actually go for this mate on h7 because you stopped the g7 mate. That's cool. Perfect. Well, Magnus understands this. So what does Magnus do in this position? Black to move. Here it is. Magnus says, cool, you want mate? Okay, that's cool, that's cool. Go for it. B2. Do your thing, big fella. Go ahead, Vachier-Lagrave. So he says, okay, I will, young fella. Rook F4. He goes here and he's going for rook H4 mate. Wow. This is scary. Well, are you going to get your queen? You did all of this. Are you going to get your queen or not? Of course we are. B1 queen. Right, and after B1 queen, knight to F1 from Anand. And the move here that seals the deal is what, guys? There's two queens on the board. Magnus has two queens, but is he getting mated or not? It's Black to move. he goes queen e1, and then the game's over. The game ended right here, believe it or not. There is no more PGN, right? What do you mean, queen e1? What sense does that make? Well, let's see what happens. The idea here is after queen e1, where were you putting your rook? h4. Well, I can just go rook h4, but guess what? After I capture it, queen sacrificing one of my two queens. After queen takes h4, let's do a piece count. You have a queen, you have a bishop, and a knight. I have a queen, a bishop, a knight, and a rook, guys. So after that, this is done, right? I have an extra piece, an extra rook, and there's no mate here. So that's a resignation. And Magnus wins. That's incredible, right?
Welcome back, everybody. Round number 5 of the FIDE Grand Swiss 2023. A lot of excitement. The games have just begun. It feels like Vachier-Lagrave will go to the open section. We left with the bird's eye view. Anything that caught your hawk eye?
Absolutely. Look at this. Esipenko, being unfamiliar with the position, still convincing himself to go for the maximum complex fight with king h1, preparing the capture of f take g3 after the trade of bishops on g3. I'm just loving it. It just shows that he wants to fight for the maximum.
Fabi, did he have to go g5? You often see it in these structures. I guess it's sort of normal. But still, extreme measures to break that pin.
Okay, but look at this, because king h1 had a great point. After short castle, he follows it up with knight d2. So white's intention is pretty clear, playing f4, targeting that bishop on e6, eventually also getting the knight back to f3 and to e5. So black might be forced to react. And here we see the big difference. With white king already on h1, the bishop takes h2 ideas are never really working for black. That's already also taken care of. So I'm just loving the way how Andre is actually spicing things up. h6, bishop h4. So I'm not sure at all that Fabi wanted to play g5. It's more like he might have felt obliged because of the threat of f4.
Interesting. Let's see how the game went. g5, bishop g3 takes, and f takes g. Still double-edged decision, weakening the e3 pawn, but opening the f-file. King g7.
King g7 played, and here we are, yeah. And look at the evaluation bar. Starts appreciating white's play. I'm not exactly sure how to benefit, but I do feel that I would love to be white here. There are so many different slow maneuvering ideas, just slowly building up, maybe even going for some direct kind of initiative. I'm just feeling like I'm spoiled with choice.
Wow. I'd be panicking. Long-term weaknesses.
No.
What do we do? h3, g4, knight e2, knight g3 I would want to do, but I don't know if I can make all these moves. And even if I make all these moves, what's next?
No, that wasn't on my radar, but let's just highlight. So Jan's first instinct was h3, g4, knight e2, knight g3, and then something. Follow it probably by doubling on the f file, but it's a bit slow.
Slightly slow, I'll admit, yeah.
But on the other hand, black has this real problem with his bishop on e6, that due to this bishop on e6, your idea h3, g4 is also lovely in this sense that it makes black's bishop stuck on e6. Black might have some ideas like bishop g4, bishop h5, bishop g6, transferring that bishop to g6, making black's construction much more stable, and also the chance of getting counterplay against the weakness on e3 that you highlighted. So my reaction was that maybe I can just play slowly like queen c2, rook a1, and get ready for e4. Maybe somewhere I even gonna play bishop f5. That was also some kind of an idea, combining with e4 break. But for the moment, I haven't decided yet. I'm just so thrilled that I got the chance of playing f takes g3.
Exciting moment. And yeah, you were completely right with your read on Esipenko. He's not trying to be solid. He's not trying to make a draw. He's trying to play principled chess. He's not thinking about any of these things. He's just trying to make the best moves and see where it takes him.
I also feel like he's trying to show the world that, okay, forget about my rating. Yes, he was, we talked about this 2.5 years ago, Tata Steel, Vaikanze, 19-year-old Esipenko crushed Magnus Carlsen. He was 27-20. It looked like in 2 years' time he will be top 10 player. And then we know many things had happened in his life. And I feel like now he is showing that he wants to show that, yes, I'm here. I can play the Grand Swiss. I'm fighting for the candidate spot. And I'm not afraid of anyone.
Let's see if his bravery pays off today. Very complicated fight against Caruana on the board. On the neighboring board, Hikaru Nakamura with the white pieces against Sarana. Slightly slower battle. Hikaru caught up on the clock after blitzing out his first, 12, 13 moves. Now he's taking some time after c5. Went for knight to d2.
Well, sometime is even kind of a overstatement.
40 minutes.
It's understatement. Yes, it was. He was 138 at the moment when he played. So 35 minutes was invested on knight f3 to d2. Wow. Okay. Knight
What's
d2.
the idea after c takes d4? It's knight b5. Yeah.
Knight b5. Yes. Yes. Then knight b5. So trying to provoke black to capture on d4. We did see yesterday that Hikaru from the black side did not mind an isolated pawn and the monster knight on e4. It was even backed by the f5 pawn as well. Now it's, of course, a different kind of structure. I'm not sure that Sarana wants to be lured into... I once recall, hang on, it was the Petrosyan Memorial in Moscow 2014. I had some very similar construction with the black pieces against Dingliren. Very similar. And it came from a Queen's Indian. I was a little bit surprised, like what he wants. And I did not really understand. I also managed to make a rather easy draw. And after the game, Dingliren surprised me because I asked him what you wanted. And he said, yeah, he thinks that white is better. And after I checked with computer and really, if he would have played super precise, he could have gotten the advantage. And I started appreciating that, wow, yes, the young Dingliren has already its very special kind of strategic feeling.
Interesting. Or he did check with computer, or both. Knight d2. What should black do then? Not cd4? Knight takes c3?
Or just keep the status quo. Yeah, that's another kind of option. But how do we keep the status quo exactly?
Keep?
Yeah?
The problem is always rook c8, bishop h3 always annoys me in these positions. So I never know. Okay, rook e8 is still a move we can make, keeping the status quo. But then knight d takes e4. I don't know. It feels like we should do something.
Yes, and also rook e8 sometimes runs into some knight b5. Yeah, and it's very awkward to meet.
Also, yeah.
Knight c7. Yeah, one of my reactions was like, what happens if we just play a6? But I feel that it's too slow because then you might open up the center and I will be hit with some knight a4 eventually against my weaknesses. So yes, a6, we also see the evolution bar not agreeing. If I'm not mistaken, I actually captured on c3 against Dingliren in some similar situation. Maybe h6 is kind of a clever move, trying to make sure also that you might be able to play bishop d6, trading this monster bishop on f4.
But you're not afraid of knight d takes e4, like after any after h6,
Yeah,
let's say.
knight e4, knight e4. Okay, let's just check that how much really it happened. Yeah, takes.
Knight takes.
Knight takes, d takes.
Now, let's say d takes c.
Yes, exactly. That's why I was very worried of putting the pawn on a6. Yeah, that would make my situation much more vulnerable. Okay, bishop takes d5.
It's nothing here. Like, I was hoping I could target some stuff, but maybe not. Queen a4. You have queen.
Queen e7 or queen e8, queen e7.
Queen e7, and I'm out of ammo here.
Okay, queen e7, some b4, but maybe bishop, maybe queen e8.
Huh.
Yeah, not tolerating this queen on a4 for too long.
Yeah. No, maybe it's nothing. Feels like move by move. I need to be super precise now if I want something to happen, but maybe it's not that.
Yeah, because somehow I definitely don't want to take on c3 here. The reason why I'm mentioning it because I do believe that I reacted like this in my game against Dingley then. Knight takes
But to me,
c3,
this
b
looks
takes
natural.
c3.
Now you're forcing BC, and now you make some random move, rook e8 or whatever. Because now
Yes,
with c1 and
and
knight d2 don't feel so much.
And I was also doing something like bishop d6. I believe I also played the dark square bishops, and that's why I was surprised. Like, okay, where is my problem? How is my opponent planning to open things up? The only idea is this a4, a5, but come on, okay, this should be doable for black. So yeah, maybe knight takes c3 is a clever way of reacting even here.
Hikaru certainly has achieved that Caruana has to take a lot of complicated decisions, no, like strategically. Tactically, he has to calculate cd4, knight b5. So a lot of work for Caruana. Objectively, doesn't look like he's doing too badly.
Yes, it's objectively it should be fine for black. Yeah, after all, and knight takes c3 played, well played. I think
There
this
he
is a nice decision. Solid choice. All right, let's
Alexei
continue.
Caruana, I'm not sure if all viewers are so familiar with him. We've mentioned, I think, yesterday, and we're big fans of it. I'm certainly a big fan of his white games in Rapid and Blitz to study. Even his Title Tuesday games, he usually plays the same lines, 1d4, puts a lot of pressure, goes very deep, and always a big pleasure to watch him play. He's also done tremendously well in the World Rapid and Blitz. I think he finished, I don't know, in the top, at least in the top 10 in the Blitz tournament. Was playing very, very good chess. I don't know his exact finishes, but he's shown the world he can play, and his classical rating has been catching up. I think he's slowly moving in to 2,700. People certainly will know who Caruana is. Also, he relocated, I think, to Serbia, so probably things are a little more stable on his end there. Now, hopefully, he's a very good player. I'm a fan.
Yes, that's for sure. But okay, moving on to Firouzja against Hans Niemann, because we left
Not
off.
familiar with those guys.
We were not familiar with the opening, yeah, with this rookie one that came as a total shock to us. Then it made perfect sense after black played knight c6 d4. We thought like, wow, yes, Alireza is super smart. Then Hans playing the move a5, which actually I like a lot, not showing yet.
Makes sense.
Yes, not showing the cards yet, waiting for white to decide. And look at this. We have been criticizing black's knight on
I'm
c6,
shocked
and
by this, yeah.
yeah, we explained that white lost the tempo with dc and then d4 in order to provoke that knight to c6. And all of a sudden, what Alireza does to us, to Jan, it's knight c3, putting that knight in
Still
front
hate
of
it.
the pawn.
You could explain it that he's preparing e4, but it's still disturbing. Looks like, I don't know. I played this match online against a friend of mine who has like 1,000 rating, and he always puts pawn on d4 and then a knight on c3, or pawn on d5 and knight on c6. I keep telling him he shouldn't be doing it because it's not harmonious and weakens the d4's pawn. And now, with this game, how will I ever convince him that knight c3, knight c6 aren't the moves to be played here? A bit rough.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm also angry about all this Jobava London and so on. Yeah, D4 knight c3.
Yeah, all that
People are
nonsense. Yeah, people are
yes.
saying, but I watched the course on the Jobava London. Yeah, it's still ugly. D4, knight f6, knight c3. You're not supposed to play like that.
Yeah, that's
Badur.
also the
Badur making life very tough.
education that I got as well. Yeah, that you just don't play like this, and it's very difficult. But on the other hand, whenever White plays it and wins in 20 moves, then I feel like, yeah, maybe I should also be. Maybe it's a big mistake that I'm rejecting it on general grounds.
I understand sometimes you get some initiative and some tricks and so on, but I still believe. The D pawn and the C pawn are friends. You shouldn't like put this knight on C3 in between them so they can't talk to each other. Of course, there's always exceptions here. Knight C3 was preparing E4. That's why Niemann went knight to E4, and now knight B5 is trying to use the weakness of the B5 square because black played A7, A5. But this modern chess, these kids and their knights jumping all over the place. It's not my chess. A4, bishop F4, what's next? You give up the bishop?
Bishop D6. Wow. Okay, every single move shocks me. It's
very random. Looks like
yeah,
a Fischer
but
random game starting from a normal position.
yes, somehow giving up the bishop like this is not natural. Definitely not natural.
But maybe it's
who
good.
knows?
If knight takes
Yes.
D6, C takes D. White lost all these moves horsing around. Maybe it's just good.
Yeah, this actually looks
B6
really
is coming.
good.
E5 will be looming.
Yeah, and White
on
has no
A4 is
real
great.
play. Yeah, bishop on G2 is stuck. Yeah, it's blocked. Yeah, so that would be the justification. However, somehow I still cannot believe that it could work like this. So let's think, what could be the move? Is something like C4 an option? Should we just ignore? What do we do?
95.
play
Might
C-
as well keep the symmetry to all the same nonsense that black did.
But 95, then you take? And then you take on D6. No, D, bishop C5?
D, bishop C5, and I'm
And
all
you
over the place
take.
here.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
take.
that's what I was hoping, but
Okay.
how does it go? D, queen D8, rook D8. I can take a pawn here.
You can take a pawn, plus also you have now
And rook
this
D1
good
is
knight
coming.
against
Yeah.
the terrible bishop. Yeah, the pawn is hanging, rook D1.
It's fine.
Even somewhere these bishop E3 ideas like tripling the e-pawns, but then playing the good knight versus bishop is something to keep an eye on. Wow. 95 on the board.
Ale,
Wow.
what a weird game.
It's a
Both
Fischer
sides
random.
are showing they're free thinkers. Yeah, like, okay, you play a weird move, rook E1. I go knight C6, I don't care. Okay, D4, okay, A5, okay, knight C3, knight C6, A4. It's completely random. But
Yes.
every move makes sense. I mean, it's not like they're making random moves to make random moves. They're just understanding chess on a different level.
Yeah, it's also very refreshing to see things like this happen. Yeah, it just also shows that chess is such a rich game. You have so many different approaches.
Still alive. Chess still alive.
Very much. Very much. So how do we react to knight e5? Because so the most natural knight takes e5 might run into trouble after d takes e5 and all this trade on e4 as well. Then how do we play?
I don't know. This position is above my pay grade.
Wow. Just like this, giving up?
I'm giving up.
Hang on. And what happens if you go out of the box and we take bishop takes e5? Computer is not that happy, but I have a specific idea like d queen e7. I wanted to try something like this with queen c5.
Huh? C4, you go queen C5?
Wow, now you play c4, yeah? Okay, it's I hope that I will have some special attack on the f2 pawn. You just ignore, yeah?
No, I didn't really want to ignore. I want to take some of your stuff, like bishop e4, knight c7, but maybe it's too greedy.
According to computer, you are doing great, yeah. But taking on c7, you have time, yeah.
See?
Wow. Wow, and this that I'm hitting e5, I'm hitting c4. This does not count, yeah. Only when you are hitting the pawns, yeah. Not fair.
That's how it works. I want queen d6, rook d8. I wasn't sure what was happening. Can I take? Then probably not. Now queen d6.
Yeah.
I thought.
I was worried, yeah, that you might sacrifice the queen for 2 rooks, and it's not even really a sacrifice. It's okay. Yeah, you outplayed me. This c4 was brutally strong. Brilliant
But
move.
what does black do? We still don't have a clue.
Yeah, because okay, if we just wait with something, can we just ignore? Yeah, just play a move like queen e7 or but I don't know. I don't have such good feelings.
No.
It moves like this. Also, I don't want to touch any of these f6, g5s. They are weakening. Then white will probably take on c6, take on d6. And it's a long-term weakness.
Okay, fresh plan. Pawn to a3. What do you do?
Wow. Okay, that actually makes some sense.
Because of b3, I'm hoping knight takes e5 and then some bishop b4. At least I can bother you.
Wow. Okay. And now we understand also why the players are spending so much time. It's such a very special position. It's not
random.
Yeah. It's nothing of the normal stuff. a3. How should I? Can I maybe take it? Is that a move or it's just too ugly? If you're already talking about strange things.
And knight takes e5, just de. Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, but okay, it's also you destroyed my pawn structure. I'm not so happy. So okay, if I play the most natural b3, then you take on e5 and bishop b4 also disturbs me.
That's what I wanted, yeah.
Wow, just one little touch. a3. Why didn't it cross my mind? I'm feeling embarrassed. Knight e5, a3. a3. It will be played. It will be played. I feel it.
Won't back down.
Yeah, it's also very much Hans' style. He likes to confront. Always he likes confrontation.
Do you like to watch his videos, like his streams, or when he announced he was back? Do you follow?
No, I didn't watch any streams. I had no time to follow anything. I just know that he is back now. I'm following his games, and usually during tournaments, I'm always following the interviews of the players. Yeah, because I want to get this psychological feeling. Yeah, that how do they feel, what they think is important, what's on their mind. For example, he did reveal that he is interested of renting a motorbike or an e-bike to go around the island, which shocked me because I think it's a wonderful idea, but that should be done before the tournament or after the tournament, but not during.
Also, that's a new Hans. No, I thought he doesn't leave the hotel, orders Uber Eats or whatever delivery is available. Does nothing else. Now he's exploring the island on a motorbike. That's a twist. No, we're different. I never watch interviews during tournaments. I just check if there are no tournaments. I check for gossip. Like I check Reddit chess, see if there's any gossip. But
okay.
That motorbike thing is fascinating.
Yes, and he also revealed that the food is amazing. Yeah, I was so happy to hear this, that people are, that he told that there is not much destruction in Isle of Man. Yeah, you can focus on chess, a part of the brilliant food. Yeah, it's true.
Starting to understand why it's your favorite place in the world. Like, sometimes it doesn't rain, not a lot of distractions. Sounds like just a place.
Yeah.
Where shall we go to distract ourselves?
Yeah, because
Caruana, some stuff is happening already. Pawn to e4 was played.
Wow, okay. So pawn to e4, white tried to break immediately in the center. Yeah, it makes a lot.
The bar is not a fan. The bar is not a fan.
Well, but look at black's reaction. I think that
Two pawns.
it's so easy to miss. So easy to miss, yeah? That
How's that easy to miss? It's the most obvious move. Take the pawns.
No, come on. After e4, basically you
Queen
think that
b6, targeting d4, b2? No. I understand we're team Esipenko here, but that move is yes to think of.
Okay, I understand, but what I wanted to say that white has so many different options. Yes, so he's convincing himself that should I play slowly, just preparing my pieces? Yeah, it's kind of a question, and then he convinces himself, no, let's go for the direct attempt. He might be considering d takes e4 and all the following traits, and then suddenly Fabi blitzes out the move queen b6, ignores the seemingly big threat of e4 e5, which was not played, and probably it isn't good, but it's a brave choice, queen b6. Andre actually opted for e takes d5, which is already a little soft move.
Now it feels like he's switching to damage control. Knight takes d5, black all of a sudden very harmonious, d4 hanging, b2 hanging. This went well for Fabi.
Went very well. Yeah, everything makes sense. Now also because things opened up too quickly in the center, one has the feeling that white will never have time slowly to target black's king on g7. This e4 was, because of this brilliant queen b6, e4 probably we can call it premature.
Yeah, mistake, and the tables have turned. And of course, that's also what the Caruanas of the world are hoping for. They want the ambitious opponents trying to test them and then relying that they will make better moves, get their chances. This might be a chance for Fabi now. As usual, I'm willing to change the narrative. 180 degrees with the engine bar. Now black is better, so we switch to Team Fabi.
You switch to Team Fabi.
Of course, instantly. I know you're
I'm
more
not
loyal.
feeling. Yes, I'm feeling sorry for Andre. Yeah, that he got fooled by being too ambitious. Yeah, it's kind of unpleasant. And yeah, Fabi is just amazing. Yeah, he immediately senses this moment that his opponent is not sure exactly what to play for. He makes a committal decision with e4, and Fabi is not hesitating at all. Yeah, he jumped on the possibility. Queen b6.
It's ruthless. Speaking of your guys, Vincent Keimer, the top German player, has the white pieces against a very solid and well-prepared Alexander Pratiky today. Yesterday we saw this amazing Pratiky game against Eric Gaisi, while Vincent got lucky against Volokitin when Volokitin won the rook with his touch piece thing. How's Vincent doing today? Is he better? Doesn't look like much.
Yeah, I'm also not sure at all. I feel like black should be fine with this construction. The knight on b6 is
Can we take b7?
awkward. That's a question. I think that was all about. Yeah, let's just very quickly go through the early stages. So it was, wow, d4, d5, c4, dc4. The queen's gambit accepted. I'm not
Good
sure
opening.
that was expected, but now is every single player is kind of ready to play it. And Vincent opted for knight with d2, cd knight d4. So
Bishop
this
c5
line,
is some theory. Yeah, bishop d3 was Vincent's try. There
castle
was some
knight
games here,
d4.
b3 or whatever.
Yes, and
Very
then
classical.
queen e7. And somehow this bishop was never taken. Yeah, it kind of surprises me, but probably black gets too many tempis or what?
Also modern chess, no? Because we used to learn if you get this knight e4 in, then you have to take and white gets some initiative. But now they say, okay, you can have my bishop. Check your engine. Like, it's equal.
Yeah, so Vincent just followed it up with bishop d2, but this gave now black the chance of capturing on e4 and playing knight f6, harmony. And this is where I slowly start losing faith that white can really fight for advantage. Knight b3, I'm not such a fan of this knight. Bishop d6. bishop c3, bishop e6, rook fd1, with the intention of bishop takes b7, and Praggnanandhaa ignores the threat of bishop takes b7 with rook ac8, which indicates that what's in store after bishop b7? Is he planning just to take and then knight e4, or?
Has to be. No, what else is there? Bishop b3 doesn't do anything. Yeah, he has to take. Rook d6, knight e4.
And looks like massive trades are ahead. But okay, is black winning back that pawn? Okay, we are falling
Where do we
back
go?
with the
Rook
rook.
back to d1?
Yes. Okay, black has great compensation, but
Looks like it should peter out, but we're still a pawn up now.
yeah. On the other hand, okay, these guys are not really moving, yeah? Look at this construction.
Yeah.
It's,
So you're saying just some slow move, even some f6, or no, still fine, isn't it?
Yeah. Okay, the question is that is any scenario when knight a5 will be a problem because the knight on e4 is slightly loose.
Mhm.
That's the only thing I'm worried of with black. And I don't want to trade on c3. Yeah? I feel like if I have to trade something, then it will be easier for white to understand what to do.
Yeah, play it directly. Bishop f5. What happens?
Ah, like this. Okay. Not for compensation, for direct assault.
Direct tripos.
Yeah. No, this probably just equalizes on the spot. Because okay, queen e2 is yeah, queen e2 is like a drawer. Queen c1 is too passive. Queen c1. Not a fan of this.
Yeah, it's unclear
Just
how to untangle it.
yeah, no, with queen c1, because now already knight a5 will do absolutely nothing. I'm a little bit worried, not that black's counterplay will be even stronger. Wow! So actually, brilliant play there by Praggnanandhaa with rook a8, ignoring the threat of bishop takes b7. That's a game changer. So basically, I would say that it could have been that Vincent missed this move. Yeah, he was counting on that if after rook fd1, black has to react against the bishop takes b7 threat, and also knight a5 is coming. It's a move pair move position, but rook a8 is just in time.
But let's go back to this line.
Yes, bishop b7,
Queen
b7,
b7,
rook d6,
rook d6, knight e4, and
knight
knight
e4.
a5 here. Checked,
Here.
I have to admit. Its computer says 0-0, but this at least looks playable.
Then I
Queen
have to
to
fall back to
a8.
a8. Yeah.
And rook b6. Now we have a square.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this already
This
makes
looks
some
much
sense.
more active, at least. Yeah.
Yes. On the other hand, okay, some strange pieces there with rook b6, knight a5. Not that you end up losing something, but the queen on
Vincent is
a8
ambitious.
is
If he can take a pawn, then I think he will do it. Let's see.
well. Also, not clear what else he can do. That's
Exactly.
that's the other problem, because if after rook a8 you are not taking on b7, you are running a risk of maybe getting slightly worse. Bishop b4 might be a positional threat already. This bishop on e3 is a monster in these constructions.
Yeah. I keep checking here that position we had. Yeah, it wasn't so easy. Bishop d5 and some problems as well. f3, some queen a7.
Okay, let me
Okay,
just...
we're getting too far into it. Yeah, I was just curious why it's zeros. So
rook b6,
rook
bishop
b6,
d5, and then
bishop
f3.
d5,
Yeah?
nice move, and f3, queen a7, and then
Yes, it's
we're being asked some questions.
it looks shaky. Yeah, it looks shaky.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's not an
Tricky
easy
spot
choice.
for
So
Vincent kind of.
yeah, he has to make a decision. He also has to find a way how he feels that he is safe. Yeah, because I don't really believe that he can play for advantage here. All right. So what else? We haven't checked on Erwin Lamy against Artemiev. We have also Giri against Korobov. Okay, let's go first to whom? You decide. Erwin or Anish?
Before we go there, I want to say I'm back on team Esipenko because Fabi took on d5 with the pawn.
Wow.
And now after knight b3, looks like white is completely fine again. Why did he take with the knight? Why don't you just
Wow.
make all the first computer moves, Fabi?
He took cd5, yeah? And then knight
Yeah.
b3.
Now
Queen
white's
d6,
position
queen
looks
f3.
slightly better again, no? Harmonious. Yeah.
Okay, at least it makes sense, yeah? White's position makes sense. We are not risking much. Wow, that's the kind of shocking. And look at this. Fabi was almost not even spending any time. Yeah, he almost instantly took back with the pawn. Interesting.
Yeah. Surprising.
All right, but Erwin or Anish?
What was my choice? Let's start with Anish then.
Okay, because he plays against the super dangerous and very aggressive Anton Korobov, usually when he's white, but now Anton Korobov is black. Anish is playing against Korobov style. He's playing, I wanted to say a Catalan, but no, this happened from a Slav with d takes c4. Can you believe this?
Yeah, I was checking the opening earlier. I thought something had gone wrong for Korobov, but maybe it's not so bad. So this we know, knight b7, knight c4, knight b6, knight e3, bit of a sideline. I think knight e5 is more popular. I thought after knight e3 is supposed to play e6, but I'm not sure. Bishop g6 also exists. And then after a5, but yeah, after a5 we should go to d5, no? So Anton went back to d7, which looks very passive.
I never analyzed this position. I just never understood as a Nimzo, Ragozin, Queen's Indian player that why do you do this to yourself with black? Just never understood this.
That's a fair
G3,
point, yeah.
E6, Bishop G2, Rook C8.
But now it looks bad, is basically what I'm saying. Like a6 was looming, so you had to go rook c8. Even knight c4 now, you're cramped.
It's like a dream come true in the Catalan, yeah? That's why I was like, hang on, compared to that classical Catalan which I'm referring to, this is, but Bishop D2, very strange. Why Bishop D2? It feels awkward. This Bishop D2.
Knight c4, no? Knight c4, Bishop f4. Squeeze. And Compy hates it, yeah? That's why the bar dropped.
Yeah, but it just...
Knight c4, Rook d1, Bishop f4, yeah.
Very strange. It's like a half move, Bishop D2, yeah? You correct your opponent's mistake. Castles, Rook fd1, b5, okay, tiny little something, but we are stuck with this knight on e3. This is not to my liking.
Yeah, Bishop d2 was just very, very slow. Now after b5, the piece don't jump anymore. Yeah, knight c4 looked so nice.
Yes, it's kind of shocking, yeah, because Anish is so good in this type of positions, and I would argue that if he gets an advantage, then he's just merciless, and this Bishop d2, that's why it shocks me so much.
Some mercy. But yeah, now it's anybody's guess who's better why, because the knight on e3 is stupid. Some black's moves seem to be a little easier, like knight b6 is there, or queen b6. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, natural play. Yeah, knight a2, it's absolutely justified. Yeah, white wants to get access to the b4 square. So that's the plan.
No, queen b6.
Anish is relying on.
Looks like nothing. Queen b6, c5 is coming. So now e3 is so stupid.
Yeah, no, it's very strange. Very, very strange. All right, okay, we have seen. It was promising opening, but for some mysterious reasons, Anish didn't make the most of it. And Erwin against the very strong Vladislav Artemiev, who has just won the Russian Super Final with winning 6 games in a row. I think that's something that never ever happened in a Russian Super Final before.
That I do not know.
Okay, 6 out of 6.
But Erwin, I haven't heard of anybody scoring 6 out of 6 since Fischer, basically.
Well, Fabi did 7 out of 7, no, in Sinkfield Cup
That is true.
2014. Yeah, that's
And
that.
who was it? Gukesh. Gukesh had what? 8 out of 8 in the Olympiad?
Ah, yes, before this tragic blunder hit in against Abdusattorov.
Yeah.
Yeah, true.
Magnus, I think, won 6 in a row once in Vachier-Lagrave. So it has happened, but not a whole lot.
Yeah. And look at this. Erwin, I think Erwin's solid play.
Aaron is
signals
saying you
me.
can be as strong as you want.
Exactly.
Enjoy.
Not against me, my friend. Yeah, not against me. That's the message I'm getting. White is super solid. White is not really planning to create something big, but just restricts black and tiny little questions. It's always a pleasure to see how Erwin keeps the control.
But
95.
I'm not sure. If black plays knight e5, I think Aaron keeps the control by going queen d4, knight c6, queen d1 here. I don't think this game continues that much longer.
Wow,
I did
really?
it once
Yeah.
already.
Ah, they did it. Yes. Okay, but control is control. Yeah, it's just making
Always
sure
control.
nothing bad.
Yeah, he's controlling half a point.
Yes, nothing bad happens, and it makes sense. Yeah, because knight c4 is a threat.
Vladislav, baby, don't hurt me. Yeah, now this will be a draw. Erwin playing a great tournament, being super solid. He doesn't need to, or I'm sure he wouldn't mind, but he doesn't need to qualify for the candidates. He just wants to show. He can still play good chess. He can.
Yeah, he wants to enjoy. Now I'm also looking at some pairings. Wow, we have Rapport against Rasmus Svanne. What do you think about this?
Oh, we must see that. That's fire versus ice.
Exactly. Wow. Okay.
Rasmus probably out-prepared him. Yeah, he's slightly better out of the opening, but now the real fight will begin.
Yeah, Rasmus. I feel like Rasmus is a nightmare to face if you are a top player, because his style is exactly very strong against very good players. Yeah, he's very well prepared. He's super solid. He doesn't do any unforced errors. He makes all the natural good moves. He doesn't really give you a chance to jump on. And we have seen it in the first round. Hikaru had a tough time against him, and also Richie is not finding it easy.
I agree with you. And one reason I'm thinking about this is because I'm the German Bundestrainer, so I have to do the lineup for these team championships. So it's always tempting to put Rasmus on a high board when by rating he shouldn't be. But it's always in the back of my head. I know the Hungarians, you guys have been successful with that. You had like the likes of Sava Balog showing up on board too and so on. No, like
yes.
it's an interesting idea.
Csaba Balog in 2014 in Tromsø Olympiad shocked the world. Yeah, he just performed +5 or something on the second
he was
board.
crushing. He didn't hold the board; he just destroyed it. Yeah.
Yeah, because
Erdős, of course, but Erdős he should be board 1, of course.
Yeah, the point was that nobody really understood what's in this tactic. Yeah, that are we sacrificing Balog, or is he strong enough? Opponents were confused. They didn't know what to do, and who was the only one who managed to beat Xavi in this Olympiad? It was Ding Liren. Yeah, it just shows on that Ding was a monster. He was a beast already in 2014.
Yeah, that's for sure. Anyway, back to the Rapport Rasmus Svanne position. Looks like Rasmus did all the right things, no? Like, controls the center, bishop is on g6, gave up the 2 bishops, but opened the position with d5. I will play some king h7 move. Looks like black is very solid.
Yeah, always the question that how will black meet knight e4? Yeah, that's kind of, will you push f5? Probably you will, or not. For example,
Depends, yeah, let's say I play king h7, knight e4.
I play knight e4. Yeah, and then all these knight c5 jumps followed by bishop a4 are probably just answered by some very stable moves. Yeah, knight c5, b6, bishop a4, queen d6. That could be.
Yeah, you have to
easily
calculate
the reaction.
but it could also be that white is overextending a little bit, no? Knight B7,
Exactly.
Queen E6.
Yeah, it's just good for black. Yeah, it's interesting that what happened just very quickly with that because already Rasmus has outplayed Hikaru in this Italian, and he sticks to the same weapon with h6, rook e1, castles, knight b2, bishop b6. So Richie
Also very
must
German,
have
not allowing any bishop g5 nonsense. h6, you do your thing. Like, I'll play h6.
yes, and somewhere the surprise came. Bishop b3, maybe a5. Something should have shocked Richie because we see that black actually succeeded with everything he wanted. Bishop c2, rook e8, knight c4, bishop a7, and wow, okay, this is stunning. Completely open-minded after knight e3 to capture bishop takes e3. Wow, what is
I
this?
know, he's not open-minded. He just knows that's the first line.
No, but look at the computer does not exactly approve all this. But then couple of moves
It
later,
will at higher depth. It will at higher depth. I know Rasmus.
wow. Okay, it's a very big battle ahead. Richie needs to bounce back,
Can't wait.
but Rasmus
I'm
is super
rooting for
solid.
the German boys. What to do. There will be more after the break. But before the break, I should inform you about the 10K Community Club. And some very exciting news, the chess.com Community Club has surpassed 10,000 members. To celebrate the milestone, we're hosting a special arena tomorrow, October 29th. Hang on, October 29th today. Today, October 29th. Top finishers will win premium membership on both chess.com and Chessable. So don't miss out on this event. Use exclamation mark 10K in chat to register for the arena. Now is a good time to register since we are taking a break. See you in a few minutes today.
This Halloween,
Wow, for one split second, the position completely turned.
8 titled players,
The Hero has my facial expression in every game, says CK.
masks, mystery,
and the loser takes his mask off.
mayhem,
I don't see a move, but Freddy does see a move because bishop takes b3 at least attacks the rook.
unmask the fun,
Finally.
And Halloween Killer, I think you can take your mask off now. Just oh my words, it's a niche. No one knew it was a niche for that mask.
Shocking.
October 31st on chess.com.
Hey everybody, it's Danny here, and as you may know, chess.com and Chessable are now one, and I'm here to show you how you can make your chess.com and Chessable one in just a few clicks. To start, let's log in and connect our chess.com account. I just scroll right here above the browser and click login. Scroll down and click continue with chess.com. Now, if you're already logged into chess.com, it's just going to ask you if you want to approve that connection. I'm going to say yes, sir. But after approving, it'll bring you right back to the Chessable homepage. Now, the Puzzle Connect feature can be found under Tools, and you click Puzzle Connect. Now, what that does after you type in your username is it's going to pull positions from the games you played on chess.com, create your very own personalized Chessable course, and then quiz you with the positions where you may have missed the best move. And the more you play on chess.com, the more games it will have to quiz you as long as your account stays connected. It's pretty sweet, and it's going to help you get better learning from the mistakes in your games. Yes, this is a pro feature at Chessable, but if you go to chessable.com/link, you can get 30 days of Pro for free.
Round number 5 of the FIDE Grand Swiss 2023. We will jump right back into the open section, where in the game, Alireza Firouzja versus Hans Niemann. We have quite some developments. The game has been weird, and it just keeps getting weirder, Peter. What's going on there?
Wow, very interesting. We left off after 95. We were wondering how Black will react. You then find this great idea with a4, a3, which confused me. I think good news for Alireza that he wasn't confused with a3. Knight takes e5 followed, d takes e5, and instead of bishop c5, which did not work, Hans played the correct move, bishop e7. And Alireza follows it up with c4, with the energetic c4. It feels like white got something. On the other hand, we have to be very careful judging anything, because the move bishop d7 hits the knight on b5. It's a very nice little move, so easy to miss or underestimate.
What's going on now? Bishop d7 and knight to a3 has been played, if I'm not mistaken.
Exactly.
Do you have to do that?
Well, I'm also puzzled, and if you ask me, after c4 I was super happy. I thought like, wow, it looks, everything is perfect for white, and then this little move bishop d7, it hit me, because suddenly I'm not
after
sure
cd5,
that...
what's the point? Some knight f2, yeah? Like...
Knight f2, yeah. You have to calculate then some crazy things. Yeah, king f2, bishop b5. Thank you very much.
Yeah, dangerous.
Yeah, so it's nice to see. Yeah, these young kids, the youngsters are thinking completely differently. They are open-minded. They are ready to do some strange things and justify with weird moves. It's great to see. Bishop d7, a great resource.
Yeah, now after knight a3, feels like black is at least doing okay. No, now we can go, I don't know, bishop b4 or bishop c5. Let's say bishop c5. How do you react to it?
Well, since I was expecting bishop b4, and then probably I would have moved the rook to f1 back. Or, yes. So, okay, basically then after bishop c5, I will also most probably play rook f1.
Yeah, no, I don't know. What do I do? Bishop c6, so then queen c2. I'm still
Queen
slightly,
c2, yes.
Slightly stuck here.
This is the move that we want to play from white side. Yeah, that's a stabilizer. So bishop c6, then queen c2, and then again things make sense. But the knight on a3 is ugly. The knight on e4 is not trapped. It's a beautiful, very active outpost. All right.
So g5. One day I will blink and play g5. I don't know when and where, but it's there.
Yeah, the timing will be very important, but certainly one has to keep an eye on this move. So knight a3 on the board. I'm feeling like Hans has reacted very nicely to this knight b5, bishop f4, knight e5 idea.
Yeah. Okay, let's keep checking our top boards. Just quick status update. Hikaru Nakamura against Caruana. Looks like it's slightly stabilizing, although still sharp. Hikaru is just better, no?
Wow, knight d5 got a question mark.
Because you take the pawn. Or... no,
how do you take the pawn? Yeah, bishop e7, queen e7.
Yeah. No, I thought queen c2, but then you have some jumps in knight b4.
I start jumping, yes. I'm not sure. Wow, but okay, to make sense of all this, we have to go back where we left. c5, knight d2, knight takes c3, looked like a smart idea. And Hikaru, I think, yeah, rook takes c6 is a very high-class move. Evaluation bar maybe does not like it so much, but practically speaking, Hikaru wants to make sure that he's fighting against hanging pawns rather than blocking his own play with b takes c3. Queen d7.
One of the top two moves in the position.
D takes c5, b takes c5, and we are getting this kind of strange hanging pawn structure with the bishop on g2. I believe that Hikaru has tremendous amount of experience in this type of positions. is super dangerous. Knight b3, rook ac8, bishop g5, indirectly targeting the c5 pawn, yes, threatening some bishop f6. d4 feels wrong. Yeah, I wanted to say that d5, d4 is certainly not the move. I don't know what should have been played, but this one feels too shaky. Bishop b7, queen b7, rook c4, knight d5 played, another question mark, and then bishop takes e7, queen e7 on the board. Hikaru is thinking about his next move. So you wanted queen c2, and do you still go for it, or?
I know. What else is there?
Well, the situation is such. We do see the evolution bar saying that white has the upper hand. And
White is much better, yes? So we need to find something direct.
Exactly, because just give black one more move and black is perfectly fine. And that's at least our guess. So
it's queen c2 or queen c1.
C2.
It's basically the options here, or some e4, but that doesn't work.
Yeah, it's
knight b6 is nonsense.
Yeah, so let's try queen c2, falling into knight b4, but we kind of felt like knight b4 should be fine. We are hitting also the pawn on a2. Yeah. Pawn on e2 is vulnerable, and yeah, computer confirms that the most natural queen c2 is not the move. But then what is? Then what is? Don't tell me that it's queen c1, because that's a double exclamation mark move if it works.
I can check for you.
Okay, let's try it. Let's try queen c1. Wow, the evil bar.
It is queen c1.
Wow, okay. It's poor Sadhana, because Hikaru will be able to find it. I actually think that Hikaru will find it with over 40 minutes on his clock. But Sadhana, when going for this position, he might have felt like he's neutralizing the pressure. That's why he opted for d4, and will be in for a very nasty surprise after queen c1.
So the point is, if queen takes e2, knight takes d4.
Yes, using the pin. That's the problem.
Queen back, rook e1. Yeah, okay. No, it already looks nice. Boy.
Exactly.
Queen c7, knight f5, and there's some trouble.
Wow. Okay, but this is then such a big moment for Hikaru. If he can find this move queen c1, he might win the game, because the rest is, as we say, a matter of technique. Yeah, it's certainly a very good winning chance.
Yeah.
Yeah, how do we protect? Okay,
I have nothing to add. It's very forcing. Yeah, queen c1 takes the pawn. You can take on e2.
Yeah, or I just wanted to try one thing like rook b6, knight b6, rook takes c5, queen takes e2. I know I'm just losing a pawn, but yeah, knight d4, and even the knight goes to c6. No, this is total catastrophe. The point was that I was hoping on some rook c5, queen takes b2, but rook takes c5 is simply met by knight e2, and white just gets a winning endgame with an extra pawn. Wow, okay, then all eyes on Hikaru. If he finds queen c1, black is in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, we'll get back to this. But before, we'll take a little trip over to the women's section. And let's jump straight into the action there. See what's happening on the top boards. Tan Chongyi with the white pieces is facing Asaryeva. And it looks like Baby Sarah's having a dream King's Indian. No, look at these pieces. Knight on e6, ready to jump. e5, e4 in the air. g5 weak, as you said. It looks great for black, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, it's a very messy position. It's just because it's a King's Indian and it's out of control, we already think that it's fantastic. And it does look fantastic. Okay, the knight on e6, bishop g7, all the dark squares. Now that I'm getting the big screen with the position, it looks even better.
Maybe it's not so bad, but as a control freak, this is my nightmare scenario in the King's Indian. All these active options for black. Ooh, scary.
Yeah, and this is
So what
actually
does
the
White
reason
play?
why Black is playing the King's Indian, yeah, dreaming to get such
Yeah.
positions. Wow.
And again, maybe White just wins some h6, bishop h8, rook g1, g6. Maybe just too excited. But
No. Okay, let's check it out. But okay, h6, bishop h8. So rook d or rook h? Rook d, yeah?
rook hg1, I thought, but no idea.
Hg1.
Take one
okay.
of the rooks, yeah.
But when you play g6, then after ag, rook g6, king h7 will be there. So I can maybe just put the knight on d4.
Saying I don't threaten anything, yeah. And g6 I wanted, takes.
Yeah, I
King
take.
goes, other rook
Take.
comes.
Rook dg1. Okay, at least there is some play, but no threats yet. I might be able just to take on d5 twice. Can I do that? Just grab that pawn.
My fake attack is not scaring you the least.
Not really with this monster knight on d4, and I'm also not feeling that the king on c1 is so safe.
Yeah, fair.
Yeah, okay, that's basically the
rook g7. Even then, yeah, no, you're right.
Yeah, that's the reason why we are so skeptical. Yeah, we love Black because it just feels like the margin from Black side is so much bigger now than from White. One more mistake from the White side can cost the game. If Black makes an inaccuracy or mistake, I think it will just get very messy and unclear.
Great. Also, can't say I'm the biggest Tan Sheng-Yi expert, but the games I've seen, it normally looks like she's a fairly classical positional player.
Exactly.
So she probably also doesn't love it to have things out of control like this with all these positional long-term weaknesses against the two bishops, the d4 square, and so on. Yeah, this could be a great chance for Bibi Sara to score a victory.
Yeah, and Bibi Sara is so dangerous. Yeah, she's the player who keeps on winning the Blitz and Rapid. I think the Blitz section of the Blitz and Rapid World Championships. She is like a fantastic Blitz player. She has very good initiative, very good intuition for initiative. And here, okay, with almost 30 minutes on the clock and this very promising position, I find it hard to believe White's surviving this, to be honest.
Agree. But
all right,
we will keep an eye on it. On the second board, the two other players with 3.5 out of 4, the sisters battle. Vaishali, the sister of Praggnanandhaa, was talking about Praggnanandhaa in the interview, saying it's very helpful that they can discuss after the games. Praggnanandhaa sometimes also gives her opening advice. Must be nice. And Anna Muzychuk, the older Muzychuk sister of the former world champion Maria. Anna was historically usually the slightly higher rated, no? Then Maria became world champion. Now I guess it flipped a little bit. But both world-class players that we can agree on. What's going on in this game?
And I think Anna is playing very classical chess. Yeah, she likes to have things under control. Maria is more the adventurous type. And also in Vaishali's case, yeah, we see that she's always fighting for initiative. Now, this position rings me some bell because finally the construction that the players reached resembles me of the setup that Lenier Dominguez used to play in the anti-Berlin. And then this kind of endgame like rook d7, rook takes d7, just to illustrate, it's not force, of course. Knight takes e6, queen e6, rook d1. There was this debate in one of the lines, like
I know what line you mean. Yeah, this line where you go, yeah.
Bishop d6, bishop e6.
You get the
yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and then okay, there was a time like in 2015, computer was saying 0-20, and okay, Black will sit with bishop e7. White has this plan of h3, king h2, bishop f2. So let's just trade the rooks to illustrate, because the d file is not important at all. And then White has this plan h3, king h2, bishop f2, queen e1, bishop h4. So basically, based on this plan, the position isn't a dead draw. Otherwise, black would just be quietly sitting in this setup. And that was kind of a new wave. Then white was putting some pressure, then black was holding regardless, and then it disappeared. It went out of fashion. So I have no idea what was the final conclusion, but white was always tiny bit better, and black has to watch out for this bishop h4 plan.
Very interesting. Let's see if they get that endgame after queen d1, queen d7. Let's say it's quite likely, no? Like hard to keep the bishop.
Yes, the reason why I intuitively took on e6 just to eliminate the option of takes queen d7, it does not make any difference, because white can just sidestep with e2 and the white bishop anyway cannot run away. The light squared bishop cannot run away, but still intuitively I just wanted to make sure that this possibility is not there.
So what do we say? Likely to end peacefully, slightly better for white?
Yes, slightly better, and I will be very interesting to see if Vaishali will know this idea with bishop f2, bishop h4. It's a key idea to put some pressure.
Might not know it, might find it.
Yes, that's true. But Prag definitely during dinner will tell her that, yes, this is the standard plan, yeah? Nothing to be too proud of. It has been played many times.
I think Prag knows. Probably.
Prag knows, for sure, yeah, definitely.
Now news, Goryachkina is apparently winning against Kamalidenova on board number 3.
Wow, yeah, okay. Look at this domination in the center, and the light squared bishop, the monster knight on e5, and this construction, this a5, b6, c5 construction. So white was able to break with the timely c4, c5, which we talked about. Yeah, okay, this is going to be a
massacre. Check and then just stabilizing f4 and the piece will come, yeah.
Well, even the bishop on d2 is kind of trapped. Yeah, that's even another problem.
Yeah.
Because my intuition was just, okay, I'm going to fall back with the queen to e2. I play f4, bishop c4 check, bring the rooks and I win. But maybe queen c4 check followed by f4 even traps the bishop.
Yeah, so the bishop can't even go back to h6 or wherever.
Yeah. Wow, hang on. What happened here? Because we saw it. It was g6, queen e2, yeah, correct. Black played queen c7 and knight c1. Okay, a very classy move. The knight on b3 is doing nothing. You go knight c1. You want to play knight d3. Trade this monster knight on b4 and get access to the d5 square. Very nicely played. f5 takes. Knight e4.
Yeah, key moment that you can't go gf, where you would say every Russian schoolboy knows you have to go gf in these positions, I used to say, but here f4 is sort of bad news for black, attacking the h5 knight.
Yeah, winning a piece.
So,
yes. And after ef5, bishop f5, knight e4, it's strategically winning for white.
It's just ugly. Yeah, this is horrible.
Yeah, this is against a world-class player like Goryachkina. You just can't make so much strange things in strategically speaking. Knight d3, bishop d2, and c5 also brilliant, using the momentum. Using the moment, c5, dc, knight e5, knight f6, queen c4. It's basically game over.
Yep, doesn't look great.
Let me check out on Teodora Ignatz, because after yesterday's brilliancy, bouncing back there, counter-attacking Elin Ruber's king. Yeah, it was the big question, who will get to the opponent's king first. Finally, it was Teodora. She's in great shape, but this one looks to be a draw. Yeah, now bishop takes f3, bishop f3, knight takes c5. Looks like a fairly easy draw.
You think so? We're just getting started, no? Queen
e3,
b4, bishop here, queen e3, queen b4 somewhere.
Yes, no, I somehow assumed that you have to trade queens, but yes, of course, you can just put queen e3 or queen b4. But okay, then it's a different story. And let's forget about this question mark. This question mark drives me crazy. why is this queen d4 then a question mark? It's a good move.
Yeah, maybe there was a better move. Queen
Maybe
E3
there was a
or-
better move. Yeah, maybe. But or is queen a5 problem or what? I don't know. It seems to me like white is pressing. No, it's yeah, bishop f3
yeah.
played. Yeah, white is pressing. No, Theodora is very dangerous. If I'm not mistaken, during the World Cup, we were covering her match against Alexander Kostenyuk. And I think Theodora knocked out Kostenyuk. I don't want to make things up, but this is how I remember it. That she shocked Kostenyuk with some brilliant performance.
I think you're right. Too.
Yeah, so knight takes
Okay.
c5. I foolishly felt that this is equal, but no, queen is the queen before. Jan is the master of small advantages. The game is just beginning.
I'm not sure. I think you're the master. You would massage here. Enjoying yourself, no? Like move the queen away.
For sure, yes. Enjoying. All right, so what do we do next? So we have so many things to cover.
I think we should jump back to the open section. Check out the good old Esipenko, the sole leader against the rating favorite Fabian Caruana, clash there. See what else is going on.
Well,
I
before
selfishly
that,
want to check how all the German boys are doing. Sorry, go
but the big news is the breaking news that Hikaru did find the move queen c1. So Alexei Saran is a lot of trouble.
Oof.
Ruthless.
If he wins this one, +3, are we starting to bet on Hikaru? Or I don't know if we have a bet against him, but he started slowly with the 2 draws. Now, if he wins 3 in a row, he's well on his way to the candidates.
Yes, but okay, still, it's just the beginning. Certainly, whenever you are, whenever you are one of the favorites and you start well and you are there in the mix, you are leading, it gives you very good feeling. And usually it gives you the chance to play quietly, calmly, without doing anything crazy, waiting for your chances. So yes, things are looking very nice for Hikaru. Queen c1 on the board. We already discussed the position. We know that Sana is in a trouble, so probably we should move on to another game. Yes, it is
Show
just
me
bad.
Esipenko Caruana. There's a knight on A1.
Ho, going towards E3. That's the spirit. That's the spirit. Don't judge that knight. And already it's on C2. What a mastery. What a mastery, okay. But also black has managed to regroup his bishop to G6. We talked about this right there, that bishop E6 to G4. This is kind of very important. Now black will always have enough counterplay on the E file. He's also able to trade pieces. So yes, I'm very excited about white's knight reaching to E3 square, but I still acknowledge that the position is probably equal.
The knight might not stay there for very long, no? Let's say I go knight b6.
Yes, it was a question that do you dare to play knight b6? Because the knight on f6 is a bit loose, but queen is protecting.
Yeah, you could also take on e1 first, no? We're too worried about the f-file business. I wasn't sure.
Yeah, I was
also
also
not
not
knight e3, e1, knight c4, yeah, and then bishop g6, fg.
Yes, and this works to perfection. Yeah, then you eliminate this monster knight. But it's a big question. Yeah, that do you trade first on e1 or do you play knight b6? So you want to go knight b6 first or take?
No, both feel reasonable. Let's take maybe and then go knight b6.
Or you don't want to keep on trading. You play knight
only
b6.
do one. Let's go with this one.
Okay. Takes knight b6. This is the original Jan spirit. Yeah, it was bothering me. Yeah, the knight wants to jump to c4, and it's always tempting to play b3, but now with the knight on c3, lose. I don't believe that I can really afford to do that. Yeah,
Black looks
it
okay,
might,
no?
yeah, might just be fine.
And we're being told that there is stuff happening in the all-Polish clash. Jan
Wow.
Krzysztof Duda against Mateusz Bartel. Let's have a look at the dude.
Oof.
Carried us in Düsseldorf during the World Team Championship. He scored, I don't know, the Rapid World Team Championship. Scored 8 out of 9 or something crazy.
Yeah, he
Incredible
won
player,
basically
Jan
all
Krzysztof.
his games. Yeah.
Yeah, he was unstoppable. What's going
Wow,
on here?
this was some not a boom.
Looks
This was
like.
not a
First
boom.
of all, shout
Yes.
out to Bartel, because I think he's younger than us, but to me, he's one of the old guys. And Pirate entering. And looks like he's winning rating left and right now, 2.6, back to 2.650.
Yes, he has won the B group of Prague, so he qualified for the big event. He qualified for the big event next year, so he's doing extremely well.
Yeah. Second spring. Is that how you say it? But what's his position? My son is attacking me again with his pirate. Oh!
Uh-oh. I hope we will not lose you, Jan. We still need
serious
you.
Injuries might be incoming here, like this.
Yes.
Plastic saber. It's hitting me.
Is there a chance you can offer a draw, some piece, something, or it's not working?
Peace is not on his mind. He wants to fight.
Okay.
He wants to conquer and fight. But
that's a problem.
Probably Duda, is he better? I don't understand this position. These pawns scare me, but I do like the white central construction.
Yes, it's a crazy construction because white has lovely pawn center, but black has this beautiful pawn on f6 with the blockading knight on d7, c5. White is not really moving up. It would be great to create some more confusion. g4, h4, g5. Try to eliminate or create a weakness on f6. Right now, black's construction is too solid.
What's going on? Is the Notebaum? I haven't seen it around that much, but I saw it last weekend in Bundesliga. It was also played by David Anton against Erwin Lamy. Is it making a big comeback, or was it always there and white players were just avoiding it? What's the status?
Yeah, I think that probably, because let's just highlight what we are talking about. It's one of the sharpest lines possible. That first of all, black has to be willing to play the Slav gambit
E4,
after e4.
Yeah.
Yes, which is already kind of a big headache, danger whatsoever. So maybe that's also the reason why people don't really want to bother. Yeah, that knight f3, dc4 is at least also leading to total mess, and e4 is crazy as well. Then enough reasons already just to forget about it. And the Notebaum that we are talking about is this position, the typical break with b3. Now if black takes c takes b3, then bishop takes b5, check is coming. So black plays the move bishop b7. Those who are not familiar, yeah, be careful. b5, b4 is impossible because of bishop takes b4, and the rook on a8 is hanging due to the pin. So that's why after b3, black plays bishop b7, invites b takes c4, and now that the rook is protected, black plays b4, and we get this completely crazy unbalanced position. White getting the pair of bishops plus a beautiful center, and black gets very nice pawns on the queen side and the light squares. Harmonious development. A crazy battle is ahead, and we saw some.
Yeah, instead of knight b7. I'd never seen this, but Anton played queen c7. Sorry, it's just fresh in my mind. Queen c7, knight d2, and then pawn to a4 was coming already. So I'm not sure about knight d2. But he played without knight b7. And
let's just show this.
Draw here with d5.
Yeah, let's just show this 1 second. Yeah, so the justification behind queen c7, knight d2, a4, that if white takes on a4, then suddenly black has this stunning double attack on the rook on a4 and on g2 checkmate. So that's kind of the problem. and probably Erwin has missed it. And then with d5, he was in time to force matters.
Yeah, he could bail out d5, b3, bishop f6, and was a draw. But yeah, that was a cute little idea. I guess after queen 7, you shouldn't go knight d2, but I don't know, rook e1 was a move. But complicated.
Yeah, so okay, here we saw a traditional one. We will not go through the game. We just now understand that, yeah, this is where it came from, the Notaboom, and we are having this very complex double-edged endgame. I somehow prefer white. I feel that black's pawns are blocked. The bishop on d4 is a monster. Black has two knights fighting for the same c5 square. The knight would love to go to e5, but then black loses control over the c5 square, and white has very clear-cut vision of how to improve the position with just expanding on the king side, or even somewhere bishop takes d5, knight takes d5, king d4 could also be an idea, but we only do that if it's really winning the game. Otherwise, we stick to our bishop.
Gotta keep the bishop. Duda still with some chances here, but Bartel doing a thing, playing slightly offbeat openings, but then being very tricky. Strong player. Let's jump back into our arguably game of the day. Firouzja versus Niemann, because stuff is happening. We've seen bishop c5, rook f1, but what went down then? He went f6, he sacrificed on f2. What's going on?
That's what we're gonna find out. Don't ask me yet. Knight a3, bishop c5, rook f1. Hans is getting very ambitious. He wants to break things. Maybe he's also worried that, yeah, if I just stabilize with queen c2, then his pieces might be loose. We don't know exactly if this is really an ambitious move, or he just feels like this is the moment that I have to create this counterplay. ef6, knight takes f2. It reminds me of the deal word gambit in the open Spanish. Just to highlight, why did black capture on f2? The problem is that queen takes f6 does not work because of bishop takes e4, d takes e4, queen takes d7, losing a piece. And that's why the justification of f6 in Hans's mind was connected with knight takes f2, rook f2, bishop f2, king f2, queen takes f6. There is a big pin along the f file, so white sidestepped with his king to g1, and now it's Hans's turn to justify his adventure. No, this is queen takes b2. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, reactions keep coming in from the Twitch chat. Gleefully Orange is saying, oh my god, Hans doesn't care about anything but the checkmate, brah. And we're also being informed that this is crazy. It is crazy, but is it good as well? I'm not so sure. I like pieces.
Yes, me too. The dark square bishop on f4 is a monster. Bishop on g2 is also nice. Black is still missing that bishop from c6. Yeah, that would add to the counterplay. The big question, how do we solve, however, the issue with the knight on a3 hanging?
Go knight c2.
Knight c2? Yeah, let's go knight c2. We still have this pin. Usually, when fighting rook and many pawns, the bishops are the key pieces, yeah? So
yeah,
the bishop on f4 and bishop on g2 are key assets. How does black continue?
Looks dangerous for black to me.
Is bishop c6 a move, or is that too soft?
No, I guess that's the move, no? Trying to...
Yeah, makes sense. Computer does not like it that much, but also not criticizing it too much.
M. Cheyenne 17 is critically saying Firouzja will win if Hans doesn't compensate quickly. I know how we can compensate.
Yes, absolutely correct, because I feel like Ariza is a player who is very concrete and he loves it. Yeah, he's not shying away from complications. He's enjoying it. Yeah, that's.
He also loves the initiative. If he feels his pieces are going the right way towards the enemy king, he will be very happy.
Yes, but okay, he's probably happy. On the other hand, how does it continue? So knight c2, we are kind of agreeing on.
Compy says, sorry, I had to check. Knight c2, a3 is what the computer wants.
Wow, and then bishop a4, yeah, like this.
Compy is tricky.
Yeah, comp is tricky, and actually it makes a lot of sense, yeah, because bishop c6 wasn't so impressive. Yeah, I felt like white gets knight d4 or something. It just
no,
doesn't
white
feel
isn't
right.
done.
Yes.
A3 is nice,
Okay.
of course. Still some resources for black. The computer line some weird stuff. Bishop c1, then queen e5, bishop e3, bishop a4, and it ends with equality. So,
Wow.
Hans still in business.
Yeah, and if I have to play bishop c1, then I'm critical of white's position. I'm not a fan. I mentioned already that I believe that thanks to the bishop on f4, we are happy.
Mm-hmm. We should mention knight c2 wasn't forced. Compio says knight b5 is a move.
Yeah, and it's not yet played. Yeah, and also one very important moment just to highlight, it's move 19. The players have 25 minutes each. Well, for this crazy position when every decision is so important and crucial, we are guaranteed some crazy time pressure here.
Yeah, we'll revisit this. Should just mention, while I have my engine running, Hikaru ruthlessly precise, because after queen c1, knight b6, I think we talked about rook takes c5 and white is better. But computer says an even stronger move is rook c2, and that's what Hikaru played.
Wow. Yeah, knight b6, rook c2.
Because if rook c5, then rook c5, queen e2, and black has some hopes to survive this. Queen takes d4, h5, and some counterplay. Rook c2 is even stronger. You're still losing.
Let's just highlight this. So it was rook takes c5, rook takes c5, queen c5, queen takes e2.
Queen e2, queen d4, queen takes h5, d4. And okay, white is better, but you know, with
yes,
a little shaky, some counterplay, some chances.
Wow, okay, so beautifully played by Hikaru. But again, I'm not surprised. Yeah, ever since the hanging pawns appeared on the board, I just felt that this is so much Hikaru's territory. Yeah, he's so good at this, using every chance. Already his decision with rook takes c3, that was, practically speaking, very, very strong. Nice performance.
Yeah, Caruana in trouble.
What happened in the Fabi's game? Do we have some...
not that much.
No.
Not that much.
Okay, he played my move. Fabi played my move. I asked you why not
take 6 when rook e8 like a normal person, yeah.
Yeah, well, it's... knight b6 might have been the objectively better move, I feel. Yeah, that knight b6 was putting some pressure on white. Rook e8 is the move that you want to consolidate, and okay, enough adventure had been seen in this game. Let's make it as solid as possible.
Yeah, looks like we could be headed for a draw on that one. Now it's quieting down a bit. So, of course, Alireza against Hans. Board is burning. Vincent did take the pawn, and it looks like he's getting away with it.
He played some rook d3 move. Wow, okay. I remember we discussed this, and I was thinking that where do I put the rook? Okay, rook d3 looked way too ugly, and automatically I moved the rook back to d1. But yes, Vincent went very deep into the position, and he came up with this rook d3, bishop f5, queen d1 kind of idea. That was the key idea behind rook d3. Okay, and Mr. Predke is taking his time. It's not that easy. Now, after rook d1, bishop f5, I had no move, just to compare the two things. When we played rook dd1, then bishop f5 was super strong, because there was no good square for white's queen. Okay, well done. These young kids are playing like computer. Yeah, rook d3, they are not panicking. They are finding resources.
Bishop f5 was not played like a computer. Now white is a bit better after queen d1. Not so easy for Predke to prove full compensation. Maybe Vincent will get a chance here. Squeeze out a point.
Yeah, okay, it's still too early. Black has a lot of compensation, but at least white is safe. Yeah, that's one of the most important things in such situations. Black has to prove something. And the game that we haven't even touched, and it's a big comeback story, it's Yevgeny Nair against Vidit. Vidit, who had that heartbreak in the very first round after winning 3 games in a row. Will he continue, or will Yevgeny, the Grand Swiss specialist, stop him?
I don't know. Looked like a well-played anti-Berlin where you expect them to make some good moves and shake hands. But some stuff happened. No, now there is some potential black initiative on the king's side.
Exactly. It's a very strange position, because my intuition is like, I see this weakness with g3, and black's knight is ready to jump. The last move was, in fact, knight c6 to d8, a lovely move. According to human perspective, computer says that, no, you don't need to panic. Maybe a move like queen d1 is a nice touch.
I would panic. I would certainly think about queen d1, but then queen h3, and I don't know.
And then some queen f3, queen f5, but knight e6. Yeah, exactly.
Queen f3, knight e6, queen f5,
Yeah.
knight f4, takes. Oh, then we survive.
Yes,
Yeah,
this is kind
how
of
you
the chicken
Maybe
chess
rook
club,
f6.
right?
Chicken chess club would play like this, but
Yes.
maybe you don't allow queen f5 here. Yeah, like maybe rook f6. I don't know.
Yeah. It's very funny situation. Okay, so black has interesting possibilities, but objectively speaking, white should be fine.
Compy likes white, but humans like black, no? Like knight.
Yes.
Looks like we have to pay attention.
Yeah, if the knights start jumping, then certainly. All right, what else do we have? We also see that we have already a draw in Sindarov versus Yuanji. We have draw in Erwin Lamiat-Yemyev. We have a draw between Anish Giri and Anton Korobov. There is another draw between Melkumyan and Abdusattorov. So quite a lot of draws. It's just so difficult to keep on.
Hard to win a chess game.
Oh, one pairing. We have to jump there. It's Saric against Vachier-Lagrave. Is it some crazy Naidov clash?
No, we don't have to jump because of the position, just because you like the players, yeah? Was
Yes.
some weird Naidov. Yeah.
Wow. And okay, MVR keeps on struggling. Yeah, it just, if you don't start winning, I think it's so difficult. It plays also on your mind, yeah, that you are nervous, you know that you have to start winning at some point, you get annoying pairing, again, you don't know what to do in the opening. Yeah, this guy is a theoretician. He already won time. Yeah, and that was the problem, that Caruana shocked Saric with the Naidov. Then Saric was not ready. He did not play his favorite mainline bishop e3. He played some weird bishop d3, which heavily backfired. Now he plays mainstream theory, exactly where Saric is very strong. And we see some razor sharp Naidorf, which resulted, okay, we don't have time to get deep into...
That's gonna be the typical Maxim Naidorf. No, he's gonna be in trouble computer-wise out of the opening. But then he says, okay, your computers might say 150, but now we start playing. And more often than not, he survives because he trusts himself to navigate.
Yeah, but this endgame is not... It's not dynamic anymore. Yeah, this is some suffering.
Yeah, but he'll make a draw. It's Maxim.
Yeah. Yes, he has to make a draw.
Yeah, he's not going to win for sure.
Yes, yeah, but it's not easy. Yeah, we know exactly. He sees that Hikaru might be winning his third game. The leading pack is running away, and he's stuck there psychologically. It's very tough.
What to do? No, gotta survive this one. Move on to the next one. At some point, he'll win a white game and then can start rolling.
What about Praggnanandhaa? Because he also haven't won a game yet, which is kind of shocking.
I haven't seen any of him in this tournament. We've only covered his sister so far. Prag is tired. He's in trouble again against Morocco. Or, I don't know if trouble, but doesn't look great according to the bar.
It's unclear, yeah, but his opening choice basically already highlights he went for the crazy sharp bishop g5 Italian, that he really got fed up of this d-force and experimenting with new openings.
Queen 2 low castle, yeah, it's the wildest plan you can have in these positions. But engine not on his side. Yeah, Morocco doing some weird stuff there, but it seems good. Some king f8, rook h7, queen e8. I don't understand anything.
Yeah, it's too deep. It's basically this game deserves a broadcast itself, yeah, because this is too complex.
Maybe we can do that. I'm not here next round, but next round maybe you can just cover the Prague game. I think would be popular. When we had this Düsseldorf tournament, Prague was on our team. After the team had won, when Düsseldorf, but there were like 100 Indian chess fans only waiting for Prague. So he's worldwide. He's a star.
Absolutely. Okay, he's just brilliant, and also with his super performance in the World Cup, he proved everyone what he's capable of. So okay, but he's still suffering in the tournament. He's also getting a little bit nervous. Yeah, he wants to win at all costs, burning all bridges. It will be very interesting to keep an eye. And what about Gukesh, the other player who is suffering and then gets a very annoying pairing, Black against Narayan and Sunil Dutt. This is a nightmare kind of scenario. And he's also burning all bridges. Playing King's Indian.
Indian.
Wow.
How many King's Indian have you played with Black in your life, Peter?
None.
Wow, zero.
None, zero. Yes, not even in a blitz game, I believe. Yeah? No. I'm a conservative guy. No.
Here we see why Narayanan getting to the Black King first. Yeah.
Yeah, but this is what we are talking about. Yeah, that Narayanan is a brilliant player who lost yesterday out of the opening against UNG. That's why he fell back from +1 to 50%. And then Gukesh, who is also struggling in the tournament, then suddenly faced with Narayanan. He's getting nervous. He does not play his normal main opening. He feels like he already needs to burn all bridges. And this is a very risky situation to be in.
I understand. Poor Gukesh. I'm always rooting for Gukesh.
Absolutely.
But this one will be tough. It looks like he's going down.
Yeah, and there is all this pressure, yeah, because Gukesh has two possibilities to qualify to the candidates from this Grand Swiss, which is if he is losing this game, for example, it's very, very unlikely. And the other one is the FIDE circuit. But also in the FIDE circuit, it would be very important to get a good result to accumulate points.
Yeah. Time is on his side, but could also argue that for him, the time is now, yeah? And he won't be thinking about whatever. I have 10 years to dominate chess. You want to win now. And today he won't.
Yeah, it's
I became a Gukesh fan.
Very scary.
More Düsseldorf stories. After this super tournament in February in Düsseldorf, I was on a train with Gukesh from Düsseldorf to Hamburg. And I was doing my usual thing, reading Batman comics, being half asleep. And Gukesh, he was getting chess exercises from Sagar Shah. And Gukesh was just solving exercises for 4 hours in a row when he should have been tired from a long tournament. He just loves chess. Of course, he's incredibly good at solving exercises. And you could see the dedication, the work, the passion. Big fan.
Yeah, actually also that tournament was a huge success for him. Yeah, he shared first place.
+2, I think.
Yes. Yeah, and then there was this tie break, yeah? He played with Jan Nepomniachtchi, I think, and then he played against Levon Aronyan. Finally, Levon went on to win the event. But yes, it's crazy. These youngsters, they just love chess. They are too hungry for anything that is connected to chess.
Yeah,
all right.
That's the secret. I love it.
Yes, that's the way. So, okay, we are moving on. Any fan favorite moments? Anything to...
No. Junior world champion Marc-Andre Morizzi, after losing yesterday, he's going down again
against Radek
versus Radek Wojtaszek. And the chat is saying, sorry, I didn't catch the name there, Peter knows what's good and King's Indian is not part of the good stuff. Yep. So you have some fellow King's Indian haters in the chat there.
Wow.
Radek, also not a King's Indian type of player, but he will win today anyway. Radek knows the subtleties here. 5a4, 4a4, a6. Also in my course. Important move a6. Now they gotta go d4 and we're fine.
Yeah, I always, whenever I saw this extravaganza being played with a4, I thought, no, I'm not gonna prepare against a4. I'm just gonna play a6. I'm old school. I'm not
That's already
interested in.
prepared. You know a6 is the way.
No, but I didn't. I just had this feeling like, okay, I'm gonna play a6 no matter what. If a6 is bad, then I will stop playing chess. I stopped anyway, but okay.
Not because of a4.
Not because of a4, yeah. All right, so Radek, yeah, the old guard. It's also always very nice to see principled players like Radek doing good. Wish him the best of luck. And okay, the position looks like it should be winning. Who stops this a-pawn?
Fair enough. Radek still going strong. We are still going strong as well. But the people need a break. They need to get a coffee. They need to check how their kids are doing. By the people, I mean myself. We'll be back in a couple minutes with all the action from the FIDE Grand Swiss. See you then.
This course is about white playing d4, all the tools you need to get an advantage with white and not be tricked early in the opening. Now, it has a really long, complicated name that I'm going to mispronounce now, so you can make fun of me. Okay, don't make fun of me too much. I'm trying to help you here. It's called the Chelyabinsk variation, and I'm probably mispronouncing Chelyabinsk. That's why I call it the A6 Slav.
Chess again? No, this is spell chess.
Do I dare read the instructions, or should I go in without reading them?
I didn't read the rules. This man is just blundering. What?
Basically, it's normal chess, but...
There are two spells, jump and freeze. The freeze is applied to a 3x3 area. Man, this game is hard. What?
Freeze, here, knight, check. Boom! That's mate. Oh, that's incredible stuff. Oh.
Freeze. Wait.
A jump spell, which allows you to jump over a piece, and I'm setting up a win. Oh!
Then black would just freeze me.
Then I make a double threat. You don't have any freezes left. So if here... This is too hard. Wait, once I get the hang of this, we're going to be winning so many games, though.
I can't block with any of those pieces, but I can use this, and then this.
Freeze this, and then go here. Yay, I won! Let's go!
He cannot take my bishop. He cannot take my bishop. It's a nice feeling when you start understanding the game and you win.
Oh, they resign! I'm not even lying. I think I'm one of the greatest spell chess players to ever play spell chess.
That was fun. I'm enjoying this.
Welcome back, everybody. Round number 5 of the FIDE Grand Swiss 2023 is going on. We have some action on the boards. But before we get to the action, Peter, what is this tournament about? Why is it so important? Why are all the best players in this tournament, or most of them? Is it just for the money? What's going on there?
No, not at all. I don't think that money is on the mind of the players. And we see already top favorites who are not doing that great, burning all bridges, because it's all about the candidates, about qualifying. The first two of this event qualifies for the very, very important candidates tournament. That's the way to become world champion. So really a lot at stake for everyone.
So top 2 of this event go into the 8-player candidates tournament. The winner of that candidates tournament then challenges world champion Ding Liren, if Ding Liren is not hiding on some secret beach, but we assume to see Ding Liren in action soon. So let's have a look who's already qualified for the candidates tournament. We have Jan Nepomniachtchi as the runner-up in the last World Championship match. He's in there. Certain Magnus Carlsen, you might have heard of him as a guy who used to play a bunch of World Championship matches, but Magnus qualified via the World Cup. He said it's a 1% chance that he will play in the candidates, and I think that means he's not gonna be in it, which would then mean that the other 3 players from the World Cup would be, correct me if I'm wrong here, Peter, Praggnanandhaa, Caruana, and Abasov. Praggnanandhaa was the finalist and the 2 semifinals. That's correct, right?
Yes, it's correct. Fabiano finally in a very big battle managed to guarantee his 3rd spot, so he is for sure in the candidates. And Nijat Abasov, practically speaking, is in. I think he can be almost sure, but it's not official yet.
Yeah. So that means 2 spots from this tournament and the rating spot. The rating spot, we've talked about this a bit. The 2 big favorites are Nakamura and Ali Reza. And they're both rooting for each other to qualify from this tournament so they can then grab the rating spot. Those are up for grabs. And then there is the very mysterious FIDE circuit, which I don't think anybody ever fully understood. Like, I've been around the circuit quite a bit this year, but I don't think anybody fully understood. Basically, it means you get points for every top tournament you play, because I think they're all part of it. And if you don't qualify via any other channels, then the FIDE circuit can be your last resort. There, Fabi is also leading after winning, which one was it? The Grand Chester event in Romania, and in general doing well in all the super tournaments. But he's already in. So the other candidates there would be Gukesh, Wesley So, and Anish Giri, all very, very close to each other. Who do you think is the favorite there? Because by points it's Gukesh, but I think it's unclear if he's the favorite, because I think he had more events, and Anish and Wesley could still catch him with a good Sinquefield Cup, for example.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Is Anish in the Sinquefield Cup or not? That's a question.
He should
because
be. No, yeah, he's in there. Like, it's
he's in
Grandchester.
there.
All the players have to play the 2 classical events. Yeah, he's in there.
Okay, then he has a great chance, because also Wesley is there. He's keeping this event. And I do remember, because if people would be asking, then why is Wesley skipping this? I heard his interview, and he was there in 2019 in the Grand Swiss, and he was struggling because everybody wanted to be super sold against him, and nobody was taking risk against him. He was going crazy, too many draws. He lost a bunch of rating points. And in 2021, when in the US Championship, just like 1 or 2 weeks before the Grand Swiss, they interviewed him like, aha, so what's next? The Grand Swiss is coming. Then I even remember I was following the broadcast, and Wesley said something like, no, I'm not falling for that cheapo once again. Yeah. So at that moment, I understood that we won't be seeing Wesley in the next couple of Grand Swisses for sure.
Yeah, Wesley's style, you could argue, more built for playing other top players because of his solidity. Then again, he usually does well in team events like Olympiads as well. And I always believe in Wesley in any format. Recently, he's had a rougher stretch of results. But I hear he also has some baby kittens at home. Maybe you want to spend some time with the animals. And he will be back for the Sinquefield Cup. And I'm seeing that Hans is crushing the Twitch chat, is saying, so let's briefly jump to the Hans game, we can talk more about the candidates. 2 spots up for grabs in this tournament. Last time it was Alireza and Fabi earning them. But if Alireza loses this one, gonna be tough.
Yeah, it will be
This Hans
super
pressure
tough.
doesn't look like it. It's not obvious at least. Why? Who's better and why? What's going on?
Yeah, no, it's very difficult to evaluate, and let's just go back to the position.
Sorry if I mispronounced that. Was saying this is anyone's game. They have less than a minute per move.
Exactly. And look at this. After queen takes b2, we talked about that knight c2, knight b5 are moves, but for example, knight c2, this a3 was really disturbing. And the move that Firouzja played is, I believe, also a very human one, queen c1. Just sacrificing yes, sacrificing the pawn on e2, but making sure that white gets coordination. This queen on b2 was really disturbing. And after queen takes e2, c takes d5, and Hans took quite some time, and now he's done to 11 minutes by playing e takes d5 for 90 moves, everything to play for. What do we think about this? E d5, c7 pawn is hanging, d5 pawn can be captured by check, but it does allow bishop e6, for example. Yeah, I'm not sure if we want to get involved with this. Just to highlight, bishop takes d5, yes, it's check. We are expecting the move, or at least I'm expecting bishop e6.
Bishop
and
E6,
there's black. Yes, I would love to please take on b7, because then black's rooks will start at rook
b8,
b8.
rook b2, yeah, this could end badly.
And the knight on a3 is completely out of the game. Yeah, so going pawn hunting is, I believe, out of question. The big question
feels
is
like Alireza shouldn't open the position. He's try to stabilize, activate that knight somehow, and then later make the pieces count. Easier said than done, of course. But bishop d5 already feels like the wrong way, don't you think?
Well, I was thinking about queen takes c7 or bishop takes d5.
Yeah.
But okay, without really calculating the lines, it was impossible to come to any conclusion. So I prefer to just stay silent in this matter. One thing is sure, that we are expecting bishop e6. That's the move that
bishop d5 was played, yeah?
was played, exactly.
Okay. I thought they were still in a position. I've moved before that. Oh, wow.
Exactly.
So of course,
Bishop
as
E6.
the armchair engine bar commentator, I can see that now black is supposed to be better. And of course, yeah. Bishop e6, very tempting. I guess king h8 is possible as well. Bishop e6 feels so right, no? Like target stuff.
Putting
while
pressure, yes.
knight is out there.
Yeah, and also let's just highlight, yeah, for example, bishop e6, queen takes e6, queen c4, trading queens is not a good idea, because black has connected pass pawns on the queen side. Black just takes, probably goes b5, and goes on to win the game. 2 pawns and rook with such powerful pawn structure, it's just too much. So it's a big question. I mentioned that I don't want to go pawn hunting, but after bishop e6, what should I do?
Queen d2, triples?
Yes, exactly. At the moment when I said like what white should do, then yes, also queen d2 hit me as a nice choice.
It's not winning yet. Queen g4 is there, but it's
yeah, queen a6, so queen g4.
Yeah.
Maybe queen a6, just to make sure that I'm keeping an eye on the knight on a3.
But more triples, knight b5. Now we're moving.
Wow. Okay, that's a game changer. Yeah, you activate your pieces. If the knight joins the battle, things will get crazy. So, okay, Hans is taking his time. No, he has played king h8.
Exactly. I doesn't want any part of this. No cheapos.
Yes, exactly. Because of the cheapos, then bishop e6 wasn't so appealing anymore.
Maybe good decision. Yeah, you can still activate the rook. Rook e8, bishop h3 is there one day. Oof.
But it also gives extra time for white. Yeah, I don't know. Knight c4. Do I have time to do that? Can we play a knight c4 move, or it's too slow?
I don't know. Rook e8, I still got the squares for now.
Yes, I wanted to play something like queen c3, but it's very scary. I'm
Now
heading.
some-
Yeah, I'm heading to e5. If I reach there, I think I'm fine, but I'm very worried I might not get there.
Yeah, feels like violence should happen somehow, but I don't really yet see it. Rook f4, gf, there's nothing.
Yeah, because I always have this queen g3
Yeah.
against queen g4 just to highlight. Yeah, takes. Queen g4 is met by queen g3. That's kind of the coordination I have in mind with knight c4, queen c3. I saw that the evil bar was not that happy about these moves, but certainly they make sense. What else do we have after king h8?
I don't know. I like it. The more I look at it, the more I like it practically, because now also Alireza, he's not shy about calculating and taking decisions, but it's much tougher now than blitzing out bishop e6, queen d2, which I'm sure he had lined up, and then take it from there. Now he has
Yes.
to make a move.
Yeah, queen c4 is an option, but I somehow feel like, and queen c3, okay, so the same
C3
idea.
played. Uh-huh.
Yeah, clearly he wants to go knight c4. He also wants to bring the rook to e1. I would argue that, yes, it's a more precise way of doing the same. After rook a8, we might be seeing knight c4 happen anyway, but it's just
Keeping his
more
options open now.
harmonious. Yes.
Still has knight c2 or bishop b7 or whatever, bishop h6, some more options.
Yeah. It's the typical 0-0 position in my mind, which might be 0-0 for computer, and humanly you think like anything is possible. It's just completely out of control.
Merle's 14 is saying 80 minutes, 80 moves, 9 minutes, blunders are going to happen. Depends how you define blunders, I think. Probably non-computer moves are going to happen, but they're both such good tacticians and so much control. I'm not sure. But someone's heart could get broken today.
That's a fair assumption, yes. Hans, now down to 8 minutes. Rook a8 is so much in the spirit. But
you want to blitz it out? No, put the rook there, but he's taking his time.
Yes, I wonder that, is there some idea like trying to attack this bishop on d5? This bishop on d5 is a monster, yeah, protecting white's king very nicely, but also rook e1 is...
or something for it, but
yeah,
e1,
but...
yeah, why?
Yeah, it's just such a big tempo. Yeah, I don't want to let this happen.
What do you know about Hans Niemann, Peter? Where's he based nowadays? Is he in New York? What's he up to?
No, I basically know absolutely nothing. Wow. I only know the things that during the Champions Chess Tour last year. Yeah, he played a couple of events which I was commentating. So those are my kind of experiences. Otherwise, no, I don't have any contact.
Have you ever met him?
Not in person. One time he joined our broadcast and we discussed some games together. That was it.
I saw him in Sitges. I was doing commentary in Sitges. He played in the tournament. But I think it's also the only time I met him. Poi Fiendish is saying, my heart attack starts every time I try to calculate in a position like that. I'm not a doctor, but I would advise, it gives you a heart attack, avoid calculating in positions like that. It's not worth it.
Well, or try to keep things more under control.
Rooks and open files, see what happens.
Exactly, yeah. Rook a8 played. Knight c4 we are kind of expecting. There is some extra benefit of having played the move queen c3. I'm not sure that... Do we want to play bishop f3 or not? Because the queen is not that frightening on e2. On the other hand, who knows? Maybe bishop f3 is also a solid move.
But there's never full solidity, you know? The queen goes somewhere or whatever. A6,
yes.
E6. There's still queen b6 checks. There's always going to be tactics in the position.
Yeah, I also had this feeling it's better the devil you know, yeah? That the queen is on e2, it's under control, it's not stuttering that much. That's why this knight c4, trying to get that knight to e5 is so natural.
Wow, very philosophical. The devil you know.
Well, I like Kylie Minogue, yes, so I know the song, yes. Yeah. Basically, like in
Take the pawn, Alireza. Bishop b7. Your king is not safe anyway. Might as well.
In the end of 80s, yeah, Kylie Minogue with I Should Be So Lucky, Locomotion, yeah, all these kind of songs, yeah, we were listening, and ever since I'm following her.
Wow. Not only
With Jason
history
Donovan.
classes,
Exactly.
also Kylie Minogue,
Yeah.
Jason Donovan. Did
Yes,
you also watch
especially-
the Neighbours show?
No, I didn't.
They had this Australian soap opera. Was it called Neighbours? I think so. With Kylie Minogue. Also that time. We're old.
Yes. The Especially For You song, yeah, I was listening a lot. Yeah.
See.
Rook A8. All right, so back to business. All eyes on Hans and Alireza. Very, very big tension. I can sense it.
Yeah.
What is your take? Will we see knight c? I feel like knight c4 is so much the move that you want to play in a time trouble situation. Yeah, put the pressure on the opponent, bring that knight.
I think he's going to take the pawn on b7. If he doesn't see a refutation, he will say, give me that pawn.
Really? Wow. Bishop
Could be
takes
wrong, because
b7.
he's also more of a feel initiative player, and maybe that's not initiative style. I'm not sure. Knight c4 feels a bit loose as well.
Well, okay, but
Everything feels loose. Yeah, there's no safety.
Yes, yeah, bringing that knight from a3 into the game
Yeah,
is loose. Yeah, but I see. Yeah, I understand what you mean. Of course, crazy.
Come on, Alireza. What do we know about Alireza? Is he there with the whole family? Is his dad there? Is his brother there? The brother, manager, coach, Mohamed Reza, also streaming, taking care of business.
I don't know. I have only seen these two interviews from Alireza, and he was highlighting that he's only sleeping from 3 a.m. and wakes up 9 o'clock in the morning. I was shocked. What?
6 hours.
Yes, it's not enough.
Now, 3 a.m. is pretty standard chess player time, but then 9 is very disciplined. Only
Yes.
9:45 if breakfast till 10, you try to make it to breakfast. That I understand, but 9 sounds excessive.
Yeah. Well, whenever I go to sleep around 3 o'clock, which is also quite normal for me, then I need to be in bed like till 11:30. Only then I feel recovered.
That's what I was telling my kids this morning. I've been alone with the kids all day. Somehow they did not honor my requests at 8 a.m. I told them, Dad went to sleep late. They don't care.
Yeah, but look at this. Alireza feels that this is a very critical moment, taking all his time, catching Hans, both down to 8 minutes.
Come on, Alireza, give us a move. People out there, what's he gonna do? I say he will take the pawn. Firouzja, who's good at chess, says he will play knight c4. Is there any other
And
moves?
Alireza will come up with a third one, yeah, just to troll
Yeah.
us. It's clear, but I'm searching for the third move. I already mentioned the move bishop f3, but only half-heartedly. It's not my soul, not at all.
I hear you.
Bishop b7, Jan. This is.
Ale! Take the pawn. Leave the cannoli.
I can't keep up with you. Yeah, you are just so much better in predicting. Wow.
And now, what's Hans gonna do?
Nerves of steel.
Stakes keep getting higher.
Taking that pawn. Of course, if white gets unpunished, collecting that pawn is super important because
now the endgames are no longer lost. Yeah, I mean, like you were showing this endgame earlier with b5, black was winning. Now we can go for endgames.
Yeah, white can simply better with the pair of bishops. So, lot of pressure and all eyes on Hans. How will he keep? Because the bishop can come back with a tempo. Yeah, that's very important.
Yeah, bishop f3, still there.
My very first reaction was like, can black somehow take on f4, gf, and then go rook e3, target the knight, disbalance the queen, and then go for some queen g4 check? But since the bishop can always fall back to g2, and I have some back rank issues, you will have some tempo move with queen b4 or something. I'm not a believer in this.
Yeah, neither is old as Rivia is saying exactly what is Hans gonna do. There's no threats. My first thought was maybe it's bias. No, but I like this move c6. Because I don't want this bishop to get back with tempo. Let's try to annoy it.
Wow, c6, yeah, cutting off the bishop. Yeah, that would be kind of a semi-punishment for capturing on b7. Knight
Might
c4?
not threaten anything either. Yeah, maybe just knight c4,
Can
knight
I?
c2, something. Just
No,
trying
computer
to
is not
spice it.
believer, because you might have bishop e6. You
Ah,
might
bishop
have bishop
d5,
e6.
some trickery.
Yes. Uh-oh, that would be terrible. All right, don't do this. So yeah, c6 is amazing. And on the board, Hans.
You play it?
Playing, yeah, he plays it. Bravo. Wow. Super tense.
They're not backing down, yeah? Neither of them.
No, not at all. Okay, I'm old school. I don't like bishop takes b7. I have like, ooh, I'm shivering, yeah, of this move. But okay, these guys are strong. They can handle this.
No, pressure's still there.
Yeah, knight c4, bishop e6. That hurts. We don't have rook e1. This e file is still covered.
How does the line go? Knight c4, bishop e6, bishop c6.
Okay, bishop takes c4.
Bishop c4, bishop e8, just rook
bishop
e8.
d5. Bishop
Ah,
d5.
you have bishop d5 as well.
You have queen d2, yeah, but you have queen
trying
d2.
to survive.
Queen f3.
Queen d2. Queen.
Or queen e4. Oof,
Yeah,
as a
so
Marshall
bad.
player. Yeah, as Marshall players, it's...
Game of the tournament so far, people are saying. Yesterday's Eric Aisi game, I understand. Slightly bigger names in this one, but that was a fun game as well.
Yes, and you also pointed out that I could have just captured back, yeah? Just rook e8, and it's annoying. This is very unpleasant.
Yeah, sorry, I was leaving.
Look at the difference between the kings. Such a huge difference. c6, fantastic move, and I'm not sure that Alireza has seen it, because if you play bishop takes b7, your opponent plays c6 and you have expected it, then you want to blitz your move out just to highlight that, yes, I was ready for it.
Then again, often if you get surprised, you want to show, no, I wasn't surprised, and you blitz out knight c4 or something, and often it's a blunder. So I like that he's not blitzing out a move if he is surprised.
Yeah, definitely. What else?
should he do?
Is knight c2?
Sorry, I have to cheat again, Peter. Knight c2.
Okay, knight c4 played, but
you just called it out. Knight c2 was the compy move.
Yes, I felt like, okay, because knight c4 doesn't work. Bishop e6, I'm very worried. This is...
And the computer line, bishop e6, yeah, he's happy. Knight e3, bishop h3, and bishop c6, bishop c4. Well, we just had bishop e8, rook e8. He says black is much better, or seriously better.
Yeah, and this is too much for a human heart. This is rook f4 is threatening. Wow. Okay, all eyes now on Hans. He did play c6. I'm expecting him to spot them bishop e6 as well.
Are there other options? Rook e4, is that a move? Or not really?
I don't know, but then knight e5 comes, no?
Yeah, doesn't do much, does it?
Yeah, I was always this knight c4, knight e5 guy, yeah? But this knight takes b7, I'm not happy. Bishop e6. The Marshall spirit, yeah? If black plays it, and Hans plays the Marshall.
Plays all the openings.
Wow.
Both sides down to 6 minutes. Sorry, we're not covering any of the other action. But this is too exciting. You had time but played too quickly, says James Double. Doesn't have that much time, does he? 6 minutes? And it's also not move 40, so they are at move 25. He has to make some decisions.
Yes, and he was taking his time. He was up on the clock. It was like 18 minutes versus 8. He caught Hans on the clock, and then simply this bishop takes b7, c6 dynamic. Yeah, if he missed the move c6, that's very scary. Yeah, after move 40, we will have plenty of time to catch up all the other action, and we will do justice to the other players. But yes, this is just way too spicy.
Niemann's clock is ticking. We learned before the show that they recently played a friendly, or I'm not sure how friendly, but a blitz match or a bunch of blitz games on chess.com, and that Hans had a good score. 11 wins, 8 losses. So they are, of course, familiar with each other. Chat is already saying Hans is coming to the candidates. Would be good for publicity for the candidates, I would assume. But long way to go.
Very long way, yes. It's nobody should be carried away.
Maybe Magnus changes his mind. Yeah, if Hans makes it, he says, "Okay, I'm in too. Let's go." Sorry, Abasov or whoever's out then. Change my mind.
Wow. Okay. All eyes, and Hans is not blitzing out the move bishop e6. Yeah, he's done to 3.5 minutes. Is he not spotting it, or is he worried of something? Is he looking for something more?
Such an obvious move, no? But maybe he's thinking it's not enough, like whatever, bishop c6. But...
Okay, not enough, but down to 3 minutes for 60 moves. You want to make a move which gives you also stability, it gives you control. Yeah, if suddenly he loses control, he can lose the game.
I don't think he likes control. I think he likes chaos.
Okay, but probably chaos in which he is in control, no? That's a good combination.
I'm also not sure if he likes chaos. He's just a very strong player. Normally, they're not just about chaos.
Yeah, my
3
arrow
minutes.
is Rook e4. No,
Rook
he didn't
e4.
go for it. No. Now I get
I
chance to
Rook
play.
e4, but you bluffed me with this knight e5. But then
Was it a
bishop
bluff?
h3. I think you were bluffing. Bishop h3.
Wow, bishop h3, queen f3.
Queen b2. Double attack.
Okay, yes, okay. Beautiful. Yeah, that's winning. Also probably rook takes e5, everything wins. Yes, okay. Okay, good. Excellent. So rook e4.
Oof. And Compi is saying bishop a6 best move. Bishop
Protecting,
h3, queen d2, like blocking from the side. But that's sick.
Yeah. Well, then actually it could easily be that Hans was splitting his attention between bishop e6 and rook e4. Yeah, because rook e4 somehow underestimated that you will have bishop h3. Crazy.
No, you had to spot this 95, bishop h3, queen f3, queen b2, which seems to work. Yeah, and then once you see
No,
that,
but rook takes e5 also wins there. It's this 95 was just a total blunder.
You just have rook e5. Yeah, you're right.
Yes, I so much wanted to stabilize with 95, but with the rook on e4, exactly 95 does not stabilize anything.
So another move that's rook e4 question mark, says Compi. Compi like bishop e6 better. Another Compi move I was just gonna say is after rook e4, knight to d2, which looks maybe more normal.
Yes, it's kind of natural.
But then rook e takes f4, gf, rook f6. What is going on here?
Again, the martial spirit, yeah?
Yeah, that's not the first computer line. The computer after knight d2 just goes somewhere. But now knight f1 and
knight f1. Yes, no, knight f1, knight g3. Yeah, this I have seen. But yeah, all eyes on others also down to 4 minutes. He's of course the type of player who can find bishop a6. It might look very strange to us, but this is Firouzja's specialty.
Yeah, some sick stuff. But also
Yeah.
creating some counter threats, actually. Maybe threatening 92 then, or 96. And if you see bishop h6, bishop h3, queen d2, yeah, you're right. Let's
Yes.
see it.
He
Although I
will
think,
see it.
of course, he's a great calculator, but I think he also plays somewhat intuitively. He likes, putting his pieces on good squares, going for the initiative. So this would be rough. My money's still on 92.
But on the other hand, bishop on b7 is trapped. Yeah, it's a terrible piece. It's a horrible piece.
Self-pinning? I don't know. We'll find
True.
out in a couple minutes.
Wow. Already behind on the clock. But on the other hand, if he makes his move, he gets the 30 seconds. One should never forget about the 30 seconds. That's why the players have to play objectively good chess. You cannot just close your eyes and go because the opponent has little time. You have to keep objectivity.
Mel says, Hans does not want an endgame, just checkmate or bust. I think he wants checkmate. I think he would prefer the endgame over bust. I've seen him play endgames in the past. But yeah, the spirit is there. Going for
Wasn't it? You asked me, what do I know about his streams? I do recall somebody was telling me that he was shouting that I'm very strong in endgames or something like this.
I think he likes endgames, yeah. Also, I'm not sure if you heard of that game, but he won an endgame against a certain Magnus Carlsen.
Yes, somehow I saw it, I heard about it, I know it. But Arisa down to 2 minutes. It's getting very, very critical. 15
Time
more
is ticking
moves.
away. Ali Reza, the man from Paris. 92, bishop a6, knight d6. Which one is it? Corrupted Cobra believes in Ali Reza.
We
Knight
all
d6
believe in
probably
Ali
better.
Reza, but
Rook f4,
yeah, knight d6.
rook f6, and the knight is too far, yeah?
Yeah, it's too much. Yeah, knight d6.
Rook f4, gf, rook f4.
Checkmate is coming.
Ooh.
But very tense. Down to almost a minute.
Yanis is the master of chat interaction, and I'm just reading out whatever is put on the screen here. But glad there's anybody out there, Ilatner.
Yes, it's great to feel the excitement. And Queen D2 played. What a terrible blunder according to computer.
What's the line? Queen c4, Queen d7, Rook f8, and we break through.
Wow, okay, but Rook f8 is still very far from obvious. Wow. Queen d2 played.
Rook f8
Honestly,
threatening Rook e1, yeah.
I didn't see the move Queen d2 at all, I have to admit. Queen takes c4, Queen d7, Rook f8. And then Rook e1 check. Oi, 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 this is crazy.
He's not hanging a knight, chess boy. He's attacking the bishop, but doesn't seem to work. So after Queen c4, Queen d7, Rook f8, Rook e1 is a threat.
Yeah, let's just
And
quickly
also,
put it on the board.
Yeah.
Just to highlight.
Poor bishops. Normally bishops, as you mentioned earlier, are crushing rooks in these positions. But here with the guy on b7, we're down a tempo to defend ourselves.
Wow. Okay, back to the live board, but this is crazy. If Hans finds this small little Rook f8 move, it's so easy to miss. Yeah, you are calculating millions of lines. You were worried of bishop h3, checkmate on h2. You feel like, okay, it's a great trade, giving the knight for the bishop. Everything is safe. All eyes on Hans. Will he spot it? He's also down to 1.5 minutes.
Okay, he doesn't have alternatives. Queen c4. He doesn't want an endgame, no, so he should do that.
Yeah, he takes.
There he goes. Queen d7. Now he has options. Rook d4 was a move, but Rook f8 is crashing. I think he's going to find it.
It's findable.
It's probably the first move you think of in like a random blitz game, no? Just doubling rooks, threatening Rook e1.
Completely out of control. How do we defend after rook f8?
We
It's
don't.
not easy at all. There is
The
no
computer
defense?
lines are random as usual. Computer line is king g2, queen e2, king g1, queen b5, and black wins. But
Oof.
apparently there's no defense.
Wow, 1 minute for Hans.
What move is this? 27? Yeah.
97.
27.
But basically, if he plays the move rook f8, it's game over. Yeah, there is no defense. Time won't be an issue at all.
I don't know. If king g2, this queen e2, queen b5, it's not obvious.
But okay, first white even has to find this king g2. It's also
Yeah, that's the tough part. Yeah.
stepping into some check, and then you have to come back.
Okay, you're not gonna allow rook e1 and queen f1 checkmate, so you have to do something.
Okay, but some queen d2 or something. Yeah, just trying to defend. Rook e2 played.
Oh,
rook e2 played.
Your skepticism was right. Rook a8, not as obvious as I made it sound reading out compy lines. And Alireza's back in business. Rook c1. Rook c1 he will play. Activating the rook.
Anybody's game now.
Oof, anything could happen. Hans down to what, 22 seconds? Of course, with increment, but it's not a lot of time. Oh, no, sorry, I misread.
No, he jumped back on 1 minute 4.
Yeah, he got extra time. Sorry.
So rook e2.
Snezhny is disappointed. Bishop c6 played?
Bishop takes c6, not bringing the rook into the game.
These guys don't even know what the first computer move is. This is a mistake. Queen c5, king h1, queen f2.
Yes, exactly. This even I can spot.
I mean, continues. Queen h3.
Queen h3. Yes, exactly. It's still defending.
Rook e1 takes, king g2, queen e2, king g1, a3. Quiet move. And
wow, again.
Black is much better again.
Okay, we might be seeing this because, okay, queen f2, queen h3 is very natural.
That's natural enough, yeah. Also, what else? Yeah, like queen h3 is forced.
Yeah, the big question is how easy is to trade that rook on e2 for this passive rook.
I would blitz out rook takes a2 thinking, okay, at least I'm probably safe.
But okay, rook a2 or rook e1 check leads more or less to the same, yeah, because you can after with checks anyway collect the a2 pawn.
Yeah, that's true.
It's the same position.
To understand the difference might be difficult. Anyway,
okay, now
queen is on f2.
Yeah.
Here we are. Queen h3 will be played. Looks too dangerous for Alireza, says the Nimzo Larsen attack. Learn a better opening. Mister, but I do agree with the sentiment. However, this rook e1, very difficult. Rook d8 looks like a natural move as well. No, like, just say, okay, you're boxed up there, I'll bring another rook.
But rook d8 is a bit slow, yeah? Then I might coordinate forces. Yeah, rook e1 played.
Rook e1 Hans played. Now Hans.
Not missing another chance. Yes, okay, king g2. Because also this king g2 with a bishop on c6, this is a terrible construction. It's so loose.
Yeah, queen on h3, bishop on c6, everything's hanging. But
just to highlight.
Queen 2, king g1, and then a3, I find a very difficult move. Maybe it's obvious.
Yeah. No, that's not obvious, and it will never happen. It will feature something else.
Because you want to take the pawn, or you want to bring the rook, or you might want to make a luft. No, that a3 is priority number 1. Is surprising.
Yes, and it's based on it's based on the fact that white is unable to trade queens. For example, queen g2, queen e1 check, queen f1 takes, and then g5 wins the bishop due to the pin. It's all very
tactics.
Yeah, very mysterious.
Nice line.
Not straightforward at all.
Mr. Niemann.
Also, big question. What happens if black just collects this pawn like the most natural? Yeah, you give a check, king g1, and then you just take. Is it bad or is it just very natural and then you keep on pushing?
Bishop e4, then we have some counterplay.
Yes. And you are not losing the bishop, yeah? That's important.
H6, Queen D7, 0-0 is all I can tell you.
Okay. Well, there is even the scenario that we're gonna see a repetition of moves with Queen E1 check, for example. I would not be. Okay, I wouldn't be ruling out. It's unlikely, but I'm not sure. Down to 50 seconds. I do get the feeling that here you believe that you have to do something. Yeah, you don't have time enough to realize that I can just pass a move to my opponent with A3 and that's good.
A3 strikes me as a very tough move, but maybe he can do it, because then there's no bishop E4. And Queen A2 becomes a devastating threat with the pawn being so thrown. Let's
the lower
find out.
Yeah, Queen D1 check.
Also, you can repeat once, yeah?
Queen F1. No, because now Queen F1. Yeah, he gives the exchange, yeah? That's the trick.
You have to go Queen F1 in order to survive, yeah? Takes, G5, take on A4. That's what happened, yeah? Uh-huh. Yeah, but A3 was impossible, yeah, under the circumstances.
Yeah, that's why A3 was such a crucial move, yeah? That the pawn is not hanging.
Yeah, of course, because after Queen D1, King G2, Queen C2 picks up the bishop, so you have to give the exchange.
Yes, exactly. So there was no way of moving away.
It's a draw, yeah? Bishop A4, GF, King G2, whatever.
Yes. Wow, what a game.
Oof. Time to breathe out. Also, how easy draw is this? Easy enough, yeah? With the H4
easy enough.
remaining, it's, yeah,
yes.
You can keep the bishop on the long diagonal even if you lose the A pawn.
Well, the trick is that after King G2, if we get F takes G3, H takes G3 structure, then I think it's fairly easy.
Yeah, that's the easiest, but if I wait, let's say King G7, King take
exactly.
on F4 or not, that's dangerous, no? Like
that's dangerous, yes. It's still not over yet.
So what you should do is just wait, yeah, after King G7, I don't know.
Yes.
Bishop C6, put the bishop on E4, King F3. Maybe King F3 direct.
Yeah, but whenever you play King F3, I take FG.
Sorry.
And then you are forced, King G7 played. So we wait for King F3, then we take so that we force white to take with the king. And the reason why that's kind of dangerous, because then we somehow get the king to G5. We somehow give a check on the third rank, forcing white's king back. Then the king is invading and, okay, maybe it's holdable, but it's tricky.
Praggnanandhaa is saying clutched the draw from the jaws of victory. I don't think that's fair to say. They both found some very, very tough moves, and just because there was this computer win A3, I don't think we can give them too much crap for it. But the win was there. Rook F8, and then
Rook F8.
Rook F8, exactly. I think, is the bigger one, because that's
yes,
I think a natural move.
Yeah, the move A3, I believe that if you have half an hour, you find it. Even if you have 10 minutes, I would say that it's like very unlikely. Yes. Yeah. It's very unlikely to find A3. And also because, like I said, you always, with little time on the clock and crazy position, you want to do something. Yeah, you just, you don't think about this, that you can suddenly give a tempo for your opponent. It just does not crosses your mind.
Yeah, especially in time travel, you're always calculating. I go here, he goes there, I give this check, I take this, and so on. And then to just, you know what, A3. Tough. In other news, we don't have to look at it, but Esipenko versus Fabi is a very sharp position that will now, I think, end or already ended in a perpetual and a draw. And Hikaru is well on his way to victory against Caruana.
Yeah, so no surprises there. But all the more it was important for Firouzja that he holds this somehow. Yeah, he has to survive. It's still not a given. It's still a torture. Forget about the evaluation bar. Yeah, it indicates that it's almost a draw already. No, it's not over yet.
Yeah, no, because Black doesn't have to play FG. Then after HG, as you explained it, right? It's simple. No, still work to do. Oof. We need to breathe, Peter.
Yeah, bishop b5. So he wants to go a4 just to advance the pawn a little further.
Cemento.
But it doesn't really do anything to the position. I'm expecting some
King H6,
king improvement. Yeah, king h6, king g5.
But maybe it helps to push the pawn a little, no? Go a4, a5, a6, at least. Some distraction for black.
Yeah, of course. But the point is that after a4, maybe black will just make sure that you are not moving. I don't know, with rook to the 5th rank or something. Or hang on, no, I don't have to put. Yeah, I can play king g5 and then rook f a5, rook f5, bishop d6. Then my pawn on h7 will be hanging. Yeah, just highlighting king h6, a4, king g5, a5, rook f5, bishop d3 move. And if rook takes a5, then we eliminate suddenly all the pawns, and then it's a draw.
Rook f7, a6 with the pawn on a6. We should be safe as well. We always have enough counterplay. We should be 4. We should be 7.
Yeah, king h6 played. It's correct. You want to stay on the dark squares. Clearly, if black would have played king f6, he would have, but the pawn on f4 would have been lost that case. We are coming like this. And king g6 would have run into bishop d3 check. That would be very unpleasant.
But the a pawn is actually useful. Yeah, it's not a non-factor. It's a useful distraction.
Absolutely, yeah. And, as long as black is not starting with f3 check and we think like king f2, bishop c6, we are in time to attack that pawn, we are not worried.
We're in move 39 now, so they almost made it to the time control. a4 on the board.
Yes, king g5 will be played as well, I'm guessing. No, he takes fg. Wow, okay, this is a relief.
He's seen enough fg, now hg, and it's over. Because now white always has this defensive construction, even without the a-pawn. With the bishop on the long diagonal, or giving a check if the king comes to g4. There's nothing you can do.
Yes, this is super solid. No, there are some positions. There are some positions where it still keeps on. It's theoretical draw, but it's not over yet.
But there's not one of them, is it? Especially with the a4 pawn, which you're also not getting.
Yeah, but okay, the a pawn in this h take g structure might not be so important. Yeah, it's a big question. We'll be seeing, but I do recall from the 2 pawns, okay, h take g3, we see computer confirms that now it's a theoretical draw. Rook f5, time control has been reached. Everybody can calm down. Wow.
Yeah. We need a breather, Peter. We can debate the intricacies of the Zen game, which should be drawn. When we are back, let's have a brief look at the bird's eye view. Esipenko Caruana ended peacefully. So did Sindarov, Yu Yang Yi, Nair Vidit. I'm still struggling with the name. Shalmakhanov against Sevian, Lamy, Artemiev, and Giri Korbov. Bunch of draws. And we will see another draw in Firouzja versus Niemann. But what a draw it was. We'll be back after the break. Stay tuned. Hikaru Nakamura also still in action. See you then.
Yeah, I was in Silicon Valley. It was like the heyday of like things going on. All my friends were like going and getting jobs, or they were like out there raising venture capital money. And I'm like, hey, I've got this chess idea. And like, I'm going into like venture capital firms and they're like, chess is way too small to be investable. And so I literally have a list of investors, including some who still I'm friends with, who were like, I missed my chance. But like everybody said no, except your friend's mom. Except my friend's mom. Shout out to friend's mom. Yeah, she was like, I'll loan you money, but I don't want to invest. She's like, I don't want equity in your ridiculous chess situation, but just pay me back my 70 grand in a few months and we'll be good. Yeah, it was actually after 3 years. So I paid her back like 100 grand. After anyway, those were the details of our first loan. But the thing is that not having venture investment, not being able to run the Silicon Valley like playbook made us do everything different. From the very beginning, chess.com was a place to capture that chess curiosity from the very beginning. if you go back, 20 years in the internet, when you would go to your browser search bar, there was no search. It was just a browser bar. If you typed chess in there and hit enter, it would just put the .com on there and take you there. And so chess.com captured the chess curiosity of the world long before the search engine was even built into the bar. It was just chess, enter, add the .com, go. And there were thousands of people each day showing that level of curiosity and arriving at chess.com and then starting to see like, oh my gosh, there's a community here. Oh, there's some articles written by this guy, Danny. Oh, I can create a profile. But from the very beginning, chess.com has been the receptacle of, of the funnel of like curiosity, and then bringing you on in to show you the awesomeness that is chess. When all the other chess companies out there at the time, and there were more than there are now, back then, they all had logos of, kings, or they had knights or whatever. And we were like, we're doing the pawn. And the reason we're doing the pawn is because we're doing chess for everyone. We're not doing chess just for professionals. We're not doing chess like just for beginners. We're doing chess for everyone, starting with the pawns and on up. And that's why, people are like, well, that's not the strongest piece. It's not the most commanding piece. I'm like, no, but it's the piece of everyone. It's the piece of everybody. And that's why we started that way. So anyway, and just kind of was putting that together that I think I was at the perfect spot rating-wise and chess understanding-wise to make this happen. And maybe it would have gone a totally different direction if I had been weaker or stronger or whatever.
Welcome back, everybody. Round number 5 of the FIDE Grand Swiss 2023 from Isle of Man has just made it to the first time control. Peter, we are still in recovery from all the excitement in the Alireza Firouzja versus Hans Niemann game. That game, I don't know. You could make a $1 million Netflix show out of that game alone. Not sure if 100 million, a million certainly. Peter, how you doing?
Yeah, recovering. Absolutely agree with what you said. It was completely insane action. Dramatic. We have seen brilliant moves. We have seen mistakes with 15 moves to be played in 1.5, 2 minutes in a completely wild, crazy position. It was clear that some mistake had to happen. It was dramatic. That's why we love chess. It's just a crazy game.
Absolutely. And while the game is not over, it has quieted down. It should end peacefully. The players are now in an end game. And in the meantime, we will switch to the women's section, which we haven't seen in a while because Hans Niemann kept the chess world busy. Also today. What's going on there?
Well, just as we expected. Yeah, that King's Indian got out of control for white, and Bibi Sarasabova crushed Tanzonji. At least that's what we are assuming. We see the final result. We know that the position looked very, very promising.
The position also looks tough.
Yes, the king on h7, behind that pawn on h6. Yeah, just
like you predicted. Yeah, I was going for the... they even played our line with h6, g6 and so on. The attack didn't break through.
Wow. And then we had some more results. Vaishali against Anna Muzychuk ended peacefully. Anna was holding her ground. Did she know the bishop
f2 play? She didn't know the bishop f2, queen e1, bishop h4 play.
Okay. We're gonna check it out afterwards. And what else do we have? Yeah, Goryachkina had winning position already, so no surprises there. Elizabeth Petz making a draw. Sophie Millier winning against Javakishvili. Bulmaga bouncing back after yesterday's loss. And Elin Rubers losing to Maria Muzychuk with the white pieces.
Rough times for the Dutch chess fans out there. Tough pairing for Elina.
Yeah, very tough. Every single round, the toughest opponent.
Shubalova also in trouble with white against Daisy-Kori. That's surprising.
Wow, let me get that game up. Oof, yeah. This is a typical construction that when you have this, how do you call it? Could be come from Spanish. It could be also some King's Indian structure,
Spanish,
whatever.
King's Indian, Beards.
Yes.
But the knight is already mentally on f4 or g3, and we resign because we're being checkmate.
Yes, there are just too many problems. The knight joining the battle or queen g3, h3. It's hopelessly lost. Wow. Yeah, this is the problem. If as one of the favorites you start losing, yeah, you lose your composure, you lose your normal rhythm. Yeah, it can get a very, very tough and rough tournament.
Even beautiful Isle of Man cannot help you regain that composure. I'm clicking through the games here. Fatalieva bouncing back, winning. How's Harika doing? Harika also better, not yet winning. Some rook endgame. Still some work.
And Kostenyuk against Vantika was a draw. Vantika was the player who played against Hikaru in the very first round, I think, in Qatar Masters. And she was putting off tough resistance.
Pierre Crumling still going strong. Crushing young talent Alice Lee.
Wow.
He has longevity. Yes. Very, very impressive. And looks like, judging from the final position at least, a very nice game.
Yeah, I think that we should revisit the first board because just to see what happened. It was a great big clash, very important for the tournament. We did see that it looked promising. Where did we left? It's somewhere. Yes, here. h6, bishop h8. And the line we discussed happened on the board. Rook h g1.
They played our line, yeah. Baby Sarah is in the sole lead. I, Michael 42, did the math. 4.5 out of 5 for Baby Sarah.
Yes, so G6, H take G6, Rook G6, King H7, and we were wondering what is the follow-up. We were not sure, we didn't see it. Rook DG1 played as well, Bishop takes D5, C D5, Queen D5. Just as happened, I wanted to...
And here I gave up, and I was right.
I even wanted to highlight that I might even play B5, C4, but I did not want to be too fancy. And I wanted to be polite, that I give you the chance to take back everything. But Tanzonji did not have this luxury. She had to continue the game. She played King B1, gets a question mark, but in bad positions, it's very difficult to play a good or find a good idea. Rook G8, surprising.
Interesting.
Yeah, but surprising, yeah, that black is actually willing to trade all rooks. And white is the one who refrained from the trade, okay? Rook C1, Rook G3, Knight F1, E4. That's why Rook G3 was played. Yeah. It's hopeless.
FE4, what happens?
FE4, I just take and take on E2.
Ah, you just take the piece, yeah.
Yes.
Easy enough.
Simple chess. So Queen D1, and okay, the rest is already absolutely clear. Rook G1, FE, Bishop C4, Queen F5. Okay, got a question mark, but it was probably the final moves of the time pressure. King A1, B5, Bishop A2, C4.
Still looks
Queen E1, Knight C2, move 40. That's when the time trouble ended. So
double exclaim, come on.
So
one
did the
exclaim
game.
is enough. That's an easy tactic.
Yes. It was not me who gave the double exclaim.
I know. I'm arguing with the auto annotator, whoever it is. But great victory for Baby Sarah. Very brave opening choice, not afraid. And catching Tan Chongyi there a little off guard. I think the moment we'll come back to is the position after G5, F5 on move 15. Where, sharp battle, but white looked to be doing well. But this bishop takes C5 was such a shocker, and I still hate that move. I think Tan Chongyi will also be unhappy with that decision.
I think it was basically the cause of her downfall. Yeah, that after bishop takes C5, computer might still say that this is not so important. This is the real question mark, and the rest is just the punishment, the logical punishment.
After that, it's just so tough to play. And H5 was a move. A4, also an interesting move, just freezing up the queen side. Bishop C5, not the way.
Yeah, no, you can't touch this. And we also spoke about that the black knight on E8 is kind of stuck, has nowhere to go, opening up the route. And we have seen that this knight actually landed finally on D4 and delivered the final blow with knight C2 check. What a big victory, and a big loss for Tanzonji. It's tough. Yesterday she saved the losing position, and now she ends up losing. That's not a good combination.
Yeah, she's not in the candidates tournament yet, so getting tougher after today's loss. What to do? Great win for Baby Sarah. And let's go back to the open section. While in the women's section, it's all to play for, but Baby Sarah took the lead now. We can start with a very brief look on the Ali Reza Niemann game, although I think there might be more exciting stuff now. Hard to believe, but...
Yes, that's for sure. Also, we have to catch up with action. Yeah, we missed out on so many dramas probably in the time trouble just to have a look what happened.
I wanted to show one thing in the Esipenko Caruana game, which ended peacefully with a perpetual after some adventures, but it looked like it was correct play by both sides. But I was asking myself, in the final position here after King H1, what happens if black plays Queen G7? Peter, this is for you.
For me, yeah? Only for me.
Only for you.
For no one else. Well, Knight F5 check and Queen H5.
Chipolito. Knight F5, GF, Queen H5 checkmate. Nothing else works, but that's good enough.
Yeah. That's a good argument also why black should be taking the draw.
Yes. That's why I had to give a perpetual.
Yeah. Queen takes b2, knight e7. Yes. A big game. A very big fight, but yeah, finally ended draw. So I heard that Hikaru is winning, or did he win already? Let's check out.
He was winning. Let's see. He's probably still winning. Still winning, but still some work to do. Knight endgame on up.
Okay, yeah, the king is coming. The king is closer. If Black's king would already be on c5, then we talk. But the king on g8, this should be elemental victory.
Elementary, dear Alexei.
Absolutely. So let's continue. Chimera on board 5.
Vinny.
What did Vincent do against?
Do you call him Vinny if you're hanging out, you're having a training session, or how do you address him?
No, okay.
I only call
Vincent.
him Vinny behind his back when he's there. I have too much respect to call him Vincent.
No, Vincent, and yes, he's squeezing, but of course there are very, very big drawish margins. But always
How
I
did he
feel
lose the
when
exchange or sacrifice the exchange?
he sacrificed it. I think he
I
sacrificed it.
understand. I don't think he blundered, but let's see what happened.
So we had this rook
After
d3.
knight f6, he just took on e5.
Yeah, nice. Yes, no, bishop e5, correct. Bishop takes, queen e4, bishop c3, and white can never lose. White can squeeze. That's very nice. Ah, good. Yeah, so black reacted with queen g6. I think it's very clever because queen takes d4, knight takes d4. This construction would be very, very annoying for black. Queen g6 happened. Queen f4. So yes, Vincent is trying to get the knight to d4, but probably it got eliminated. Yes,
it
got eliminated. Rook fd8, h4, h6, rook a4, rook c5, queen g4. Okay, so immediately forcing the trade-off. No, queen f3 changing the mind. Queen e6, rook g4, f6. Wow, and black survives this, yeah? Interesting.
Now looks super dangerous, but maybe not enough attackers.
Yes, this g7 f6 construction, yeah, fights very well against the bishop on c3. So Vincent decided that he should trade queens in order to advance the pawns on the king side and then create some victory. Yeah, immediate h5, very instructive.
Classy.
You don't want to give white the chance of going g4 and then bring the king, and then white will decide if he goes g5, at which point he can also first activate the rook as well. Yeah, h5, very nice. Rook e7, king g6. So now the game is kind of a slow maneuvering game because nobody can really do anything. White is slowly improving the position. The big question will be that, is it enough? King f7, king f3, rook e6.
Probably
rook
not,
e8.
but he'll try.
Yes, he will try. Yeah, he has to try. This is still a very, very long grind. That's what I'm guessing. So we continue the tour. What's next on the list? The Nair Vidit game ended in a draw.
No.
Queens were traded off.
Nair survived. Or maybe there was nothing to survive.
Yeah, nothing
One
to
thing
survive.
I was curious about is the final position in Shalmakhanov against Sam Savian. Savian outrates him by 250 points. And my computer was saying black is better. But the respect people have for Shalmakhanov already is that Savian was happy to repeat moves.
Wow. So actually, yeah, what happened here? Bishop b6, queen a8, takes, a5. Okay, so this is what white is relying on, the cemented bishop on b6. This is essential because otherwise black would just probably be the clear favorite. Bishop h6, bishop e3. Wow, this is surprising. I agree with you that here finally... No, still, black was continuing with queen c4.
He tried for one move, but then The repetition was too tempting.
Wow. Okay, and even not threefold repetition, it was draw agreed because the bishop on g7 was not with queen on c4. It's like only second time.
Shamahan said, "This is silly. Let's stop moving back and forth. Agreed draw right here, right now." Sam Stevian said, "All right, who am I to argue?" But let's switch to our dear friend Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who's in trouble against Ivan Saric. Maxime has been my teammate for years and years on the Baden-Baden team. He was also my teammate in 2016, feels like another life, when we were working for Magnus during the Magnus kayaking match. But here, he's in trouble.
Yeah, well, I told you that I was very worried because this endgame looked miserable. Yeah, it's rook and knight endgame with isolated pawns versus a good structure. This is always catastrophical. And look at this. Ivan is simply ignoring the capture of the f4 pawn because he could have given knight e6 check and collected that pawn because he kept on advancing his h pawn. Why did this happen? Just 1 second. So because 3 versus 3, white clearly has the upper hand.
Knight takes f4, knight takes f4, king b5, then black survives.
Yes, yeah, I just wanted to highlight that he decided to go to c7. Yeah, so basically that was according to computer, and it's move 41. So it's after the time control. Just goes on to show how complex this endgame is. King e5, f4, knight e6 check, king b6, and knight d4. He might have just missed that this king c7 h5 and advancing the pawn and eventually getting to the h7 pawn. Is that the key? King
Looks
b6.
like it's over now. Knight d4 just controls everything beautifully. And yeah, that's the position I meant, where instead of knight d4, knight takes f4, then you can take and go king b5 and make a draw. But knight d4 seems to be winning.
Yes, but it's kind of interesting to highlight, yeah, because it's still maybe not obvious to anyone that to everyone that this is a draw. After all, white is closer to the pawn.
Still not obvious to me. I always have to count these things. Even then, I'm not sure. But here you can go h5 here to make your life a bit easier.
And finally, the king just reaches back in time to the corner. Yeah, one had the feeling that it should be a draw, but beautiful little touch by Ivan Saric with knight d4.
Yeah, dominating.
And this is crazy because MVR was already in kind of a desperate mode, being on 50%. But if he loses this game, he will be -1, while the other guys are already on +3. This is a terrible situation to be in.
No candidates for Maxime, and also his rating he has to start worrying about, no? Because if he's at 2720, whatever, he won't be getting back into the Grand Chess Tour and all these big money, big prestige events. So yeah, it hasn't been going well for Maxime recently, and he's so gifted as a pure calculator player. There was really not many guys that can match him out there. So it's strange to see. But he's always lost in the Najdorf. He keeps playing the Najdorf and he's always lost after 20 moves. That's a problem.
Yeah, he has been experimenting with many other things. Yeah, he was playing the Sveshnikov. Yeah, Sveshnikov. I remember some Rossolimos, but for this game, he switched back to the Najdorf, and he might also feel like, what is this, Ivan? That against Fabiano, you play Bishop D3 and you play very strangely and lose with white in 25 moves. And against me, you play your best variation with Bishop E3 and show a perfect game.
What to do?
But okay,
is
it
being told to take a hike over to the hike game? Let's see how things are there. Thank you.
Yeah, that was that super sharp Ragozin, which is completely crazy.
Still sharp, but not going great for Martirosyan.
Yeah, the time control has been reached. Yeah, with e6 check, king e8, this was move 40. And ever since, Haik only played one single move, e7, bishop takes e7, and has only 21 minutes left, which means that he's thinking for half an already for the ever
Problem
since the
is, he
time
goes,
control.
let's say, knight takes c6, queen a3 check, king b1, queen a2 is a bit of an issue.
Yes, a very painful one.
Key moment apparently was early at 36, king b2, although it looks bad already. What a mess of a game.
Okay, look at this. Move 29 or move 28. Black king on e6. White has sacrificed the piece, but black has stability. It's not easy to break through. Queen c2 apparently a mistake on the computers. Queen a4 exclam. b3, yeah, he has to keep the queens. He had to go for this craziness all-in approach with b3, queen a3, king b1.
Also, if I see correctly, Haik sidestepped the repetition. No, they were going back and forth, bishop c1, bishop d2, and so on. Then Haik said, no, let's play on with knight f5.
Here. Yes,
yeah,
bishop c1.
34, where was it?
Yeah, maybe he was pushing his luck too much because he should have been happy that he kind of escaped. But he's a very big fighter. He wanted more than that. Knight takes f5, rook b8.
And here, knight takes e7 was the only chance.
Yeah, but it's such a difficult spot, yeah, because white's king is also super weak, yeah, and white is piece done. Just
but king b2 was just losing.
c4 check, king d7, f5, queen d3, knight c6, opening up the diagonal of the bishop, and now queen a3 check, queen a2 checkmate is already a threat. So yeah, white played e6, king e8, e7, give a check, and now it's black to move.
Tough times for Haik. Yeah, he went down yesterday against Jumabayev, was it? And today losing again.
Yeah, okay, he was very ambitious today. Yeah, he wanted to bounce back at all cost, and it can easily backfire on this very high level.
Oof, and Rasmus lost to Richard Rapport. Okay, Rasmus not getting the high board. Did not make the draw here. Richie, of course, is a special player.
Yeah, then Rapport also bouncing back. And yeah, the breaking news for all the Indian fans that Narayan Sunil beat Gukesh. That King's Indian heavily backfired. We have seen that Gukesh was on the receiving end. And Narayan Sunil continues his very, very strong journey that he already started in Qatar Masters as well. That's a huge loss. Gukesh is -1. He's -1. So basically, almost he needs a miracle. Yeah, he has to forget about the rating points. He has to forget about the tournament situation that I need to qualify. He just needs to show his best. He just needs to play like he can. Yeah, because I always feel that this additional pressure, I need to be top 2, rating, FIDE circuit, whatever, and then players are just losing their capability of playing normal good chess, what they are otherwise doing so brilliantly.
I think Gukesh is normally doing excellently at tuning out all the noise. He's how old he is, 17. He should be allowed a few bad games. But above AI is also saying Gukesh has been struggling. Hard to argue with that comment AI generated.
Well, my point is that by playing the King's Indian, yeah, against Narayanan, it just shows that he already lost his balance. Yeah, he felt like he needs to burn bridges. Yeah, that's why I feel like all these kind of thoughts are there. If he would have played his main opening, the Ragozin, and then he would have lost. Then he would have never lost. That's my kind of way of putting things.
No bigger King's Indian hater than you. But no, I hear your point. Yeah, also didn't go well. What else do we have? Cheparinov still playing against Vityugov, should be a draw.
Yeah, let's take a look
games there are.
at this.
Nakamura
Yeah.
still on the road to victory.
Max
Okay,
Todlu beat Sadvan. It just, sorry to interrupt that. Yeah, Max Todlu is back after yesterday's loss.
Parham has great bounce back ability, I think. He can lose a game and win the next one. Very hard to shake. How's the Polish clash doing? Duda Bartel? Still
Let's
equal.
check it out. Still equal. At the point we saw, it looked like Duda was better. No?
Okay, equal now, I should say.
Equal now, then, yes. But okay, still, it feels to me like he's somewhat better, no? It's Black who has to show precision.
Yeah.
D6 check, where do you go?
F8.
Oh, wow, okay. This sounded like you check there with something, no?
But does it matter? Like...
Okay, where do you go otherwise? Because King E6, King D7, the two natural moves are...
Okay, D7 I'm not going.
Yes, okay, but King E6 would be the most natural, I guess.
King E6, King D8, King F8.
But my point was that after King E6, some Rook E1, it could be very tricky. Yeah, like... I'm settling King F3, discover check, I'm settling King D4 check. And King F8 might be very smart, but it's not such an obvious move.
I think as long as we don't blunder anything, it should be a draw. Even here, King E6, King F6, whatever. Deep one is not queening. I believe in Bartel.
Yes. That's probably a fair guess. If he has already survived all the way till here, then he should probably hold this already.
Oh, I have a rook ending for you. Sam Shankland.
Okay.
The People's Champ and former US champion against Aryan Tari.
Wow.
Is that an
And
easy
he has
draw? I can see competence
No.
equal, but it looks difficult to me.
No,
Rook G5,
not an
I'm
easy
worried
draw
about. Yeah.
at all. And also Sam Shankland has just finished some brilliant book on rook endgames, so he's very dangerous.
Ooh.
Be careful.
So how do we make a draw? Black to move, black's pawn down.
You know, it was very funny. In the Prague Masters, he went for some very, very shaky rook endgame with pawn down, and he held against Guyan. And afterwards he said, okay, but this is what I studied the last couple of months, and I felt like a part of Sam. Probably nobody would have ever saved that endgame, you know, in a practical game. It was very funny.
Sounds like a fun couple months. But yeah, this position he has against Tari. Apparently the way, but I don't think anybody plays like this, is rook to a6. And I
Yes.
thought rook h7 looks normal.
Mm-hmm.
Then the way to make a draw is king to e8, rook takes g7, rook h6, rook g4,
No.
king e7, and we say you can't make progress. But
No.
Good luck. Good luck finding that.
No. This is impossible. This okay. If
So
somebody defends like this, give him a Nobel Prize. No, this is just
For what?
for
Peace?
saving this. Okay, no. This is out of anything that I have ever seen. No, it's impossible. And this is the only way, or what? No.
Yeah.
Wow. No,
I
then it's
mean,
lost.
Instead of rook a6, you can play other moves, I guess, but that was the first line popping in.
Yeah, because okay, king
So
e7
threatening
cannot
rook
be
g5.
played. Yes. Okay, rook g4 played. Correct. It's the logical move and it's a losing move.
That's losing, yeah. King
Yeah.
f5.
So we go king f5 or king e6.
Both winning, but king f5, a bit cleaner.
Wow.
I'm very smart with engines running.
Because okay, but so what? What is the point? Rook d4. What
E6.
changed? So this was so important that you.
Well, you don't have rook g6 check or whatever.
Mhm. Okay, but yeah, that's why it felt like this is completely crazy. This is impossible that this is draw.
Yeah.
King e7 is met by rook g5. That's the problem.
So Sam's gonna win. And a man that Sam spent some time with in the Norwegian wilderness, Niels Grandelius, had a horrible blunder earlier on. Poor Niels, against one of the Nordic backs. Niels is losing now. The horrible blunder was on move 29, we are being told. Let's see what happened.
Move 29.
Okay.
Okay, then let's go back to...
About equal. Goes queen c3. Oh, he missed knight takes e4. Whoa. Come on, Niels.
c4. King b2. It's a very weird structure. White is pawn up, but white has this terrible pawn structure. Knight on f6 is a monster piece. Knight on e7 is passive, but stops white's activity. And what happened? Queen c1.
Yeah, queen a2.
Queen a2.
Now he blundered with queen c3. Ooh.
Ooh, that hurts. That hurts. Knight takes e4.
Yeah, knight e4 and over.
Takes and check. Picking up the knight. That's the point. Wow. And suddenly from being pawn up, he's pawn down, and black is also the more active with the queen on b1.
Then it's hopeless. Tough day at the office. And Yakuboyev only, quote unquote, 2616. Yeah, it feels like it's 2700. But the rating says to catch up.
Yeah, okay, it was shocking, yeah, when I saw it in Qatar, it is 2616 and then went on to win the event, which...
He was also higher, no? He must have lost some rating somewhere. He was higher during the Olympics.
He was 2660, certainly.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah. Okay, with two pass pawns, the D and A pawn, this has to be an easy win. Clearly, Niels is trying to activate his king, collecting the D3 pawn and then taking care of the A pawn, but somehow very skeptical. Black can just push a4. Look at black can play a4 and king e3 runs into a3 and king takes this is not possible due to this little simple tactics and the pawn promotes.
Chipolito.
Very sad. Yeah.
We should inform the people that the game of the day, Alireza Firouzja, Hans Moke Niemann, has officially ended peacefully. But what a fight it was. However, in the end game, neither side could make progress, so they did agree to a draw here.
Yes, it was a stunning fight. It was a back and forth. It was a very interesting original opening idea from Alireza. Right from the very beginning, the game got very mysterious. Let's just very quickly go through maybe the critical moments, yeah, just because it was really so interesting. So we were kind of already shocked by rook e1, and it was a very interesting new idea. Knight c6, d4, that was the point, luring the knight to c6. And then we have seen fascinating battle by these two extraordinary players. Lot of creative ideas. a4, bishop f4, bishop d6, knight e5, that's when things escalated from a rather slow affair, strategic battle into some wild tactical skirmish. Trade on e5, bishop e7 back, c4. It looks like white is getting the upper hand, but here Hans came up with a very, very quiet and powerful move, bishop d7. I feel like this is the game changer. After this, things are completely out of control. Knight a3, bishop c5, rook f1, f6. And okay, Jan, now take it from here.
I got nothing. This is way too complex for me to evaluate even. But after f6, ef6, knight takes f2, Hans adding more fuel to the flames, giving these two pieces for a rook and a bunch of pawns. It was a complete mess. After queen takes b2, we were debating knight b5, knight c2, these types of moves. But queen c1, very natural. Queen takes e2, c takes d5. Alireza opening the position, cd, ed, bishop d5, king h8, queen c3, rook a8. Both sides playing naturally. And I feel like the key moment was after bishop takes b7, c6, where it was very, very hard for white to play practically. Knight c4, computer-like, computer-preferred knight c2. But knight c4, natural move. Rook e4, very interesting try. And Alireza had to find according to the computer, some very tough moves to survive, like bishop to a6. But he played queen to d2. And that gave Hans a chance after queen c4, queen d7. Here, rook fe8 was winning, and I think that's the quote-unquote cleanest winning chance that black had, because now you're threatening rook e1 with checkmate, and it's not obvious if white has a defense at all. Compi was giving some line like king g2, queen e2, king h3, queen b5, which is not obvious, but it's clear that black is pressing after king g1, sorry, king g1, queen b5, after rook fe8. Well, in the game, after rook e2, we've had some more drama, but in the end, Alireza managed to survive. Bishop c6, queen c5, king h1, queen f2, queen h3, rook e1, takes. And the last winning chance objectively was on move 33, where after king g1, there was this very study-like move, pawn to a3. Not really changing the status quo, just keeping the pawn safe, advancing in one square. And apparently white has no defense. But that's an impossible move to play in time trouble. So instead, Hans won the piece, but lost half a point by going for the endgame in exchange up. That turned out to be drawn.
Yes, I'm just adding this line, that why a3 made such a big difference that after the most natural move, queen g2, then black can go exactly for the...
Queen e1,
yes.
e5.
And the pawn is not hanging, the pawn stays alive, and clearly then black is just winning this. So, but we talked about this while watching the live action, that with 1 minute on the clock ticking down, you are automatically focused on what do I do? You are calculating force lines, and the move a4, a3 will just simply not cross your mind. It's just too much. Yeah,
it's too much. Thank you, Adrian Jimenez. We do like praise on this program. What else do we have? Arjun Erigaisi, the Iceman, is winning, I guess.
Looking very good, yes. This g4, f5 pawn structure. On the other hand, he has still some issue with his knight on a3. I'm guessing that the key line is that if you go after the knight, then maybe white can even sacrifice that knight and count on the f6 pawn, and then some rook takes b3, f7, or how does this work?
You can go f6, no, and there's no rook a2 because of rook b3, as you mentioned.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, rook a2, then we have rook takes b3, knight takes b3, f7, and all of a sudden there is no force that can stop f8, queen.
None at all.
Yeah, so f6 on the board. Arjun is not going to miss a chance like this. Yeah, one could argue that, yesterday he did miss a chance, yes, but that was completely crazy. Things were out of control. His king was in danger. The opponent was sacrificing pieces. And in my mind, he reacted very nicely in a sense that he showed that he sees a lot. Yeah, it was a beautiful way of dealing with the problem.
I will not get on board with your take that him blowing that winning position was a modern masterpiece, but I understand where you're coming from. Bad news today for the legend Vasyl Ivanchuk, who is losing to Jean-Rodrigue Lemieux, and he probably won't be thrilled.
Yeah, that means it probably is Chuki's first loss, but he wasn't winning yet any game, I believe. So he's certainly -1, but I also haven't seen all his games. I'm not.
Well, this game is not over
sure.
yet, but it's another opposite color bishop endgame, but where black has 2 passes, so he should lose.
Yeah, the tournament is getting completely crazy because if Arjun wins, then he will be joining Esipenko on +3, and Hikaru most probably will win as well. Then we will have a 3-way tie, unless Vincent game already ended in a draw. So yes, all eyes on Arjun now.
Well, we can keep half an eye on Nakamura still, trying to convert, and he's been spending a lot of time actually in this position. So maybe it's not as easy as he would like it to be. 2 pawns up, but he's a little stuck.
Yes, because the knight on e4 is kind of a monster piece, and there is no connected pawn. At least the e3 and g4 pawns are kind of isolated. Yes, if
And
white would get...
knight g4 could pick up one of the pawns.
Yes, if we could jump to h4 check, then things would be very simple. But with the king stuck on h3, one still needs to find the right way. Can't we act? Okay, it's very easy to suggest a move, and you don't know. Maybe it's a draw, maybe it's a win. It's a crazy situation.
Knight d4 is winning.
Yeah, knight d4 was my kind of first gut feeling that can I activate my knight, but
yeah,
because
knight
we are
f2,
also
king g3, knight takes g4, knight e6, it's over, and knight e4, king f3, knight d2, king e2, knight c4. And we made some progress.
I was only surprised, yeah, that if knight d4 is the winning move, and that's why I was scared to announce it, then why is Hikaru taking so much time? Yeah, it's a little bit surprising. So
Maybe.
something
Just wants to be
bothers
sure.
him.
Could be.
Yeah, makes sense.
He should convert either.
Yeah, this is what happened here, because we were saying that it should be elemental victory here after king f2, f5. I was just highlighting that, okay, king e2, king d3, but it isn't so simple. I realized that after knight c4, king d3, there is knight e5 check, yeah, forcing white's king back to e2, which means that the whole idea backfired heavily. And in fact, Hikaru's idea was that he breaks a new front with g4 and
He went pawn hunting.
gets access to this pawn. Clever.
That worked. But he had to misplace his king a little bit. However, it seems like he's still very much in control. Were you also taught as a kid that knight endgames are like pawn endgames? I was taught that. It never helped me at all.
Yes, exactly. I always felt like, okay, this knight endgames, okay, in a sense that you have to calculate, yeah, and in pawn endgames you also have to calculate, but I just don't really believe that it's the same.
Very much so. I believe we need another breather, and things are about to get spooky here because I don't know if you know this, Peter. Halloween is coming up. This Halloween, 8 masked players compete in the 4th edition of the Halloween Mystery Banter Blitz. I played that twice. Players' identities will be revealed upon elimination, but who will don their spooky mask until the end to take home the winner's crown? Tune in to the Halloween Blitz event on October 31st at 12 p.m. Eastern and use !Halloween Blitz in chat to read up on the event. Now don't get too scared, because we'll be right back. Right after this break. See you then.
Interested in becoming a chess streamer like your favorite creators, such as Hikaru, Gotham Chess, and the Botez sisters?
Come on! Look at this! Woo!
The Chess.com community streamer program is growing every day. Whether you're just getting started with streaming or already established and looking to expand your audience, you can now connect your account to Chess.com and have your stream promoted on the game's largest platform. Simply link your account at chess.com/settings/connected accounts, set your category to chess on Twitch, and start streaming. You'll get an ad-free experience on chess.com. You will pop up on our list of live streamers. Your chess.com profile will feature your Twitch stream, and your stream will be linked to your games on our Play server. Type Command Community Streamer in chat and start growing your stream today.
We developed a knight out to f6, and after nearly any of white's moves, for example, short castle, we play b5, bishop to b3, and bishop c5, and this is the introduction to the Archangel. My name is Caruana, and I'm a chess grandmaster, and here I welcome you to my course, Caruana's Ruy Lopez Dark Archangel. This course will provide you with a full repertoire with the black pieces against the Ruy Lopez. So let's say after h5, white plays h3, because white can always take on b6. Black plays h4, bishop h2, g4. We've seen this idea, we need to open up the king side. We need to play for the initiative. Take, and we take with the knight. And the idea is to play h3. We also always have the option to take on h2, and if knight takes b6, rook b6, it doesn't really change anything because we still have many attacking pieces. Knight on g4, knight on g6, pawn h3 coming, and rook h8 coming. All of black's army is actually concentrated at white's king side.
Welcome back everybody to round number 5 of the of the Isle of Man FIDE Grand Swiss. My name is Youngest as you know. I'm being joined by the legend Peter Lako. Here, Nakamura still trying to win his game. What's going on over there?
Wow, Jan, you scared me. I thought, what happens?
Oh, sorry, I'm still wearing my leather clothes. I'll take them right off. Sorry.
Wow. Okay, brilliant stuff. Well, over the board, nothing really happened. It went along the line.
Apologies. I forgot to take off my brake gear.
No, this was beautiful. It was great advertisement for the event coming up. It's so much fun.
And if you think this is my only mask, so you know who I'll be. It's not so simple, guys. It's not so simple. I have many masks here. Always available. Don't ask me why. Anyway, where do we go? Nakamura against Caruana?
Yes, here we go. So we were kind of thinking, why is Hikaru taking his time? He finally opted for the correct knight d4. Knight f2 check. King gc, knight e4 check. You were absolutely right again. That yes, this was the reason why Hikaru probably was a little bit worried or spending his time. Finally, after some repetition, why not to collect the 30 seconds? Yeah, correct. King fc, knight d2, king e2, knight e4, a5, king takes g4, and knight c6. This is the current situation.
That's where that? Okay. I haven't caught up yet.
Yeah, all this happened.
And he's winning, yeah.
Okay, I guess a6 has to be played.
What do we do?
Well, maybe start marching with the king. King d3 would be very logical, I guess. Yeah, let's put it on the board. King d3.
So we have to move the knight, because king f3, knight d4 is sort of bad news.
Yeah, well, you can
King
play king
f5,
f5,
yeah.
but then I play king d4, and I'm also controlling everything.
It's a sad situation.
Absolutely, yeah, it's hopelessly lost. No, Hikaru is doing Hikaru things, just being very precise. The only chance of holding him is by not making any mistakes, and that's that's the
good
only
idea.
advice I
Sound
can
advice
give.
against anybody.
Yes.
I
Well,
do
but
agree,
against
chat.
some
My looks keep improving. Sorry.
that some players are like this, that you can give them chances and they might not use them, but Hikaru is not one of them. Just give him a chance. You are guaranteeing that he will capitalize on it.
But he might give you a chance too. But if you give him one, he's got to take it. Well, you might not take the one he gives you.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. So okay, this is basically hopeless. The pawn is attacked. A6 is met by the simplest of all things, king d3, activating the king. Coming closer to action, finally the pawn on a6 will be lost. For example, the other move, if black starts checking, I guess, I don't know even where to put the king. King d4, king c4, but king d4, nicely shouldering black's king. And if black goes for knight b7 passive defense, then we simply go king d5 and we queen the e-pawn. Just too many things to take care of.
It's not going to go well. Is it going to go well for my dear friend Nihal Sarin in the all-Indian clash against Aravind? Thank you, Fish Head Soup. Excited to be back here talking nonsense.
You are just brilliant, Jan. Yeah, it's fantastic.
Thank you.
Okay, so look at this. Yeah, well, he's 2 pawns up, but I'm worried for his position. Look at this.
Scary, no?
Yeah. This is spooky business.
Yeah. Bishop d4, bishop g7, bishop f8.
How
do you survive?
bishop
Knight
f8.
h6, knight f5. Yeah, like you crawl out.
Yes, that's a great save, and it might just be in time to hold. Oof, very scary. What were the last? How was the time control reached?
I
So
didn't
bishop
see
e4.
any of this game. I think we checked in once in the opening.
Yes, look at this. Apparently on move 40, computer was thinking that white is kind of almost winning. Clearly,
Surprising.
clearly having a wonderful, and c4.
C4, he gave it
C4.
away.
No,
C4
because
is a strange move, no? Like unstabilizing your own bishop.
No, but he wants to checkmate the opponent, yeah, because the point is that if he plays bishop c4 here, then black probably has bishop c2 or something. Yeah, probably. I'm just making things up, but I feel like he played c4 in order to lure the rook away from the second rank, and now he wanted to play bishop c4. He played bishop c5 with either bishop f8 checkmate, and then Nihal came up with this stunning defense with f5. Bishop takes f5. And look at this. Bishop f3, king g1, bishop takes g4. Oof.
Oh, more trickery.
Oof. What a save.
So
and that's why
resourceful.
white came back with the bishop to d3, and still it's scary, but you are probably right that knight h6, knight f5. Wow. What a save, yeah, by Nihal.
Good stuff. How is Sargsyan? I get confused with Armenian players. What's the current pecking order there? Vachier-Lagrave set himself apart a bit, closing in on 2700. Sargsyan still going strong. And the others, Sargsyan, Tersarkyan, who's the best of these guys? You're an expert on all things Armenian chess.
Well, yes. Okay, Gabi is clearly like the solid rock. Yeah, that's how I feel.
He's
that
the OG.
Yes, I guess that it's not so important how much other players' ratings are, as long as he's there and he's as solid as he is and as good as he is. He's like board number one. Hayek is making tremendous progress, clearly, yeah, now breaking into 2700 territory. Now losing 2 games in a row might hurt his 2700 status, but he was 2710 just a couple of days ago. And then we have all these very strong Armenian grandmasters. For example, Robert Hovhannisyan should not be underestimated at all. He is very solid. In the last Grand Swiss I played in Isle of Man 2019, he was fighting for qualification for the candidates. He lost the last round against David Anton, GMHikaru board 3 or something. A very, very dangerous player himself. Then Shant Sargsyan is a completely young player. I don't really know him that well. Sahakian was always good, but he never really crossed 2650, I believe. Yeah, it's
that's a country with around 3 million inhabitants. No, it's amazing the depth they have in chess, even without Levan Aronian.
Yeah, absolutely. And then Manuel Petrosyan, for example, is very solid as well.
Yeah,
very dangerous. A big theoretician. Yeah, it's just fantastic. Yeah, no, Armenian chess is brilliant. So you wanted to find me one of his which game you wanted to find?
Oh no, I'm just clicking through games, so I saw this Sargsyan against Tabatabai game. Well, it's not that exciting a position. We don't have to cover it. Where is the excitement, Peter? Where's the action?
Well, I'm also looking through the results. For example, Levon Aronian was not able to bounce back against Alan Pichot. It was a draw. In fact, judging by the final position, was he in some kind of a danger? He had to work hard. No, it was a messy affair. Okay. What else? Well, Duda against Bartel. Let me check out. Pawn on d7. Don't tell me that this is still 0-0. This is crazy. I want to see this. I want to see this.
It's no longer 0-0-0. It's 0-29 now after King d6.
Well, but King d6, then you probably just sacrifice the exchange and it
make a draw, I guess.
Should be draw. That's our guess, but let's just go back to d6 check. This is where we have seen last the action. King f6, Rook f1 check, King g6, walking away. I'm walking away. King d4, Knight b3 check, King d5, Rook g5 check, Knight e5 check. It's always lovely to answer the check with a counter check. King h7 d7, but Rook a5 check should be draw. Okay, let's check it
it's
out.
on the board, so the intention is pretty clear. After King d6 to go Rook a or Rook g takes e5. And then d8, Rook d5, King c7, takes. How easy draw is this? Should be easy, no? Because
should be, yes.
2 rooks versus 2 rook knight without pawns is also fairly simple draw.
Yes. And also white's rook is kind of boxed, yeah? So maybe Black can just play Rook e4, then put the rook on h4. The knight can also go back to the king side. Yeah, of course, white will try something, but it should be manageable.
Yep.
Wow. What else do we have?
That's all we got. The women's section, still games running. Some games are still going. Gunina still fighting, but she's in some trouble. I would even say it's a resignable position that Gunina has.
But before we switch there or anything, I want to check out on Sam Shankland. Yeah, with his.
Yeah, I'm just informing you.
Yeah, no, that's great. Endgame technique. Yeah, I want to learn from Sam. How is he converting this? So Rook g4 was a mistake. King f5, the best move. You told me that it was the best move. Rook d4, King e6. King c7. Rook h7, yeah. This is the problem, that white has this Rook h7 idea hitting the pawn. Okay, for check,
Now
king
we
f5.
just run, yeah? h5, king d5, then not h6, but king f7, still not easy. Ugh.
What? You mean here?
In this position, I was
Yes.
checking, and many ways, but h5 seems straightforward. King takes d5.
Yes.
Then if h6, king e6 is a draw, but king f7 is winning.
Yes, this h6, king e6. One time I saved a very bad rook end game against Hikaru. I think it was London FIDE Grand Prix 2012 with very similar motif with this king e6 and then shouldering. That was just in time. Wow, and king f7 stops that, yeah?
Yeah, still complicated, but
Yes.
just in time. For example, rook f1, king g8, rook h1, rook g5 check, king e6, and king g7. And then
Yes.
the
This is
road
the
clear.
famous. Yeah, this is the famous position. I believe that Pono in Istanbul Olympiad year 2000, yeah, it was a very young Pono, won one of his games like this. And it was very impressive that from distance he already knew that he can go for the H pawn, and this was exactly the final position of that game. Wow. Okay, king
Nearly there was
d5.
no proof. He's impressed. He's saying king f7 is obvious move. Sam agrees, blitzes it out.
Yeah. Very nice technique.
Sam
The
too
point
strong.
is in the bag, yeah? Now it's easy.
Not sure you're allowed to bring bags to the playing hall, but I understand. What are the rules on watches? Can you wear like a watch if it's not a digital one?
No, I
No?
don't think so. No.
I think
you
Magnus, he
can't.
might have banned watches from all chess tournaments all over the world forever now.
Yeah, but I think it was kind of already common knowledge, no? It's if you can't use your own pen, and when I played this event, I was even offering that, okay, but can I please register my pen, yeah, before the tournament? I give it to the organizing committee, check it, but I want to use my own pen because for me this is important. It's part of the battle. Yeah.
It's also your nickname in the chess world. People call you Peter Pan, no? Like, so if they take that away.
Then I'm finished. Yes. No. It's clear. Without the pen, I can't play, and this is how I feel. Yeah. It's. I had like 2 pens for the last 20 years, which I was taking to tournaments. It was like for white color, for the black color, and if you lost some games with one pen couple of times, then you parked it. That okay, for 1 month he should rest, and then when it's everything is part of the ritual, and then they are taking away for absolutely no reason, in my opinion. Yeah, because I'm registering my pen. You can check it and you give it to me. There is no way, but it's forbidden anymore. What to do?
I hear you. Another great movie in the making, The Brotherhood of the Traveling Pants, about chess players and their pants going to different tournaments. Let's have a look at Arjun Erigaisi, because he had to show some precision.
Let's check it.
And apparently he gave Jumabayev a chance.
Well, chance, but it's still very shaky. What happened?
No,
So
Fublian is saying rook a2, and Jumabayev is back.
okay, so f6 happened. We have seen it. King d7.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it didn't look so obvious at all. Yeah, because the king is close to the f pawn, but rook e1 makes sense. Rook takes h2, c4 makes sense. Yeah, everything is played with heart and with soul, but it's not good. Yeah, rook a2.
c4 was a mistake until then. A lot of
And
soul.
why? What should have been played?
Knight f5.
Instead of
Move
c4.
forward for once.
Yes, but knight f5 is such an ugly move. I don't
Why?
like it. Yeah.
What's
It's
ugly about
move.
knight f5? Threatening
Well,
rook e7?
it gives bishop d5 check possibility. It loses control. No. I mean, c4 is so much more high class.
Out of all the
it would
computer
be-
moves I mentioned, this is the most natural one.
Yes, no, it's kind of natural, but it's still c4 is so nice, yeah, that you shut down this bishop on b3,
But rook
And
a2.
then rook a2. Okay, and now you punish. Yeah, you have to find a way to punish.
But what I'm telling you is there is no way.
Yeah, but okay, you are playing the game. You don't know. Yeah, you are searching.
But you went
desperately
c4,
searching.
calculate rook a2. I don't know. This
Okay.
blatant defending Arjun's blunders when he messes up all these winning positions. It's getting out of hand, Peter.
Wow. No, okay. I just feel for good moves. Yeah, it's I can't call
He's
them
playing
mistakes.
classy, but it keeps costing him half points.
It's well.
So the
it's
line
not,
is
it's
king f4,
not yet
rook
clear.
a3,
Yes.
f7,
Okay.
king e7. I'm being informed. Knight c2, king f7, knight a3, knight c4.
No.
Nietzsche.
No, this is not my line. This is not Arjun's line. No. After rook a2,
Merlineo is with
to-
me. You can't play c4 before calculating rook a2. There you go. You tell Peter, Merlineo.
No, but it's clear that after c4 he's still counting on something. Knight d5, for example, knight d5 followed by f7.
That's also
okay,
a good
this
move.
is
Actually,
yes,
knight
it's-
d5, rook a3, knight
Yes.
b6. Some fun
No, but
stuff.
hang on. So f7, you go bishop takes c4 and bishop and you will have rook f3 check. Mamma mia! No, but this is very unlucky. You have to start playing lottery. That's how we used to say it in
Poor
Hungary.
Arjun. All these classy moves, but then he's lost out of a winning position. No, not bishop d5, rook f3.
Ah,
We're
first,
winning.
okay,
We're
yeah,
winning this.
because
Yeah.
okay, no, okay, yeah. Then all the more the lottery ticket, please. Rook f3
This
check.
is a-
Wow.
This
Okay.
is a big lottery ticket.
No. Okay, this
We're
is
winning.
insane. This is insane. No. Okay, come on, Arjun, find something.
Now when
I
he can
believe
go
in you.
knight d5, rook a3,
Yes.
knight b6 check.
Mm-hmm.
Now
And
king
then?
c6 looks normal.
Okay.
Now we played the obvious move, king f2.
Okay. It's still this has a soul. This has a soul. This line.
Now at least we have a soul and still going.
It's
The
like
line
a
is
study
something like
position.
rook a2, king g1, bishop c4, knight c4, knight c4, f7, rook a8, rook e8, rook a1. Oh, it's completely random. I like this. King g2, rook a2, king g3, rook a3. Are you with me? King f4, knight d2.
I'm with you. Of course, I'm with you.
Funny line.
No, but this is what I said. This is what Arjun is calculating. Yeah, he's a genius. He's a brilliant player. Yeah, of course he plays the move c4, and I hate this computer kind of stuff. That this is mistake. Rook a2. You should have kind. No.
But he can just win by playing normal moves. Knight f5, he doesn't
Okay,
have to
but-
calculate any of this. And instead to make 500 random king f2 is calculating. No, Peter. I can't
No,
get on
but
board
he
with
is
it.
he is
missed rook f3.
calculating this knight No. Maybe, but I'm pretty sure that he's calculating this line. And come on, Arjun, please prove me right. Okay, this
King
is
f2 is calculating? Nah,
King f2. Yes, he is calculating this.
we'll find out.
These guys are
A lot
geniuses.
of Arjun controversy every day. I'm not arguing he's a genius, but every time he messes up, you keep saying how great it is that he messed up.
No, because he plays the good
Yesterday
move.
he messed up. Today he messed up again. You keep praising his messes.
Well, but he might win, and then we say, "Wow, he
We'll
calculated
find
it.
out.
It was all part of the big plan." It's crazy. No, chess is a fantastic game. It's a fascinating game.
Come on, Arjun. Why am I rooting for him now? I'm supposed to be the devil's advocate here. Come on, Renat.
No, okay, Rinat is a fantastic person and a very nice player, everything. We are not rooting against Rinat. We are rooting for the white side because white has the upper hand and he's playing beautiful moves and he has great ideas. If finally black saves the game, fantastic. Yeah, it's... no, of course, we are rooting for Rinat as well, but white is the one calling the shots.
I understand. Hikaru, in the meantime, is still on the road to victory Caruana putting up resistance, but Hikaru has not set a foot wrong. How's e-pawn is running?
Yes, no, it's the e-pawn, the loss of a-pawn. On the other hand, yes, Sadana is doing great that he's at least trying to create some confusion by getting a passer himself, but he should be losing
fighting.
all the races.
E5, knight c8 he wants, but it's no chance. Huh?
Trying to keep an eye on both pawns. Wow. And then how does the line go? I'm already afraid to suggest a good human move.
Yeah, sorry, I switched to full computer mode here.
I'm
No,
terrified.
it seems like there are many lines, like e6, king h2, e7. Seems to win. Knight d6, king d4.
G5.
King e5.
King e5, okay. Knight e8, and you just go, and then with knight e5, knight f3, you are controlling the
Yeah,
G
so
pawn,
king
right?
f5, you can go just pick it up and then do your thing.
But this one is messing it up or not? Just the systematic approach.
Yeah, I don't think there's any messing up to do.
Knight e5, messing up. Knight e5, messing up.
Again.
Yes, so
You're playing like Eric Geisy.
no, because knight d4, knight e2 will be the right way. Yes, of course. That's why. So if we push, also it's losing. Okay, I managed to. Yes. Okay, because these kind of things are scary. Then maybe the king is coming.
Sometimes there's some
out.
king g2, yeah, some
Yes.
style like thing. Yeah.
And then shouldering. Yeah, this is what why I was thinking that do we go for it? But as you said, I can just collect the f pawn here, the g pawn with king f5. That's the professional way. Yeah, it's very funny when you try to illustrate something. Yeah, you are trying to architect things, then things can go wrong. Very
Tell me
nice.
about it.
Okay. So what did Hikaru play? No, he's thinking, and rightly so. Yeah, rightly so.
Also, should be mentioned, he doesn't have to run all the way with his e-pawn. He can go e5, knight e8, king e4, for example.
No, you said knight c8, you were telling.
Sorry. Yeah, you're completely right. But even
And then here also king e4. Yeah, exactly. This is
H2,
to my
F5.
liking. Yeah.
You don't allow anything?
This is correct. Yeah, this is correct. You collect. You're winning. Because especially when you are winning, you just don't want to get into lines, e5 on the board, where you feel like even something could go wrong. Yeah, knight e8 played.
That's
does
what
not
I keep
really
telling
change.
Eric Geisy. Sorry, I'll let it go. But we have moved there. We have to switch back.
Yes, we have to switch back because, okay, we trust Hikaru here. All eyes on Arjun.
Knight b5
Knight
played.
b5 played. Okay.
Knight c4.
Knight b5 played.
What does he want? Knight f5 he wants.
It was the other very tempting option. Yeah, this knight b5. But yeah, knight takes c4. I just wasn't able to calculate what happens here.
Still very random. Anything can happen.
Yeah, like this knight's random because the bishop comes to life. That's why I like this knight d5 line. Yeah, that it had the study-like spirit. Yeah, tough. Knight b5, knight takes c4. How do we play? Knight f5? This is the line.
Knight f5, knight d2 check is the compy line.
King f4. No, king f4. Or king g3.
No, king f4 is bad because of rook a4
Yeah,
check.
rook a4.
King
G3,
yeah.
Exactly.
King
yeah,
g3,
king f4.
bishop e6, and random stuff continues, but should be draw.
Yeah, this I'm not happy anymore. Yeah, because this has very big drawish margin.
Feels like we're even playing for 3 results all of a sudden. Yeah, I mean, if white gets too excited.
This is like a Berlin defense. Yeah, it's crazy. It's a Pandora box. It's opened.
Oof.
No clarity.
Did you study Greek mythology? Because I'm not so good with these references. Pandora's box some dude messes up and opens a box, and then all kinds of winds break free or something. Yeah, like,
I don't know, but I liked OMD, and it was I was listening to OMD a lot. This music group.
orchestral maneuvers in the dark.
Exactly. I'm a big fan. So
I hear you.
a lot of good stuff.
I'll read up on Pandora's box, but I think I'm right.
Yeah, it sounded absolutely correct.
Convincing theory. Don't open
The way
it.
you described it. Yes, you shouldn't. Yeah. Yeah. Tough. Arjun is no, but with knight b5 now I feel that c4 knight b5. Yeah, I'm not a fan. c4 knight d5 I would have loved to see.
Jumabayev thinking, but knight takes c4 seems to be the only move. And also obvious, no bishop c4.
Yes.
You can't do
exactly.
Takes rook e7, and it looks like you're losing.
You want to make sure that the yes.
I'm reading. There's apparently a crazy line after knight c4 takes rook e7, knight a7. Let's check. Takes rook e7.
King c6.
Knight a7.
King d6.
It's not that crazy, is it? Knight c8 and king c6. We have to play
f7.
f7, rook a1.
Rook a1. Yes, this is the crazy.
Yeah, there are other moves apparently, but yeah, rook a1 looks nice. And draw.
Yeah.
Nice.
No.
Good job. 1dn.
Yeah. Arjun, yeah, missing a great chance. This will start to hunt him. Yeah, if yesterday's one could understand. Yeah, it was logical. It was human, but not converting fine. Okay, but it wasn't easy. But he should have converted it.
Yeah, today, especially earlier, he just had a very good position. Though, should have gotten and dropped them, but of course, it's not easy.
Yeah, it's never easy. How good it was? What was it? It was this position. He was pawn up, but black has the pair of bishops. It's never so easy. Look at this. Everything is kind of hanging. There are forks all around. Rook g6. Rook f7. c5. Yeah, no, it wasn't so easy as the computer.
It was a fight, just
Yeah, exactly.
Later, he more or less stabilized.
Bishop f4. Okay, but what a great move. Bishop f4 was in time trouble. Yes, move 32. Yeah, bishop f4. Knight a5. Black starts jumping. No, I understand. Yeah, that it can be very annoying when you feel like you are playing great. It looks like it's over, and then the game goes on. Opponent finds resources. But yeah, from this position, black should have not be given that chance of getting that move per move murky stuff. Yeah, we see question marks, but okay, these are the human moves. Rook e1 correct, rook h2, and you said that knight f5 would have won the game, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, makes sense. Yeah, bishop d5, and then you just continue king f4. You hide with the king against the checks. Yeah. Wow, this is a big miss, because now knight b5. Okay, we are expecting this knight takes c4 line to happen. Rinat has, however, only 9 minutes left for still 13 moves.
Okay.
Even 14 moves. Yeah. Not over yet.
Far from it.
So, do we have some results that we haven't seen or
secretly
discussed?
checking the German boys here while we're speaking. Donchenko lost to Mishra. That's bad news.
Oof.
Lost back to back. Matthias Blubaum won against Daniel Darda. That's good news. Rasmus Swane, we've seen, lost. And Frederick, I think, made a draw. Yeah, draw against Abbasov.
Yeah, but also the
Vincent
tournament
draw.
is completely crazy because Alexander Donchenko lost yesterday, and after losing, you get the very dangerous Prodigy Mishra. This was when I saw the pairings, I already had bad feelings that it's very annoying because you are in the mindset that you have to win at all cost, and Mishra is super dangerous.
Yeah, I'm not sure. There are no easy pairings, but certainly you never like playing the young rising kids. That's for sure.
Yeah, they are very sharp.
Draw against Navarra. Very sharp, very well prepared.
Yes.
Watch a lot of chessable courses. Hard to stop.
Yeah, Mishra is amazing. He's working so hard, and I also started playing the French. I was completely shocked because I had it in my mind that he plays the Najdorf, and he was a very nice Najdorf player. And all of a sudden, and there was this interview, yeah, because he played it against Sam, and he was so cute. They asked him, where did this French came from? And then he said, yes, it was strange. All right, so we have action: knight c4, knight takes c4.
Maybe just plays wherever Anish has a chessable course. He's on board, yeah, like either French dragon.
Yeah,
so
and
the correct line was played, yeah, by
yes,
Reynat.
Exactly. So king c6, knight a7 check. Will we see this crazy f7 rook a1 defense at the end?
Very likely, no? Unless Arjun has seen enough and he goes for the perpetual check with knight a7, knight c8. But I doubt it.
No. Not yet. Not yet. Only when all possibilities are exhausted, then. No way. But yeah, the problem for white here is that actually black has straightforward moves. Yeah, and if he does not find the good moves, he has to design.
Yeah. King c6, even without calculating, you don't want to go king d8, so he will find that.
And after f7, then this rook a1, finesse. The last finesse.
We should point out, king d8 is only bad because of one line, which is rook takes h7 and bishop b5, rook h8.
Wow, going pawn hunting, yeah?
Just screaming, you don't play king d8, but that seems to be the only refutation. Because I thought knight d6, but then bishop d5, it's equal.
Yeah, my feeling was also that, okay, you can't go to d8, then knight d6, and it wins automatically, but yeah, bishop d5 check holds.
Survives somehow.
Yeah, no, okay, Reynat down to... Yeah, of course. Every grandmaster plays king c6.
Even some international masters.
Yes.
But only the strong international masters, like Greg Shahadi, I think, will play king c6. Lawrence Trent, typical king d8 type.
Don't throw poor Lawrence.
No, he's doing great. Shout out to Lawrence.
Always. I'm a big fan. Knight a7 check. But do you know, is his chess boxing career continuing, or what's the state there?
I hope so, but I do not know. I would guess he was very disappointed with his debut. I'm not sure it continues. But it's always been Lawrence's strength. He gets knocked down, but he gets up again.
Yes. Okay, you are too good with this kind of things, yeah. Just brilliant.
Chumbawamba fan. Kitara saying this is the strongest open or Swiss he or she has ever seen. It's up there. I don't know if this edition is stronger than the last one, but it's certainly up there. Magnus played one of them as well, no?
I think the 2019 was the strongest.
Yeah.
It was the first. Everybody participated. Vichy was there. Wesley was there. Magnus was there. Just really nobody was missing.
Lawrence?
Lawrence?
6.
No.
He played one of those, no? Maybe he played the Open, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, he played the Open.
Yeah.
Yes. Then I also played with Lawrence there.
Of course.
I remember.
Got it. Sign your tournament's going great. Yeah, we covered that line, Joel Cato.
Yeah. King d6, knight c8, king c6, f7, and rook a1. That's the big save, and we're gonna see it. That's why I'm not putting on the board, because I think it's just a matter of time till we're gonna see it. Check king c6. And in that Isle of Man event in the Grand Swiss, I also played with Rinat. Yes, in the penultimate, I think penultimate round. Yes. Wow, what a save! What a save! And now Arjun will really go crazy after this game. He's of course the Iceman. I'm not sure if it will really affect him or not, but deep inside him, definitely it will hurt.
I think also the Iceman is just for his outward appearance. Just because you can't see how he's feeling doesn't mean he's not feeling anything.
Yeah, for sure. It's the way how he plays chess. Yeah, he's so interesting. He's, I think, like a volcano inside him, because his moves are just fantastic. Yeah, always going for some very enterprising, complicated, uncompromising things.
New nickname, the Ice Volcano.
Ice Volcano, right?
Yeah, that doesn't work. No, we have to rethink that.
Does not. Yeah.
Hikaru has found a cute way to finish the game.
Okay.
Maybe we can briefly look at that. He allowed Caruana to queen, but queen was not there for long.
Yes, this was the maneuver I also wanted to use, but I did not manage to successfully implement. Hikaru does it correctly.
Yeah, and if the king takes the knight, then the pawn's queen. A6,
And
A7, E7, one of them queens.
that's it.
Sifini.
Wow. A hat-trick by Hikaru Nakamura, 3 out of 3 in his last games. That's a statement. That's showing that he has settled in and he's ready to go forward.
Yeah, enjoying the food on the Isle of Man. We will enjoy our last brief break, then come back with the Ice Volcano, Arjun Erigaisi, everything else that's going on, the big wrap-up show. See you soon.
The Chess World Championship has been a prestigious title for well over 100 years, but oftentimes the prize money was lackluster. Chess in the 19th century developed without an international governing body. World championships were negotiated between players, with challengers expected to raise large enough stakes to entice a title holder to compete. The first official World Championship in 1886 had a substantial prize purse, fitting for an inaugural event. Subsequent championships failed to generate substantial purses. It would take 35 years for the World Championship's prize purse to surpass the amount raised for the first championship. Something magical happened in chess. A new challenger from the United States pierced the Iron Curtain and threatened to end Soviet dominance of the sport. Bobby Fischer won the candidates matches in 1971, earning him the right to play Spassky for the world title. Fischer was different than other players of the time. He didn't just want to be the best player, or the most dominant, or even the most famous. He wanted to be paid. Fischer grew up in abject poverty in Brooklyn, New York, and was highly motivated by money and earning what he believed chess players were worth. The storylines were interesting and diverse. USA versus the USSR. West versus East. Capitalism versus communism. The world was ready to see these two superpowers battle it out on the chess table. Fischer's demands continued to impact almost every variable of the event, including the location, the chessboard and pieces, and of course, the prize purse. Fischer even had the audacity to demand a share of the ticket sales and broadcast royalties for the players. At one point, it looked like the event might not even happen. Fischer claimed the prize money was too low, despite it already being the highest in history. Fischer's calculated moves paid off when a wealthy business owner doubled the prize purse, raising it to $250,000 or $1.7 million today. Fischer and Spassky shared a prize purse bigger than all the previous World Championship prizes combined. After their match, Boris Spassky stated to the press how grateful he was for Bobby Fischer and how the money from this event was going to change his life. Bobby Fischer single-handedly raised the profile and catapulted chess into a mainstream sport followed by millions of people. Fischer had ensured that not only he and Spassky, but every World Championship competitor after them earned a deserving prize.
Welcome back, everybody. The FIDE Grand Swiss on the Isle of Man is still going, and so are Arjun Erigaisi's attempts to win a chess game. Played some fantastic chess last 2 rounds, but he's running into steep resistance. Firouzja, another draw for Arjun today. What's happening?
Not yet. Not yet. He actually opted for rook takes h7. He wants the game to continue. We might be seeing some absolutely insane race, yeah? f6, g4 pawns versus the bishop on c4, and who knows, maybe the b pawn will start to march as well.
So we start with rook a1, putting the rook behind the passer.
Yes, that makes a lot of sense. So I'm guessing g5 would be the move, and then is it not time to start pushing the b pawn, or you have to take care of the g pawn with rook g1
first?
Yes, rook g1.
Still a mess, actually, yeah? Like far from over. Because g6 I can't even take, but I have rook f1.
Yeah, g6. That's why I was not even sure if you need rook g1, yeah? That maybe you can already start pushing the b pawn. The bishop on c4 is a monster.
Things could still happen here.
Yeah, very sharp, razor sharp situation. Rook takes h7. I'm loving the decision because, okay, it's move 52. Rinat has 4 minutes 15 seconds, and it does not lead to some very forced sequence of moves. Yeah, it's still room for error. It's not like black makes one clean move and it's over.
No, it's still mess, and apparently it's still black who has to be careful. So maybe there is still hope for humanity and Arjun's human chess coming through here, because Rinat still has to defend.
Yeah, okay, but it's also fair, no? It's a race, and white pawns are much more far advanced. It's only that the monster bishop on c4 is keeping black alive.
Yeah, but sorry, I'm still engine cheating here. It looks like the only way to hold is this very sequence. Rook a1, only move g5, rook g1, only move. And
It's
then,
only move, yeah, rook g1.
yeah, because
Wow.
b5, okay, knight e7, king d6, knight f5. Looked like it was ending badly. King e5, knight e3, and you're overloaded.
Wow, and also the knight beautifully touches the bishop and covers the f1
Yeah,
square.
covers
Okay,
f1,
this is
yeah, exactly.
this is amazing. Yeah, it's what a knight journey. It's easy to miss, but on the other hand, if you feel like you can play the move rook g1 and you can stop it, then just by process of elimination you can come up with it.
Very much so.
So
Amazing
okay,
white
but king,
knight.
yeah, king f4. If we continue the journey
Which position is that after rook g1?
after rook g1.
Yeah, then rook f1. Once again, only move. It's very difficult, actually.
Very difficult. By the way, there is a move, and it's rook a8. Black did
Yeah,
not play
that
the move rook
exists.
a1.
Computer hated it first, but maybe it's also holding. No, with more depth, it says it still survives. But 97 check.
Yes, king
d6,
d6.
I guess. g5. This is gonna be tightrope.
And then b5, or how does it go?
Compy move is bishop e6. b5, it says is bad because of king f4, but this is so... It's impossible to calculate all this. At some point, you have to rely on feeling.
Yes, and then especially now the players are reaching another time control with time pressure and everything. So good luck calculating all this. You just can't play from feeling, or you have to play from feeling, but it's just so difficult.
No, especially these, where you play king f4, where you can play b5, where you have to move the bishop first. I think it's almost impossible. It's more lottery tickets needed.
Yes, yes, definitely. But then in
Have you
fact
ever
maybe
played the
also
lottery?
no. Okay, I'm not this but okay, no, saying that no, never, because my family, I think when I was a child, did play the lottery, and they were even asking me to give some numbers. So it's I have some history, but not myself.
Gotcha.
I think, in fact, we even won something. Yes, I remember that our first color TV was won by a lottery ticket. Yes,
Wow.
so some nice memories.
So all your wrestling knowledge you owe to the lottery.
Yeah, well, wrestling knowledge, yes. From this 89 till 94, I feel like these 4 years, everything, kind of every single plot, I kind of knew back then, and I might still kind of be able to recall. It was just insane. I was just following every single episode of things there.
What was it? That was WWF, it was called back then. Yeah? Or did
Exactly.
You? Okay.
Yeah. The World Wrestling Federation. Exactly.
Did you also follow what else was around, WCW and so on? Or you were
Yes.
WWF?
Yes. I started following, but WCW, it was more like afterwards I was reading books on and things like this. Yeah, it's I was very much into this topic.
I'm not sure about the time. The Hart brothers were big, yeah? Owen Hart?
Well, and Jim the Anvil Neidhart, of course, yes. That was the Hart Foundation.
Of course.
Those were the middle of, second part of 80s. Yeah, 87, 88, 89. It was when I got involved, yeah, with the fight against the Orient Express. Yeah, Mr. Fuji. It was legendary.
Yeah. Who did I like? I always liked Bam Bam Bigelow.
Yeah, but he came later. His glory days were 93. Yeah, when the King of the Ring. Yeah, in the King of the Ring.
I think I was more into it in the mid-90s. Yeah. 80s, I don't have much knowledge.
Yeah, absolutely.
I liked, when was Mankind? Mankind I also enjoyed.
That was later.
That's way
It was
later.
later. Yes, it was later.
I
Yeah.
think I got into it later.
Mike Foley.
Yeah. And the Undertaker,
That-
he's been around forever, no? He must have been around.
Yeah, Undertaker was my favorite. Okay, it was no matter if he's a bad guy or a good guy. He's the Undertaker. Yeah, it's everything is forgiven.
Fair enough. And Hulk Hogan, did you like Hulk Hogan? I was never.
Well, yes and no. Yeah, it wasn't my kind of absolute favorite, but yeah, there were many plots. Yeah, when I think the first plot was when I joined was against Earthquake. Yeah, he did some plot with Earthquake and things were escalating. Then later he had this with Sergeant Slaughter. Yeah, that was the 91 episode. Yeah, there were so many I was following. Of course, he was body slamming Andy the Giant and so on. Clearly, all these kind of things. Yes, yeah. But okay, we have action. Knight D7 check.
We have moves. 97 King D6 played. G5 will happen, and then it will be Renat's turn to think again. In the meantime, we will check the women's results for round number 5, where Tan Chongyi, surprisingly, to me at least, went down with the white pieces. Bibi Sara crushed her in the King's Indian. Vaishali and Anna Muzychuk, the other two co-leaders through their game. That means Bibi Sara probably now in the sole lead. Goryachkina wins against Kamalidinova. Bunch of draws. Theodora lost that position. Whoa, that's surprising.
Wow. Yes, she was squeezing. And do we have the standings? Will be also very interesting.
Not sure if they're ready, but we've done the math. Bibi Sara in the sole lead with 4.5, followed by a trio on 4 points. Anna Muzychuk, Vaishali, and Goryachkina. And I guess there are many players with 3.5, led by Tan Chongyi. Ahti, as they call it.
Actually, not that many with 3.5. Look at this.
No,
yeah,
it's checking, but okay, some.
Yes.
Umaga also up there. Stefanova. Then we're
lot of action ahead.
To +1 territory. All right. A lot of action ahead indeed. Now let's go back.
King F4. King F4 played.
So Arjun probably knows nothing about WWF wrestling of the late 80s. I have a feeling he has no clue, Arjun Eri, guys.
Probably. And it can be forgiven.
Nah.
He was born too late. How could he know everything?
That is
what
true.
happened in the 80s, yeah. I was also reading all the WWF magazines. Yeah, it was kind of an obligatory. Yeah, when I was going for the journey, my brother and his friends were telling Peter, without a WWF magazine, don't even dare to come back. Yeah, it was.
You go to your fancy tournaments, but bring us the WWF magazines.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
B5
So B5
on the board, mistake.
Yes.
Now G5 and Arjun can win the race. Can win again.
But okay, this is still just the beginning. Okay, G5, B4, G6, B3. How do you calculate this with 3 minutes on the clock?
You do not. But apparently you don't go G6, because then King E6, the king comes. But
Knight F5 check first. Yes.
Throws a spanner in the works. The king has to go away, King C6, and then we run G6.
Wow. Crazy endgame. Think about the players, yeah? It's still time pressure. Knight F5 check played immediately. Gets an exclamation mark.
Good move.
Inviting King E6. But King E6 will be met by G5. And then Rook E7 check.
Yeah, you don't want that.
Yes. So this is... Wow. All right. So... Jan, are you taking back everything that you said about Arjun? Or?
I might have to eat some of my earlier words, but Not yet. Not yet. Let's see what happens.
He's doing great. Yeah, this rook takes h7 was a very smart
That
choice.
was the star decision, yeah, because it looked like they were headed towards a draw, but rook h7, even if computer says equal, it keeps the game going, poses so many fresh problems. Very nicely done. What else is going on? The Polish battle also still
in progress, yeah.
Full effect, yeah. Duda trying very hard to confuse Bartel. Might succeed, who knows? It's looking
Yeah,
really tricky,
but
the position they've now.
But I feel like we have to stick to this game. Yeah, it's so important, and it's a crazy position still. There's
and
a
Jeffrey
big race.
Zhong is also still playing against Volodar Murzin, but it will be a draw. King c6 played by Rinat.
Yes, we are expecting g5 and then b4, g6.
Push it.
Yeah, but okay, push it, but to my eyes, it's still not clear where it leads. Yeah, it's okay. I'm also pushing, and I have a bishop on c4. I might be sacrificing back there something. I'm distracting with my b pawn. Why is it lost? I don't buy it.
Yeah, you have to push and then you have to retreat after b3, rook h1, yeah? Like which...
Yes, exactly. But okay, now suddenly humanly you have a feeling from the black side that, okay, come on. I have this great pawn. I might be even able to sacrifice my bishop and the rook, and with my other pieces, with activating king somehow, I can do so, but I cannot move the king.
That's not happening. The white construction is too sturdy.
Wow. Okay, so on the board, g5 played. Yeah, now it's easier for white. That's the problem, yeah? That, okay, b4, g6, bc, rook h1, Humano.
I think rook h1 is the last tricky move. After that, it seems over. b2, rook b1, rook b8, f7, and the rest already plays itself.
Yeah, well, rook h1 I have foreseen. Rook h1 was no surprise for me, but the surprise was the evaluation that it's just winning. Yeah, that's the surprise.
Chet, Arjun has a winning position once. Chet is already saying he's going to win the Grand Swiss.
Wow. The chat was also saying when Hans was about to win that Hans qualifies for the candidates. Everybody has to calm down. Yeah, there are so many brilliant players, and we see many of them in great shape, in fantastic form, and only two can make it. I believe only on the very last day, in the very last hour, we will know who those two players will be.
Yeah. It's like the Heart Foundation. Only two can make it. It's probably untrue as well.
g5.
There's nothing to do, yeah? The pawn's clear, can't be stopped, so you gotta run with b4.
b4, of course. Of course.
Then g6. You also gotta run with b3. Not much to say.
Yeah, I was always a big West Ham fan, yeah? So when I was following the WWF, then clearly Tatanka and Texas Tornado were my favorites. Also Tito Santana, El Matador, Tito Santana. It's all my times.
It was a different time.
Yes.
Yeah. Tatanka, I recall.
Yeah,
so Western is also your thing, yeah? Like
yes. I was reading all kinds of books.
John Wayne, or what are you into?
Yeah, everything. But no, f7 mistake. Rook h1 should have been played. Wow. What happened?
I've said it all along. Arjun is a terrible player. No, I'm kidding. But what happens after f7?
Yeah, I'm trying to understand.
Now b2, rook h1,
yes, rook h1.
Bishop f7.
And that's kind of the way I was worried about. Yeah, yes.
You've seen that, of course. G, rook f8, knight h6, he's thinking, but then c4.
Yes.
King e4, And rook d8 is the key move.
Ah, cutting off the white king. Oh, wow. Okay, so nothing is given here. Rook h1 played.
And the 5-time WCW champion Booker T. Hang on, what is it? What is the name?
Yes, Booker T was...
Booker T is the 5-time world champion. He's saying, Arjun, no.
Wow. No, but this is not heartbreaking because my gut feeling was telling me that I can maybe sacrifice my bishop and the rook and the 2 pawns and the king will save the day and we might be seeing this.
Gotcha. But I'm sure he calculated c4, king e4, and he thought he has everything under control. But then rook d8, such a weird move. We're moving away from the f pawn. But it's in time. Amazing.
So easy to miss.
No, I think Arjun just thought this was winning. He's seen everything. Just missed rook
Yes. Yeah, sometimes seeing too much, it's a problem, yeah? If you are not a big calculator. But bishop a2 played. Okay. Gets another chance.
Uh-oh.
Okay, but with 50 seconds on the which meant that with 20 seconds, Rinat had to play his 59th move. It's just impossible to spot all these crazy defenses also.
Now king e5. Not just crazy defenses, also crazy wins. But in a way, it's natural, yeah? King e5.
Yes. No, king e5 is natural. Already on the board. Blitzed out.
And now it's over. Whoa. So much drama. Rook f8, king f6, and there's no more touching. This construction.
Yes. Yeah, now it's over. So finally, actually, Arjun's picture prevailed, yeah? Because I think more or less this is what he hoped for. That it will work to perfection was not clear and they're not done to 10 seconds. King b5.
No, he's earned it in spite of all the trashware, or I'm talking. And the mistakes, according to the computer, was just a great fighting game. And he does deserve the victory.
Yeah, for sure. That's why I believe it's kind of a nice compromise, yeah, that you are having the engine, so we also get access to the engine, but I don't see it. I have the human touch. I can make mistakes. I can overrule your judgment, and then turns out that, of course, you are right, but I'm very happy to be learning.
But now you can finally claim you knew all along, humanly, Arjun did the right things.
I believed, yeah, I believed in him.
That is very true.
But it's not over yet. I mean, let's not forget, Black has 2 crazy passers as well. And I was telling you, I'm worried of this king journey and the 2 pawns, and Black finally sacrificing the bishop and the rook for these pawns.
Yeah, I was wrapping up too early once again, because now king b5. You want to guess? I'll give you 3 tries actually. What's the winning move here for white?
Well, my gut feeling, like I thought, like, okay, king e5, so king f6 is like the natural move, but without any calculation, probably it's wrong.
That's not it, because I'm giving you tries, yeah.
Yes, of course, yeah. So, okay, knight d6 check looks a bit premature. I don't want to give this check. So it's confusing. Down to 2.5 minutes.
You can have more tries. I'm feeling generous as usual.
How many tries do you give me, just so that I know?
You have 3 more. You're already used to. I'll give you 3 more.
Okay. Then knight e3. No. Wow. Now I'm getting nervous. Okay. Oof. Okay. I don't know what's going on, because apparently the rook have no good moves. The king, part of king f6, I don't want to move the king. Knight d6, knight e3, I already used. Wow, don't tell me some knight g7. No, knight g7 cannot be. No, okay. Whew. Driving me crazy.
Oh.
That's the idea, yeah?
That's the end game.
That's the point, yeah. And what, king d6?
No.
No.
Only winning move. I mean, knight e3 is 0.50. The only move that's +4 is rook to f1.
Oh my god. I ruled it out, yeah, that the rook definitely does not move. Okay, if Arjun finds it, he's an incredible genius.
Oof.
The rook f1 is crazy.
I feel bad because I was giving the speech already like the game was over, hypnotized by the computer evaluation, but rook f1, who finds that?
Yes.
It's
He's down to
insane.
50 seconds.
You can't find that.
Oof. Well, certainly I couldn't. But it's one thing if you are
No, I
playing
mean,
the game and you are calculating, then maybe you have it on your radar, but just like this, impossible. And rook f1,
Being
king
told rook
b4.
g1 also works. No, but rook g1, rook f8. That's not winning. King f6, king b4.
Yeah, knight d6 check played. One
Yeah,
of my
that's not-
first suggestions.
Now the
Because-
difference is after rook f1, rook f8, then g7 is winning. It's also confusing.
But this is so natural. Yeah, white wants to play knight e8 and then queen to f pawn. Why isn't this winning?
Oh, no, hang on. I'm in a debate here. Rook g1, rook f8, king f6. Yeah, but then king a4. Still a draw. So knight d6 check played.
Yes, and follow it up with knight e8. Why isn't it game over? Just
King
not understand.
b4, knight e8,
Knight e8,
bishop f7,
g takes f7,
rook a1.
rook a1. No, come on. Okay,
It's so
but
sick.
the players have 15 minutes now. They reach the time control. Wow, what a fantastic
I
game!
think you can find this by elimination because everything else you resign, so you try this. And let's continue there. f8 queen,
Wow.
rook takes h1, and somehow there's no win.
So let's because now the players are taking their time. We have probably little time to analyze. Knight e8 seemingly finishes the game off. There's no defense against f8 queen. We are able to sacrifice our rook for the b pawn. Now suddenly bishop takes f7, g takes 7. Still, no force can stop the pawn. But rook a1 appears, and after f8 queen, rook takes h1.
And draw. The
Draw.
knight and queen are too far away.
And after queen f4 check, you play king a3 and queen f3 check, king a2. Is that the draw, or how is it?
c4.
Ah, c4. Just tranquilo, yeah. Off. Yeah, that's it. Oi, 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 mamma mia. This is one of the most spectacular endgame sequences that I have seen in a practical game for a very, very long time.
And Arjun. But today you could argue that Firouzja Nima was game of the day, but Arjun, close second, with back-to-back games of the day, won't make him much happier if he doesn't win again. But he's certainly delivering.
Yeah, okay, but for the moment, Rinat still has to kind of gather himself that it's not yet resigning time, yeah, because it's so easy to, I guess after this more than 6 hours of play, have the feeling like, okay, that's it, it's lost, it's over, but the game is only beginning.
Also, you don't know yet that you have a chance. So maybe you think, okay, I have to try whatever. King c6, knight e8, king d7, which you feel doesn't work. But instead of resigning, so it's very difficult.
But hang on, this is actually a very good point that maybe Rinat is very unlucky that king c6, knight e8,
King
king
c6
d7.
loses to other moves like rook d1 or rook f1. But knight e8,
Yes.
king d7 is also not good enough because of king f6.
Yeah, king f6, yeah.
But it's a cute
And
trick
then
at least.
Rook takes c8, rook d1 check,
Yeah,
being
but
the
that
point.
feels losing.
Yeah, yeah. No, of course, king b4 is kind of the only move in the spirit. The only question is that, do you stop after knight e8 or you get this spark of genius that, oh, hang on, I have bishop f7, rook a1.
I think he can find it because he has time now. And yeah, king c6 you can determine isn't working. But even this line, it's all completely sick. For example, Knight e8, bishop f7, gf, rook a1, rook h4 check. The only move that's not losing is king to a5. Which maybe you can find because you're running out of the checks, but it doesn't look very natural to me either, because then after f8, queen c5 is hanging with check. So
but then you have queen b5, yeah?
Yeah, but it's all very, very weird. No, and after f8 queen, you have to go rook e1 check first. b1 is losing.
First. Wow. But okay, this is shocking because seemingly b1 queen takes c5 check, queen b5 would be the human way of, okay, that's draw.
b1 queen, knight d6 is winning. It's all insane. But king b4 he found. So we could get some insanity on the board.
Wow. Okay, if bishop takes f7 and rook a1 appears on the board, I think that it will be the game of the day. Excuse me. Firouzja and Hans delivered an incredible thriller, but this endgame is just
not
crazy.
good enough.
Wow. Yeah, chess is fantastic, and classical chess is alive. It's so nice to see this incredible
Another
action.
fun fact, after king b4, if I go rook h4 check now, which you don't do, of course, but the only move is king to a5.
Again, yeah?
So weird here.
Yeah, because if I play king c3, I run into some knight e4 check and some knight d2.
Exactly.
Yes. Yeah. This
knight
is
played.
kind of understandable. Yeah, knight e8 played. Gets a question mark, but come on.
It's a bit harsh.
No, this artificial intelligence is not intelligent enough. You have to have this feeling for the players that no, this move is the spirit. It cannot be a question mark.
That's what I keep telling ChatGPT. You just don't get my spirit, ChatGPT.
Knight e8 is brilliant. That's the whole point. Yes, of course.
And if it's 0-0, while the other move was 0-50, it's a draw. That makes sense. So bishop f7, only chance. gf, rook a1. Is he gonna do it?
He gonna do it.
Is nothing else promises any hope as far as I can see. One line I'm curious about was b1 queen takes, and then if f8 bishop g6, but that's also losing.
Then queen f4 check. Yeah, this is.
Yeah. Also, so f8 simple. G7 is even stronger.
Yes. Okay. This is. Thank you very much. Yeah, this is the absolute. Thank you very much. Business after 6 hours of time, when finally there is no craziness anymore. No, it's bishop f7, rook a1, and Rinat is a very talented player. He will certainly find it. And then this rook h4 check, king a5, and you were telling me that I had to play rook e1 check first. Yeah, that's completely insane.
Even if the bishop had to be sacked 10 moves ago, still there. Yeah, no, the whole line is completely crazy.
Yes, even if the players reach that position to play correctly, it's almost impossible. Yeah, because it's completely against anything. Your intuition will not guide you. Just pure calculation.
Will play after rook h4 or whatever. King b3 is a normal move, but that's all losing. It's very bad. So we think Arjun might still be a favorite to win this, yeah? Like even the best defense is so tough.
Yes, he's still a clear favorite.
It's like me when I solve tactics exercise. I'm so proud when I get the first 2 moves right, but then you have to make more good moves to solve the exercise, and at some point I just crack.
Don't tell this. Don't break our heart.
I know. It's a heartbreaking story. Arjun, don't make it bad.
Wow. Okay, bishop takes f7. G takes f7. Rook a1. I believe white will try rook h4 check. Yeah, that's clearly the move in the spirit.
Yeah. Then you have to find king a5.
Yes,
and
good
f8
luck.
Rook a1 check. I mean, any one of these moves, it's just horrible odds.
But hang on, this rook e1 check, I want to see one time over the board that how difficult it is. Because, okay, intuitively, of course, I was counting on b1 queen, thank you very much, and I'm saving the game. But rook e1 check, and then king goes to d5, for example, b1 queen. And now knight d6 is... Then you have queen d3 check, queen a6 check, or what? What's the difference?
The difference is now, queen d3, king c6, queen a6, and we somehow survive.
Wow.
It's very difficult.
I will survive. Uh-oh. I'm not a believer still. I'm still not a believer, that this can be saved like this rook e1 check at the end.
3 burner phones, couldn't agree more. It's pretty sick stuff.
And look at this, we are covering classical chess, and even here in endgames with all this amount of time, it is so incredibly difficult to navigate and find the way. Then the FIDE control, with this 90 minutes and then only 30 minutes for the rest of the game, it's clearly insane. It just does not add up. I don't understand why we are shortening the time control. We have enough rapid events, we have enough blitz events, we have all this online rapid blitz speech and everything. We have tons of things. Why don't we treasure that we give the chance for the players to show their brilliancy?
Beautiful.
This is kind of my feeling. It's if it's already classical, then let it be real classical.
What, by the way, is the time control? They are getting 15 extra minutes on move 60, and they are not on display yet, right? Or are they already being used?
No, they are because
so they're already added to it. Okay, that's what I must.
Yeah. Okay, both players were in time trouble, on move 60. Yeah. So they had to cross the time control. And they still have the 30 seconds per move.
But then this is the final time, the 5:45 plus the 30 seconds per move. No
exactly.
more time coming.
No more time coming. No mercy.
No retreat, no surrender.
Wow, Rinat down to 5.5 minutes. If he finds the sequence, this takes rook a1 and then finally delivers rook e1 check, then he absolutely deserves. Then he absolutely deserves this draw.
Like bishop f7, rook a1, I think he can find, but the king a5 and then rook e1, I feel this is too tough.
Yeah, especially with time running out. But now I'm also rooting for him because I feel like, okay, this is just almost like a historical moment when we have seen something like this in the more than 6 hours of play.
So your preferred result of this game would be 1-1/2, like that?
Yes, if give a win for Arjun and give a draw to Rinat if he finds that rook e1 sequence. But also don't take away anything from Arjun because, okay, he played brilliantly. Don't do that. Rook bishop f7 on the board. We're going to see this. GF rook a1. The show continues. Rook a1 on the board. How much sympathy I have for these players, these incredible fighters. Amazing stuff. Rook h4 will be played. Arjun is super smart. He will make the ultimate test on Rinat.
Ultimate warrior.
Yeah, he was also my very, very big favorite. Okay.
That's the guy. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yes, but afterwards, when I was reading Ric Flair's autobiography, I was shocked. That they were considering that he is not such a good wrestler. It was very interesting reading all the details.
But a good showman.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, that's that's how I started watching the whole story.
I never liked Ric Flair, but I guess that was the idea of Ric Flair too. He was supposed to hate him. No?
Yeah. But as a wrestler, he was amazing. Yeah, and then I was reading and how much other people appreciated him as a fantastic performer and so on. No, it's a very interesting subject. But having this amazing position here, I find it hard to talk about wrestling. It should have
Sorry, I'll shut up
special.
about the nature boy.
Yeah. Rook A1. Wow. Rook H4 check. We will be seeing Rook H4. And then will Rinat find King A5 first? You say this is the only move.
That's what the engine told me.
But it's findable, yeah, because after F8 queen, whenever you go B1 queen, you want to be sure that queen takes C5, you have queen B5. That's why it's so difficult to find this Rook E1 intermezzo.
Yeah, Rook E1. Yeah, it's very difficult.
It's
I
very
still
difficult.
think King B3, F8, Rook E1 looks somewhat more natural, and then you hope for the best. But you just get checkmated there.
Yes.
So the king has to try to hide on A5. No, it is findable, but yeah, difficult. The only other game running is the Duda Bartel game, which will probably last another 100 moves. But it should still end peacefully. Let's stay here.
Yeah, we are very sorry for Duda and for Mateusz, but yes, this is simply too exciting. We can't move from here.
Can't do it.
Wow. And now Arjun is taking all his time. Let's just treasure one more time F8 queen. Then Rook takes H1. And after queen F4 check, that is C4. Was C4 the only move?
Sorry, which position are you? Rook A1?
Yeah, if I just queen, yeah, F8 queen.
If you go F8, yeah, Rook
takes
H1.
Queen F4 check.
Queen F4, C4 is the only move, yeah.
Only move, yeah. Okay. Well, that's a distraction for white, because then you might be thinking that, okay, hang on, let me check all the king moves. But then you spot C4, you waste a lot of time. It also gives your opponent time, yeah, because Arjun definitely feels like he would love to already have the ultimate test. But he has to make sure not to miss anything. Rook H4 on the board, of course. King A5 blitzed out. Look at this. Rinat is amazing. But the big question, F8 queen. Can you find Rook E1? This is the big question.
No, because just logically, you don't want to lock your rook in the corner.
Yes, on the other hand, but the point is that it's so tempting that exactly because of this factor of king on E5 and having this queen B5 interference seems to be the saving method. Rinat has to understand that this is so critical. He has to spend all his time to make sure that
I think he might do it. Now that he got here, I'm flip-flopping. I believe in Rinat.
Wow, so after rook e1 check, the point also being that I don't have a good square for the king. Yeah, king d6 blocks the queen. That's out of question. I can't go to the f file because of rook f1 check. And after king d5
is a forced draw, so king d5 only a sensible move, and then b1.
And then okay, this is easy. That queen takes e5, queen b5. Thank you very much, draw.
Yeah, knight d6 you have to try, and then queen d3. That's the line.
Yes, yes, and then basically if you compare with the other one, that the b1 queen takes e5, queen b5 draw. But what happens after knight d6? And then you see like you don't have good checks. Well, queen e1 check is kind of a move. b1 queen.
He went played. b1. Oh, the last hurdle.
Yeah.
Oh.
This is chess. It's so tough. And
This is
b1 queen
tough.
is so tempting. Yeah, this is... I was almost sure that with b1 queen I will not be making any mistakes, yeah?
Yeah, now knight d6. Not an easy move, but
Not an
findable,
easy
no?
move.
Because white gets good coordination. And yeah, there's no perpetual. Queen e1, rook e4. Now the rook on a1 doesn't contribute, and white just wins.
Wow.
Knight d6 is the last tough move, but of course he won't go queen c5, queen b5.
Yes, so basically enough by method of elimination he can find the knight d6 move. Wow. b1 queen, so human, yeah, that f8 queen, yeah, all these finesses, knight d6 on the board. Arjun is not missing this chance. It is the game of the day. It is the game of the day.
If you want to do a video, we're on move 65. There's a lot of ground to cover still.
And hang on, queen b2 check? What happens after queen b2? You go
Which
king
position are we
e6,
in,
king
sorry?
d7?
Knight
Yeah, and
d6,
after
queen
knight
b2?
d6. Queen b2, king e6, king d7.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Yeah. And then hiding behind the brilliant knight on d6. What a journey this knight had.
King's
If you remember, we were claiming that that knight on a3 and that knight from a3 started knight b5, knight a7, knight c8, knight e7, knight f5, knight d6, knight e8, and now back. What a journey.
Yeah. Knight d6 is on the board, says the Nimzo Larsen.
On the board, and that's why in German you call it Springer, yeah? The jumper.
That's what we call it. I don't know why. Could just call it Pferd. We don't. Horse.
Yeah, but this game just showed, yeah, this amazing kind of route. What this horsey was producing was amazing.
Renat won't be very happy if he goes down here after all the action.
Yeah, it's
now I think you
heartbreak.
just lose. Now the king runs to safety, and that's white's turn.
Yeah.
And with open kings, the extra knight, we just decide.
Yeah, okay, the black king will just get checkmated, yeah?
Exactly.
Wow,
One
rook e1
play?
check.
No.
No, rook e1 check, yeah, what a check. Okay, what? So
Radek,
human.
what a check.
You make all the good moves, you make all the brilliances, yeah? It's, no, chess is the toughest of all. There is never any guarantee. Just crazy.
It is very tough. Then again, in boxing or like ultimate fighting, you get punched in the face a lot. So that's also tough.
Yeah, but okay, that's a different discipline, yeah? That's a different story.
Sure.
And then handling all the emotions after the game by losing after such a fight, it can also have very bad impact on your play. You won't be able to sleep. It's a very big challenge on the players.
Very much so.
It's not only about losing this game. Yeah, queen b2 check played and king e6. The king hides.
The rest is easy for Archer, I think. I've thought this 15 times already. Somehow there's always one more chapter. But also mate in 10 now, after king e6.
Yeah, okay.
Once
The
white
knight on
starts attacking,
d6.
it's gonna be over.
Yeah, king e6 played.
Yeah, this is easy.
And then you just hide. I even believe that without the pawn on c5, there isn't enough checks. It's the same, yeah, that queen b3 check, king d7, and the rook covers the a4 square. The knight covers all the square. It's like crazy. It's unbelievable coordination.
It's a true Kraken. Yeah, no, that's why you need it. The rook on e1 covering some ground. Oof. Long day, Peter, but worth it.
Absolutely. Stunning day, brilliant day, fantastic day. Incredible appreciation for the players playing this amazing chess. And poor Rinat, yeah, down to a minute. No time in the world can help him.
No. It's a fun feeling. You fight for 7 hours. No, all the restaurants are probably closed. You're completely exhausted. And you have to resign.
No, I think restaurants are still fine because they are 1 hour behind. Yeah, so it's only 9:10 in Isle of Man.
Once the game is over, I mean, you're the expert. Huh? Can you get food at like 9:45, let's say, in Isle of Man?
Yes, you can, yes. Also because usually the players have some favorite spots and you get some special treatment, everything.
Oh.
No, Isle of Man is brilliant. And poor Rinat, yeah, down to 15 seconds. That's it. With very, very heavy heart, he has to give in and resign. Yeah, queen e2 check played, and after king d7, it's all over.
Some spite checks.
But after king d7, no more checks at all.
No, that's a rook e4, but king d7, stopping all the checks. More clinical.
Tremendous action. Yeah, what a tournament. Yeah, king d7 on the board. Hiding. And besides, it's 15 minutes a delay. Yeah, so the game is probably already over.
They're already in the pub.
Or analyzing. You never know. These players are fanatics. I would be certainly discussing the game with my opponent, not really analyzing, but it was just such a fascinating battle. That's it. Rinat resigns. Erigaisi has won. And they are showing, you see, Rook e1 appeared. Immediately, probably, Rinat and also Arjun highlighting that, yeah, that Rook e1 would have been the saving move. Heartbreaking for Rinat fans and a fantastic victory in an incredible battle by Arjun Erigaisi.
Yeah, what a day in round number 5 of this FIDE Grand Swiss tournament. Let's have a look at the results. Pages 1 and 2 of today. Esipenko Fabi, eventful game, but balance was never too disturbed. I might have had a chance here and there. Hikaru Nakamura wins the 3rd game in a row. And we had an early candidate for game of the day, Alireza Firouzja against Hans Niemann. Tremendous fight with Hans missing some chances. Cinderov Yu Yang was a dry draw. Vincent also drew. Nair against Vidit as well.
And Duda is still in progress against Bartel. Wow.
Duda's still playing. Sorry, Peter. I wish I could... I could put that game on for you, but we gotta call it a day. Here we see the 2 Polish stars still battling it out. Bunch of draws there on the 2nd page. So, not easy to win a chess game at this level. Let's have a look at the standings. A certain Hikaru Nakamura is in the lead together with Arjun Erigaisi after this Herculean effort from today. Esipenko was the sole leader, also in the lead together with the other 2 after drawing fun. Caruana, Firouzja, bunch of other very big names in close pursuit with 3.5 out of 5. anything could still happen in this race for the candidates. 2 spots, bunch of money. It's gonna stay exciting. Let's have a look at the schedule for the event. I'm leaving you, Peter. Who's coming in? Tomorrow's round number 6, right?
Yes, tomorrow we have round number 6. I think Arthur Nexans will join me. I'm very excited to continue. We are not even halfway through of this incredible event. So much action ahead. I can't wait for the follow-up.
Very much. So I will follow it from a distance and go on a little trip. The rest day on October 31st, but there's the Halloween event. So plenty chess coming up. Thank you so much for watching. Thanks a lot, Peter. Thanks to all the viewers out there hanging out with us, enjoying the action. It's been a pleasure. See you soon.
See you.